I'd say it's pretty done. Yeah. You elvish bitch. Krellin holding up a Star Child device and nodding his head to Kaz, who drags out a man-made military-grade crate, shaking his head. Krellin, probably weapons. He starts dragging it out. Kaz will stand slightly back. Wow, Star Child throwing discs. Huh, like the one you got Ricky. Yes. You think I could have one? Sure, shrugging. He nods his head. Thank you kindly. How does this thing work? Just throw and always come back. And yet again, Saris kicking the box with her foot. No heal for Cole. Way too many. Looking at the book. We've been at it for a year and how many months? 4, 5. Bad guys probably keep them close to chest. Maybe find something to heal Clive. Cyrus laughs. Don't think so. Have to wait for Thomas Hale, but it would be nice. Did he really call Davine a bitch? Davine, you elvish bitch. Cyrus laughs. Punch twice. Then Scar get beat up. No, forget everything next day. Hi, very crazy, Ash. Shifting this thing around in his hand. Don't blame you, rather be out here than with them. Medal of... He stops talking and looks off into the distance. Medal of Honor. She smiles at hands this to Ash, unfurls his wings from his Skylander outfit and flies off. Kaz, I didn't know he could fly. Watching it. No, I didn't know he could fly either. I always thought the wings were just a redundant appendage. Well, I guess we better follow him. Shrugging, looking at the glowing, pulsating orb hovering in Ash's hand. I'll take it back to the ship. Get after the golden boy, Big Red. Copy that. Nodding his head, picking up the box. As flashing to Rainfall Lane, that morning, Davine's got Coney stew on. Hunk's checking the stew, making sure it's okay. Colt's sitting next to Davine as Suletta pulls out a 100 cigarette. They're large, long, slim cigarettes for a long, delicious smoke, and lights one up. Clearing his throat.
Oh, Davine looks at the cigarettes. Darling, when did you get those? As I like to imagine she has a comb and she's combing Colt's mullet back for him.
Making him look all good for soul when she shows up. Oh, I got them the other day. I got a couple cartons, pulling out her flask. Colt, it's like 10 in the morning, Grandma. Whispering to her.
Davine nods. Darling, don't you think we should, have some breakfast first, perhaps? Or something of the sort before we start with our various vices?
The Ranger General's favorite tequila brand. Oh, that is Mom's favorite.
Oh my god. Darling, how much did that tequila cost?
8,000 credits. Looking at the bottle. Look, the price tag's still on it.
Davine actually has to lean forward a bit on the table just to support herself as she looks at the price tag. Oh my god. Davine looks at Colt and then at Suletta. Maybe we just ease up a little bit, yes, darling? I thought we were going to cut back on our drinking.
Oh no, the liquor hits better with no food in your stomach. Pouring some into her flask. Jesus.
That's exactly why I want you to eat first, Letty.
Well, breakfast does smell delicious, but... no, it was just such a horrible weekend. A horrible week. But last weekend was terrible. The whole dinner, Carter and Memory Ann came over Sunday, and the whole time they just wouldn't let off poor Carter. And almost roofied him again, actually.
Oh no, Davine closes her eyes. He didn't accept anything from them, did he?
No, but you see, Scar is quite sneaky. He swapped drinks, iced teas. He swapped them on the table without me noticing. Thankfully, Memory Ann noticed.
Oh God! Thank God for Memory Ann. I I would hate if the weekend got ruined again because he got roofied a second time.
What ended up happening to the roofie drink? Krellin drank it.
Oh no.
Yes.
Does the roofie affect star children in the same way it does us more traditional humanoids?
Have you seen him? Did you see him leave for work at all this week? No, because he was in the bathroom every morning up until Thursday.
Oh no. So it must have been very strong then if it happened on the weekend and then the effects started to wane on Thursday.
I'm surprised he puts up with that. Leaning back in his chair. So that, well, Clive just spun it as it was toughening him up for the unit.
Davy shakes her head as she continues to comb Colt's hair. She bites her bottom lip. They do it for a very good cause, I would have to say. She looks at Suletta and gives her a pretty sad-looking smile.
Hunk putting some breakfast down in front of Colt and Davine. Up, drinking already, are we?
Davine looks back at Hunk. She'll stand up so he can sit.
He'll sit down, pat his.
She sits back down. Yes, I tried to ask her to get some food in her first, but apparently the alcohol hits better without food in her stomach.
She looks at the plate, nods, and pushes it away and starts chugging the flask. Right.
Davine just sighs heavily. Apparently Carter almost got roofied again, and that is what started all of this. Krellin is the one who actually got roofied and was in the restroom until Thursday morning.
Oh boy, Pequod isn't going to be happy about that. Well, she probably already knows. She does.
Right, dude.
Oh, iced tea just for me. No, don't drink that!
Davine starts to laugh.
That is essentially what happened. Looking at Colt.
Davine will look at Colt and then Hunk.
It's the new brand Patricia made, the little iced tea cartons that are recyclable friendly. Yeah.
Oh yes, no, that I'm quite pleased with that iced tea that she made. It is quite delicious.
Yeah, no, your tea leaves in the backyard make the best, but oh god. Is it true? Hunk looks at Suletta. Is it true that any cup Carter drinks out of they mark with a C on it? Yes. So they don't drink out of it because Carter could roofie his lips and even if you wash the cup, they refuse to ever drink out of it.
Is it also true that Clive has bought a surplus of red Solo cups just to give to Carter if he ever does come over?
405,042 down in the basement, yeah.
Right, of course. Davine looks back at Hunk. Patricia actually told me about that one on her card as well.
Oh my, on her card, and she's just letting Suletta shrug. She doesn't see it as their fault, so.
It isn't their fault, truly. It's well, the Galleons as a whole. Even if Julius doesn't remember, it's also Julius's fault. It's mine and Carter's fault as well.
Where have they been? Listening to Davine talk, and then he waits for her to finish. Where have they been, Suletta? Because I don't see them hanging around the lane much. Where on the lane are they? At Fort Bragg? Suletta, I assume Clive always... They leave usually around 6 to 7 a.m., and Clive tells me they have unit maneuvers to go on.
Davine taking a bite of food, smiling at the taste, she looks up at Suletta. Do they usually come back in this, dirty or anything? Like they're doing rucks or something?
Covered in sand, usually, and they come back in that ridiculous, well, I'm sure you've seen it by now, the pink Jeep that gives off all the gas fume.
Right, of course. Davine shakes her head and looks back at Hunk. Most likely to Fort Bragg, then.
So Fort Bragg is, can't be that big, right? I don't know. They told me it's classified. I'm not allowed to come.
Davine, her head shoots back over to Suletta. You're not allowed to. You're his wife. If anyone should be allowed to come, it is you.
I apparently gave up that privilege when I became a civilian with the two of you. I'm glad.
So, hold on. So, even people who saved the universe aren't good enough to set foot on Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
No, I'm sorry, you're not allowed.
Davine looks back at Hung and shakes her head. I suppose nothing's ever good enough for the unit, darling.
Well, they don't really see it as you guys saved the universe. They, in their minds, they weakened Tewaz for Julius and Nicole. Eating one of the tomatoes off the plate.
Davine's fork just sort of drops into the beans, and she tilts her head.
The only reason they had to abandon the fight with Tewaz and leave him to Julius was they had to go help you in the cave stop. Vidar was his name, the Exoframe.
Yes.
Then they single-handedly defeated the dragon as Sherion outmaneuvered and beat alone. Well, Lorelei helped him, but yeah.
So basically, they fought the fight that basically saved the universe for us all single-handedly by themselves.
Yes, they went from pressure point to pressure point, and they defeated Epsilon's squad all on their own. Just Clive and Scar, actually. Frederick and Krellin and Samuel came down with the flu that day.
Oh yes, of course. And Clive and Scar, they gave them the what to, how for. No need for silly ODM gear or motion, sneaky motion, or any of that.
No, and RC drones have no effect on them because they're not spellcasters, and even if they were, they'd be on time drinking her flat. Unlike some spellcasters we know.
Davine's finger starts to tap at the table. She looks back at Hung and shakes her head.
They really give our little girl a hard time, and our son.
They give both of them such a hard time. It's like one of the things that Julius deserves not to have a hard time for. He's always been very good in combat and everything like that, and Nicole doesn't deserve it either.
I was hoping my beating I gave him last week would have straightened him out. No, they've forgotten completely about it. I don't know if it's a selective memory and they're pretending or not, but given the fact he hasn't mentioned his hatred for you or called you an elvish bitch at home, I think he's forgotten.
Well, we also haven't received any phone calls calling me an elvish bitch either, so she shrugs, looks back at Hunk. He must have forgotten.
Well, if he does it again, I'm gonna hit him 4 times instead of 2. And scar 14 instead of 7.
Davine smiles, leans forward, and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you for protecting me like that.
Well, I will do anything to protect my wife's honor. Kissing her back is cold. Saturday night, apparently, they called Carter's wrist computer over and over and over, and they have some type of program that when Carter turned it off, it turned back on automatically. Yes, I heard. Playing with a sausage on the plate, Memory Ann had to throw his wrist computer in the lake, and she had to get a new one for him Monday morning from Sasha.
That one must have been quite difficult to explain to Sasha.
I suppose I was not involved, nor do I know what they were even calling about, though I can presume it was all done from Bragg.
I presume it was just more Carter calls, presumably calling him, a blonde bitch, or maybe he calls him an elfish bitch too, who knows?
He calls him a myriad of things, I assure you. Or pouring more tequila into her flask.
Davine winces slightly at her pouring more tequila into her flask.
Cigarette. Holding up her cigarette pack.
Oh, no, thank you. I just have to ask, darling. Is there anything else in that flask to, is there like a Coke or something in that flask to temper down the taste of tequila?
Oh no, if you're going to drink the Ranger General's favorite brand, you drink it straight.
An entire flask of straight tequila, then?
Mom drinks hers with various things. Oh well.
Davine looks back at Hunk and just shakes her head.
I'm starting to worry, dear, about this Fort Bragg thing. I mean, what they're doing out there, what they got out there. I know it's only paintball stuff, but we need eyes out there.
It would be smart. I mean, as weird as it may sound, talking about Clive and Krellin and Skull and everyone this way, you never underestimate an enemy, right?
I mean, why you have a base if you don't plan to launch an attack?
Very good point. So, she nods and bites her bottom lip. It will probably be a good idea to have at least like some type of eyes. Like, I'm sure we can't convince Sasha to get us eyes in the sky onto Fort Bragg, but maybe one of the children can just walk by and check it on it whenever they're home or something like that.
Mom's never gonna move down to the lane at this rate. Much to my mother-in-law's chagrin, Colt looking at his food.
Oh, yes. Patricia is very much not happy. I'd say she's almost even depressed about it. She looks at Colt. Do you want some help eating, darling?
Oh no, I'm good. I can still use my hands. But Mom is never gonna move down with the unit acting like this.
Davine rubs her cheek, looks at Hunk. We'll find a way for our little girl. We'll find a way to get her friend onto the lane.
I mean, I don't know if I'd want to move down here.
It's completely fair that Sasha doesn't want to move down here right now. Could you imagine being the Ranger General? Oh, hell, I don't even have to tell you to imagine. Imagine being a captain of an Arcane Council Struck squad and being asked to move down here with Clive.
Knowing he's gonna tell me he's a 72-star brigade commander and I wasn't good enough for his secret unit, which doesn't exist, and oh god.
Davy nods. And the Arcane Council, mate. That's child's play compared to the unit. It's probably something along the lines of what he would say.
Well, actually, drinking more for tequila. Him and Scar do claim they were the ones that came up with the idea for the Arcane Council.
Davy's head slowly turns to look at her. And I assume they are also claiming that they were founding members on the Arcane Council, even though they have also claimed that they have no magical capabilities.
Well, he was a vampire at one time. Shrugging, looking at Davy.
Davine's eyes just close.
Oh, good.
Her eyes just close and she shakes her head. And they had to step down because their unit duties got in the way of the Arcane Council, and the Arcane Council was, in fact, less important than what good old GL was telling them to do.
The mission to Beirut was more important.
Of course, Beirut. What even happened in Beirut?
We're gonna find out today. Beirut pulling up Clive's YouTube. Beirut Declassified is premiering in a few hours. So that, again, I have no idea. She puts up her hands and they film the YouTube videos out at Bragg in that weird little schoolhouse looking building, so I don't know. You would think the man doesn't like video games anymore.
Honestly, you would think so. You would think he only likes Onimusha 4 because it's, well, the game about the unit.
That is the one bright spot. I'm proud of our daughter and our son-in-law. They made a nice little demo scale of a game, and Patricia put it out for 3 credits a download, and it's made a lot of money.
It has. I'm quite proud of them, especially for what I believe to be is their first time making a video game like that, for at least our daughter.
Yeah, and our daughter's gonna have to impress Patricia a lot, I think, to get the CEO-ship of the workshop.
I believe so. Just, well, her leaving on top of, I believe it does play a small bit into it. She gestures to her face. Similar features, let's say. I think both of those things are going to be quite a big wall she has to climb over to get CEO-ship.
Mostly disappearing for a year and a half and hurting her parents.
Which is the larger of the two. Trust me, but honestly, I think she deserves it. I agree with Patricia on this one. She deserves to have to earn this one, especially for hurting us like that, darling. She looks at Hunk.
I agree. No, shouldn't be handed to her. She ain't handing anything to Carter, so shouldn't be handed to Davy. Or Elizabeth. But JJ, on the other hand, yeah, he deserves to just get it handed.
Oh, yes, no, She puts a hand on her chest and then a hand onto Hunk's chest. I am so proud of that boy, darling.
As am I. He learned just one time in his life I wanted to beat the shit out of him. And just once.
Davy nods. Just one time, and honestly, in our family, that is a very damn good track record. I think it's a record of some kind.
That's a hell of a ratio, yeah. No wonder why Blaze calls him the greatest rainfall child.
Davy starts to laugh. She leans in closer to Hunk. Did you hear that, Mark? You and I raised the greatest child of the rainfalls.
Really? Is that what Blaze thinks, huh?
I believe so, darling. I mean, we could always ask him ourselves, but do you really think Blaze would say that to our faces?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess he learned from the best. I always like to say that, but yeah. Except for the time he insulted you.
Davy nods. Yes, no, that one was, She bites her lip. That one was a bit much, but, you know, he probably got that part from me, honestly. But, other than that, she puts her hands on his cheeks. He definitely learned from the very best.
I don't think he'll ever be disrespectful to his mother again after the elvish bitch call.
Well, if he did, then my son is quite a bit less wise and intelligent than that we all make him out to be.
Did anybody hear anything from the mayor of Fornos? She had to go to the hospital. Yeah, she's fine now, but yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I assume they had to pump her stomach, especially if they thought it was just food poisoning. They pumped her stomach and everything like that. I'm glad she's doing better then.
Yes, they had to completely pump her stomach and then call in a ranger who had some wizardry training and detoxify her, sipping her flask.
Davy grimaces a bit. Looks at Hunk. This goes for both of us, darling. I don't think they would try it on either of us. With everyone in this room, it goes for all of us. I don't think they would ever try it on any of us, but never accept a drink from Clive or Scar, okay? Just in case.
No, never. Rubbing her thigh, never, ever, ever, ever. Cold, they'll probably try to roofie me, since they say my wife is just a fatso. Let her laugh. They really don't like Soul and Icy. They really don't like them.
Davine shakes her head. It might be because they realize just how much stronger the two of them are as compared to them, and they attempt to act on insecurities of the two of them to get them off kilter, perhaps?
Well, I mean, maybe Soul's gotta, I don't know, step up her game and send Clive through a couple walls or something. It won't work. The next day he'll just wake up and forget it happened.
Which is quite impressive, actually. She looks at Hung. I have been hit quite a few times in my lifetime, and, you wake up the next day and maybe you have a bruise or you're sore or something like that from the hit or being thrown through a wall. That doesn't feel great the next day either. It seems to me that he wakes up and just is nothing. Like his brain doesn't compute that he got hurt, so it doesn't send pain through his pain receptors or something like that.
Apparently a long time ago, before the Calamity stuff, like PTSD was like this, like CTE, like this unknown area. They didn't understand it. And then nowadays, in the modern age, it's very understood, very honed in on, and, you go to your shrink if you're in the military, and they're gonna ask you a myriad of questions. Yeah. You're not gonna get away with it. You're gonna get it addressed. It can never be fixed, but you're gonna get it addressed. In all my time, I have never known PTSD to cause something like this. And I've known a lot of guys and girls in the military that had worse than me, worse than Julius, worse than Nicole, worse than all of us.
It's, forgive me for saying so, but it's the type of PTSD that would make a psychologist very happy so he could research it deeper.
Yes, I agree. Actually, if I was still in academia, I would, and Clive wasn't my husband, I would initiate a study on them. Close observation.
In close observation, do sleep studies, that sort of thing. Honestly, I think it would be so much more interesting, but I believe we would run the risk of having the psychologist also go a bit crazy just from the shenanigans and the things the unit would say and do while they were around.
Colt snorts out a laugh. Hunk, what's so funny? Mullet. Colt, what if he called Nicole? You Nervian bitch. That is not funny. Looking at Colt.
Davine slowly looks at Colt.
You Nervian bitch. Oh God, don't push your luck button.
She leans in slightly to Colt.
He should count the seconds that he is still alive as the greatest seconds of his life before what I do to him.
Colt's eyes go wide. Right. Sorry. I just kind of think it's an inevitability, since they don't like my wife and Aunt Nicole very much.
Davine pats him on the shoulder and leans in, gives Colt a kiss on the cheek. It's okay, darling.
I accept that they say the things they say about my daughter now, but if they were to call her a bitch or anything like that, then it's not something that I could just let go as I do now.
Colt starts eating the beans, chewing them slowly, looking at Davy. Yeah, nope. And Grandma's too fast, so I wouldn't be able to stop her. I could have been stopped pretty easily by Julius or some Nicole or somebody. Nobody's catching Grandma.
Davine shakes her head, takes another bite of her food, and then puts the fork up to Hunk's mouth.
Honestly, I think I would be angry enough that even Julius couldn't catch up with me. So somehow, some way, I'd manage to go faster than even him.
I agree with Colt. It's probably only a matter of time. Well, we'll address that problem when we get there.
Yes, we'll address that problem when we get there, and
Davine looks at Hunk.
Mark, just for Letty's sake, if he were to call Nicole and say something of that sort, make sure you have a tight grip on me, darling.
Hug, yes, I'll try, but kind of hard to keep under control with how fast you... Clive appearing on Colt's wrist computer to taunt and insult him.
Colt. You mullet-head 1970s paraplegic little freak.
Thanks, Uncle Clive.
Mate, on the unit, we wouldn't have gotten paralyzed, you know that, right? And that's why we never invited you onto the unit. You didn't have the moxie required for it. You know that, right?
I never wanted to be on the unit. I just wanted to be in Souls. With Soul. And in Soul.
Oh, yeah, you wanted to be inside the fat show, the person who'll roll over on you in bed and break even more of your back.
He likes them big and thick with love handles, brother man.
Something to hang on to, isn't that right, mullet head?
Yeah, it's right. When I get right and my back fixed, we're gonna talk. Hanging up on it.
Davine puts a hand onto Colt's shoulder and squeezes it slightly, like rubbing it, massaging it.
It, I,
I told you they don't like my wife and intern me.
how often have they called you like that, darling?
I get them about 2 or 3 times a week, and only ever during this time of day. When they know, I think, personally, when they know for a fact Soul's up at work on Gateway, and I'm down here where she cannot see or hear the calls.
Have you informed Soul about any of that, the calls that you receive?
Mom said not to, because it'll just start more drama, and the family doesn't need more drama.
Very intelligent. If Soul were to hear one of those of it, given how powerful she is now, I think the Mercurius units would be fixing the entire side of your house, because there would be nothing to stop her, I believe.
Part of the only reason I answer the calls, Grandma, is so I can do this. Pulling up his wrist computer. What are you doing? Triangulating the call's origin point? Yeah.
Oh, darling. You are surely your father's son, darling.
Frost Tyrant territory, which we knew, but this is the exact location. Holding up his little mini map of the lake. Stiletto. Oh. That's deep in Frost Tyrant territory, which never made sense to me because Frost Tyrants aren't vicious creatures. None of the creatures on the lane are. They're all domesticated, but wouldn't you want the base somewhere? Is that a canyon they're in?
I believe it is. A canyon, and she leans in further. There's radar dishes all around. I believe those are the radar dishes to emit high frequency sounds to keep out domestic and wild animal life out.
Why would they do that? So I can't see in. I can see through all creatures' eyes on the lane, save for Nicole's.
And
I am actually a Beastmaster called Lab.
Davine holds Zuletta's hand. Yes, you are, darling. Yeah. Basically, well, that's not entirely true. Memory Ann is also quite good at it, but you are certainly the best Beastmaster the lane has, darling.
No, I am, and I guess he put them up so I can't see in, and half the time they think I'm being brain controlled by Carter, so...
Because you actually act nice to him and treat him as your son-in-law.
And I, as an adult, forgave him, yes.
Which is very, very admirable, and we thank you every day for it, darling.
Speaking of Carter, does anybody have the video of them attacking him last Saturday afternoon? I'm great here. Me and the wife are a pretty big fan of.
Davy starts to laugh and nods.
Out here, I see coming out of this gigantic RV that pulled up with Rebecca and Hale floating, and she'll come here. God, good God.
Holy He looks at all the kids. Shiitake mushrooms, Nicole.
Pretty cool, huh? Looking back at it, letting Hale hover next to Thomas.
Thomas reaches out, wraps his arms around her, and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
Ooh, she hugs Thomas tight, puts her head into his chest. I see, nodding her head. Very expensive. Pequod, why didn't you ask? We would have helped buy it, Nicole. I see, meh.
Yeah, I mean, like, Julie's looking at it. We could have at least gone with you to help you pick anything out that you needed help with, Nicole.
Me and Banksy wanted to get it for Mom and Dad for their anniversary coming up, and she'll shrug again. It's a gift for myself too. We needed a bigger RV to go on a family trip. Look at all these kids alone.
Julius looks at all the kids. He clicks his tongue and nods.
I did the math. If we used the old RV, we would need 4 RVs to get everybody comfortably. Or we just buy a gigantic one. Because I see the logic now.
Very, very logical, Nicole. Very logical. We do have a lot more people than we used to go on camping trips with.
Where do you want to go? Niagara Falls again so we can watch Mom pee her pants looking over the falls. I see laugh.
Julius starts to laugh.
She was so afraid. And then he came out with baby strapped to him. And
Julius looks at Pequod and nods.
He managed to calm her down. I mean, she has like a deathly fear of heights, so
the fact that he managed to calm her down with the help of the kids on his hips, I think, is very impressive, honestly.
Jace, listening to Julius and the adults talk, is looking around thinking one day he's gonna take Sam out in that RV.
God. Just looking at the RV. One day, ladies and gents, I'm gonna take my girl Sam on that RV with me.
Here
Okay.
we go. Rubbing her head on Thomas's chest.
And Thomas just looks up at the sky and groans, "Come on, man, one day." Jay's completely ignoring them. And we're gonna have a grand old time. I'm gonna treat her like the queen that she is.
Yeah, you mean her having to hold you and baby you because you're a baby?
You're a baby, dude. A toddler, an infant, whatever word you want to use. You're that. There's no chance, man. Integra, tell him, please. Integra looks over at Jace, shakes her head. You have no chance with her, Jace. She just closes her eyes and does that sigh. Honestly, I don't even understand why we continue to tell him. He's not going to listen to us. It's just falling on deaf ears.
Jace, dude, she's married to Uncle JJ.
Yeah. She's certainly married to Uncle JJ. The son of a bitch stole her from me.
Aren't even... Was he born? I can't. You were born, but nobody cares. You're a baby.
Rebecca raises her hand.
I think he was born, but he wasn't adopted by the Lane yet, or by Laz and Oz yet.
Ha ha ha.
Thomas pointing over to Rebecca. She wasn't even born yet, and she knows that. Are you aware of that, Jace? Like, do you realize that at all? He puts his hand up. She was always my girl. Thank you very much. He puts a hand on his chest. Trust me, he stole her from me. It was just a matter of time before I did my moves on her. I pulled the whole, he whips the hand out, puts the hand up to his face. I put my moves on her, and I got her. I got her heart.
Gross.
Thomas just actually puts his hands up and covers Hale's ears. I don't want you to hear any more of this, baby. It's not good.
Hand thing is so gross.
He's such a nerd.
Dweeb!
Jace points at Hale. Hey, that's not nice. I am not a dweeb, thank you very much. I am just a nice person that personally thinks that I would be better suited with Samantha than JJ is.
Oh god, can my mom not give him a burger to shut him the fuck up? Looking up at her mother's talking with Julius and Pequot.
Here, let me... Thomas will lean over and tug on Icy's coat twice.
What do you want, handsome?
He smiles at her, points at Jace, uses his hands to mimic himself eating a burger.
Ah! One will plop right into Jace's hover chair. I guess he's hungry. Looking over at him.
I have time, an In-N-Out burger. He looks at Icy and gives her a smile, and in his baby voice will say, "Thank you," and will start eating.
She'll finger wave to Jace as Pequod looks over at Jace. Isn't it a bit early in the day for a burger, Nicole? Icy shrugs. It's what he likes to eat.
Julia's looking at Jace. He certainly likes In-N-Out burgers. He is destroying that thing, Jesus.
He's got a big appetite. I think he gets it from his dad.
I think so. He rubs the top of Jace's head and looks at Pequod. That certainly brings up a good point. Julius points at Thomas. Thomas asked for it, not Jace.
Huh! Icy looking down at Thomas. Well, him and her, they're way smarter, and they're not normal kids.
That is true. They're not normal kids, so puts his hands
Neither
up.
is he, really. I mean, he's way smarter than he ever should have been for his age. She already knows she wants to be a cowgirl. And she can make the angry Pequod face at Mom.
Integra smiles wide at Icy, and Rebecca tips her hat to her as she says their names.
Yeehaw, Rodham Cowgirl. Wait a minute. I bought this RV without even thinking. How the hell are we gonna have a camping trip with the unit? Pequod, I was just about to say. Yeah.
Oh God. He puts his hands on his hips and tilts his head. I mean, one option comes to mind.
We don't invite them.
We don't invite them.
I would like to go back to the OG spot. Pequod, OG spot. Squinting, thinking back.
The campsite that we always used to go to. The one that we went to after we defeated the cult, and you had me fly off to, I believe it was the store to go get stuff with you.
Oh, when we hit Sandra.
Yes, exactly, when we hit Sandra.
That's a good spot, actually. You want to take the new generation? I see, yes.
Julius nods. They don't even know we have an OG spot, do they?
I mean, it was before the lane. Pequod, arm around Julius's hip, shrugging. I could go for an In-N-Out burger, too. Icy thought it was too early.
Julius looks over at Icy.
We could go for some In-N-Out burgers, Icy.
Fat fucks. Giving them both a burger.
Excuse you? You're the one who's always gushing over my abs.
Julius. You blood hunter bitch. Pequod, God, I can't believe he had the balls to do that.
Julius starts to laugh as he looks at the RV and then at Icy.
Nicole, you time deed ain't never more happen, bitch.
Pequod laughs louder. Figured he'd call me an Anovian bitch.
Nah,
Racist, crazy Claw.
Julius starts to laugh. That'd be too easy. Oh no. His eyes widen.
Okay. Here's to hoping that we never see Clive in a very certain uniform.
Oh God, with a hood.
With a hood.
Marching towards Carter's cabin.
Marching towards Carter's cabin. With, I don't know, a flag that says maybe anti-Galleon or something of the sort. Here's to hoping that that never occurs as he takes a bite of his In-N-Out burger.
Pequod biting her, shaking her head. Icy. Yeah, back in the unit, they called me the Grand Dragon of the clan.
Yeah, oh God. Yeah, back in the unit, they used to call me the Grand Wizard. You know how it is. They even gave me this really good, cool cloak with a hood on it that pointed up real sky high, sort of like Gandalf's hat.
Then we burned the cross.
And then, you know, oh God.
Icy. Carter wakes up to a burning cross in his front yard.
He starts to laugh.
You know, oh God, it would get pretty chilly out there sometimes. So Scar and me, we would light up the cross just in case, you know, to for some warmth and stuff like that.
Anti-roofing tactics.
Yeah, I mean, you can't roofie a drink while the fire's nearby it, don't you know?
Oh God, I heard they roofied poor Krellin. They're walking inside to see their parents. I see, really? They roofied the fucking only star child? Pequod, yes.
It was meant for our son, but then Krellin took the drink in his stead.
Oh, so you heard Krellin got roofied. Pequod, yes, father.
Yeah, no, we did. Yeah.
Julius shakes his head.
We also heard it was not pretty.
He looks at Siletta.
He took it like a champ. Just said, I can't wait to go back to work with Ash.
I couldn't wait to go back to work with Ash either if I was in his position.
I see sitting down with Rebecca. So who's rooting for Frederick in the boxing match? Huck raises his hand.
Julius actually raises his hand, as will Davine and Thomas.
Yeah, there was a time I think I would probably not be able to pick one to root for, but I'm totally rooting for Frederick. God, I hope he crushes Scar.
I surely hope Frederick is capable of doing it. If he isn't, I am fully willing to train him even more than I already have.
Maybe he could knock some sense into him.
Maybe he can. Julius nods, just a quick 1-2 punch, and Scar's, maybe not completely back to normal, but somewhat back to normal then.
Colt's eyes are wide, staring at his wrist computer, not talking.
Julius will lean forward.
Colt, bud, are you okay?
Does Laz have a temper like you? Look, Dad, looking at Julius.
She can keep it under control better than Soul or I, but I would say so. Yeah, she sort of has a temper like mine.
He pulls up Clive's newest video that was scheduled to release this morning.
Well, hello, everyone.
Pequod looks at the screen.
I'm just here. My squad and I. We got a new plane, and I just wish to show this off. Maybe strike the fear of God into some people. You know who you are. Carter! Excuse me, I had something in my throat, you bitch. Anyway, we got this new plane, and I, as the pilot of the unit and the U-41, I wish to just show it off for you. So he gestures for the camera to be brought in closer. Yeah, no, this is a Lockheed YF-12, believe it or not.
Is that Laz's?
Julius nods. That's her. Yeah, that is.
Oh my god.
Here's some of the controls. So here, he points to the throttle. This here is how you fire the missiles on this baby right here. And
I thought the YF-12 was a scout plane.
It is. It is. It has no missiles or anything like that. And then here, he points up to the autopilot. This button here, you press it, and it opens up the bombing area of it on the bottom of the plane. It opens it up so you can drop bombs on, whoever you so wish. Carter. I mean, honestly, that's the only one I could think of to blow the fuck up. But yeah, no, it's a cool little ship. The unit just got access to it, got full permission from good old GL. Shouts out to GL, as always, you know how it is.
She had it hand built for us.
Hand built from us with the blood, sweat, and tears. And I also got to shout out Zap. He also helped out quite a bit, helping build this for us. So shout out Zap. I want to talk to you pretty soon about a little something here. So keep your eyes and your tusks out, will you?
Yeah, this plane was built for us, not some pinko bitch.
Yeah, not some. I mean, he leans forward, presumably leaning forward to talk better with Scar. I mean, what kind of pilot even has to wear glasses? I thought that was some kind of disqualifying factor or some shit like that.
She's lazy as fuck, just like you-know-who fat ass. She makes Oz do all the piloting. She just clicks buttons and shoots things.
Right, like being a gunner in a plane takes any skill or anything like that. So Samuel could be the goddamn gunner in the plane and still probably do just as well as Laz does. Oh, I got 40 kills in the milk. Well, I got 167 and I was on foot. Thank you very much.
Oh, my Nighthawk Spec Ops pilot badge gets a dash and a glow on it every time I kill an enemy.
Yeah, no, I have to. And for some reason, he has a paintball gun in the cockpit with him. He holds it up. And it has just a shit ton of tally marks all over it. Yeah, no, I have to put tally marks on my weapon like a goddamn normal person.
Fucking pinko bitch.
Pinko bitch. Get a goddamn eye test. Get some LASIK or something like that. Jesus H. Christ.
You know why she's a pilot, and she clearly doesn't have the eyesight to be one. Nepo.
And Nepo, baby. Clive leans back in the seat and shakes his head. I really hope that we were done and over with the Nepo babies. I thought it stopped at fat show.
Unless we forget she tormented Oz.
And she tormented Oz. I mean, the poor boy. all he wanted to do was was build her a nice vertibird, right? And she told him, "No, I don't want you to do that for me. I want you to instead stay up all night and not care about yourself. And actually, I want you to go jump off a bridge." That's what she told him. I heard it, mate. I heard it.
And it's a well-known fact she tried to have an affair with Ash's son, Ricky. But thankfully, Ash's son, living up to his father's legacy, put her in her place.
Thank God for Ash's son. Man. I wish Ash could see what his son is like now. Just the willpower that you have to have.
Don't get me started, brother. It's too early in the morning for that.
I'm sorry.
He looks off into the distance.
Goddamn. Iceman. We lost our goose, Iceman. We lost our goose.
Scar giving Clive a hug as whoever's manning the camera, most likely Samuel, points to the ground and turns it off. Oh boy, she's gonna kill them.
He puts his hand over his mouth. He swallows hard.
Hopefully she hasn't seen that yet.
Pinko bitch. Looking at Rebecca, then up at the black screen. That doesn't even make any sense. Why do you think anything they do makes sense?
That's a damn good point, on Soletta.
Davian shaking her head.
Yeah, by the way, Davian can finish Rolly coming in, sitting down. I got that jet back to Laz's with Uncle Zap's help, so they shouldn't know it's gone. Sitting down.
Oh, thank you so much, darling. That is... Hopefully we can just convince them that it was some sort of replica that they were sitting in.
Of course, they're gonna know if they see the video. Looking at his wrist computer.
That they are, but... You know, small victories, called small victories. Focus on those for right now.
That was a brag. Right. Affirmative. Nodding his head, eating an In-N-Out burger.
Davian looks at Hunk.
We did say that we wanted to go and keep an eye on Bragg, did we not, darling?
Yes, we did. Rolly, I know where it is. That's how I got the jet back. Shrugging, eating the burger. Alright.
Davy nods, and our wonderful son-in-law here, she pats Colt on the head. He did triangulate the area to the exact position as to where Fort Bragg would be.
I am not going. Holding Rebecca. No. Looks at his son.
Julius looks over at him.
I can go with you, Dad.
Come on, get up. Let's go. You take us there? Really sure? Instead of getting off his seat with his burger.
Julius will stand up, look down at Pequod.
I'll be right back, babe.
Take pictures.
I will, don't worry.
He'll stand up and start to head out with Rolly.
Coming out here. Walking out. Rolly, it's pretty damn big, guys. Hunk, how big? Like a whole military base. Big.
Julius purses his lips. He looks at Rolly.
Whose fucking RV is that? Pointing back at the RV.
Julius, his head shoots over to the RV, looks at Hunk.
Oh shit, Nicole wanted to show you guys that.
Oh, wow. Looking up at it. You guys bought this for us?
Nicole did, actually. She
Of course. What did you buy us for our anniversary? A lack of gym equipment?
Julius,
And you wonder why she's our favorite. I mean, really.
He opens his mouth and closes it.
That's a fair dig, Dad. That's a very fair dig.
Also, as far as I'm concerned, whose children are most responsible for what we just saw play out on your son-in-law's wrist computer?
Mine. My children are.
Pinko bitch.
What? Julius looks at Hunk. Do you know what that means? Because I have no clue.
Yeah, I actually do. A person with left-wing or liberal views.
Oh.
Which, to my understanding, Laz has no political views. But
She's neutral. Yeah.
yeah, it's hard to have political views when your mother is the Primarch and you're in the military.
Yeah, no, she's always on whatever side Pequod is, so I would sort of consider that neutral, honestly.
All right. Let's stop down at Nicole's place and get a pair of binoculars and see this place for ourselves, son.
Julius puts a hand on Doug's shoulder. Yeah, let's go.
I'm getting real tired of this. He looks right at Julie like I am getting sick of this. You know that, right?
I know, Dad. I'm getting pretty sick of it too. Don't worry.
Okay, well, your wife isn't being called an elvish bitch, though. Yeah.
That is true. My wife is not being called an elvish bitch.
They called earlier and called Colt a paraplegic fuck.
A paraplegic fuck? They actually called him that?
That's your son-in-law.
Oh, God, you gotta be kidding me.
That is your son-in-law who's married to your daughter who has very similar and bad anger issues who she gets from her father.
Don't I know it? Okay. He inhales heavily and exhales. We're gonna solve it, Dad. We're gonna solve it, hell or high water. And trust me, I would rather not have my son, my daughter, any of my in-laws, anything like that, get calls from the unit. Trust me.
We better solve it soon. Looking up at Hunk and Julius eating his burger. Hunk, yeah, we know. Trust me. No, I mean really soon. They're talking about building their own Area 51 to test advanced aircraft. He stares at Julius very angrily. Prototype stuff that can bypass Carter's mind control. Talking about getting plates in their head. Hunk! Oh, you...
Julius closes his eyes. You can hit me if you want, Dad. I deserve it.
It's too early in the morning to hit you.
Okay, so I should be expecting it later today, then.
Perhaps. We'll see how my mood plays out. That RV is, helping you. Putting me in a good mood. I've been wanting to go on a camping trip, so...
Thank God for Nicole!
Yep, our favorite for a reason. Walking off as, flashing to the beach. Ash finally catching up. He's like having to huff and puff. Kaz has caught up because he has a jetpack. And Ash just sees Krellin down here with his hand on some lady's shoulder who's hysterically sobbing. And the shoreline is just filled with people screaming and sobbing. Saris, what the hell? Looking down. What did he do? Look at that submarine coming up to the edge. He's zooming in with his mask. Saris, give me a pair of binoculars, Ash. The most shoddily looking submersible ever. Saris, that's not a submersible. Looks like a school bus that somebody, like a kitty yellow school bus, has like the ones on Earth, yeah. It's in the water, as it's supposed to be a submarine, I think. Look at it, somebody welded plates to all the windows. That sign right there says Hecker Gate Submersible Company. Why does that name ring a bell? Saris, oh god. Hecker, Eric Hecker, or Tessin Hecker, who? Tilting his head. Oh, so a price on his head, cocking his laser rifle, jumping down the cliff. He storms into the building, assuming Hecker's in. Saris, let's go. Krellin, she runs to Krellin. Great tragedy. Rubbing this lady's shoulder, shaking his head. $452. Looking at it floating in two pieces. Saris, why is it in two pieces? Go down too deep and blow up. That's what this lady say, who just cried. 0. Looking at it! See bodies floating, Ash pointing out. I'll start taking contact information. Wow, Krellin, think you could do this with dear Ash? There's not now, Krellin. Talk grabbing some lady, comforting her. He sees him aiming his blaster rifle, his laser rifle around. Whoever pulled this off is long. He'll shrug with it in one hand, gone. I'm not that great with computers, but look at this. He'll hit a button. This thing was on loop. Then I kicked in the door and paused it. Hello, and welcome to Hecka-Gate, the first frontier submersible company. As Kaz steps back to get a better view of the television. I'm here with our lead engineer, the Atari Creep, and my main squeeze, Gayagoth. Please introduce yourself, Atari Creep, and tell us a little about yourself and your credentials.
Well, hello. My name is Atari Creep. I'm just a simple Boston guy from Boston, and I myself am a CNC enthusiast, right? So I have decided to, make a submersible just so we can. He looks down at his feet and back at the camera. Go underwater and check out the sights and everything of the sort. We're gonna have so many people on this submersible, and it is. He looks almost cautious when he says this, as he looks at Hecker and Gayagoth, and Gayagoth sort of motions for him to go on. I just want to inform you all that it is completely safe, and you do not have to worry. You will have to sign a waiver, though, as is customary with these sort of things. Just to let you know. I'm gonna throw it back to Mr. Hecker now, as he has to turn all the way around in what can be presumed as guilt.
The submersible being lowered by a crane in the video playback. Our submersible, the Hecka 001, is built to the highest of EarthGov standards in terms of commercially available submersible capabilities. It's even controlled by this. He holds up a game pad.
Oh, would you look at that? That controller was chosen specifically by my little old Tessie Boo here.
And it was designed exclusively by our lead aeronautics engineer, Bones Malones-Jones.
Bones Malones-Jones, he is just the most qualified guy you'll ever meet. Only person I could think of that's better is Tess and Hecker, and he's standing right next to me, isn't he?
Give me some tongue, Gayagoth, now.
Instead of tongue,
Gayagoth puts his tail into Hecker's mouth.
Oh! Boom! He shoots the TV! Comes over, pulls out the disc. I think this is the recording. Hand over his shoulder to Ash. So who's this guy? How much will I get paid for bringing him back, dead or alive? Ceres comes storming in. So apparently these people were charged upwards of 100,000 credits for a chance to see some EarthGov pre-calamity wreck that's out there in the ocean about 40 miles off this coastline. Yeah, the submarine went down, they saw a large explosion, and nobody was on it but the passengers. Apparently it was a remote controlled, as with one of those things that Game Man, I think they're called. Ceres, yeah. The Hecker that our children let get away. Get away? Turning around. Why would an EarthGov spec force He'll Shrug squad be going after some weird civilian who's into murderous Ponzi schemes? Because he's threatening to kill an autistic guy that owns a comic shop. Autistic kid that owns a comic shop? Cyrus, it's not funny. Yeah, she starts laughing. Oh, I think I've seen that guy, the bald guy. I've seen the interviews occasionally. He shrugs, but so what? He came out here to do a Ponzi scheme. There's to probably get money to, well, hide from Sasha, basically. Isn't there a comic book about you guys doing something similar? There's, yes. Looking at Cat. Okay, but back then when we were involved, it was at least somebody of somewhat threatening stature. It was an emissary, and they could kind of be threatening at times. This is just some middle-aged man with too much time on his hands. There were children on that sub, Ash. Kaz, Jesus Christ. Looking out into the ocean. Given Sasha's disposition lately, I'd say her day was already ruined. We're just gonna ruin it more. Wow. Krellin coming in. Did some math. Take 100,000. Hecker made over 40 million credits, Ash. That isn't enough to hide from EarthGov forever. As nods, I agree. Depends on how much money he spends on that gay lizard. Gesturing up to the shot screen. Oh, wow, gay lizard. CNC building a submarine? Has what's CNC? Looking back at that. What does that have to do with building a sub? Seriously, it has nothing to do with building a sub. That's the point of a Ponzi scheme. What, so they just put all those people on the sub, said we're gonna control it with this thing, you guys go into the sub, put it down there, grab the cash, and run away. Lady out there told me she see Hecker running away with Gargoth tail up his butt. Bort, he get into some minivan with a drunk guy and a little black kid and fly away. Wow, Krell Malone's John. There's don't say that. Oh, looking out into the ocean. I don't think there's anything we can do about this. His frontier planet, not EarthGov problem, but at the same time, he origin EarthGov problem. Pointing up at a big hand-drawn photo of Hecker and the crew here at Hecker Game. Just send Samantha to kill him. Most efficient of all those kids. She'll shrug, agree. But to send somebody to be killed, you have to, generally speaking, know where they are, Krell. That does kind of line up. Weren't they going to kill Adonis or capture that Adonis guy? Adonis? Well, he'll look back out into the ocean again. I mean, is that a shark? Oh wow, hacker feed wildlife today. Looking out to the ocean. We can't leave just yet, Ash. There's people out there we have to do something for. I'm not going in those waters. Look at there's sharks out there. Kinesis. Me get them all out. Just hover me over. But sharks eating already. Pulling up a pair of binoculars. Eating very fast too. Kaz, I'll get the fucking shovel, but I'm not going anywhere near that water. Hand me your entrenching tool, Major, putting her hand out. I'm not going near the water either. Is duty for the Skylander. Oh, wow. See that shark swallow that body whole? Kaz, Jesus Christ, walks out of the room. A megalodon, we think. Saris, have fun, Ash! Walking out with the shovel! Turning around. After. Maybe make her happy. But probably going to be so furious, cause Clive's stupid. Ooh, Mako shark, Ash. Many of them. Krillin is fixing the binoculars as Clive coming out of a building here. He hasn't come out yet. Hunk, Julius, and Rolly commando crawling up to the gate. Jesus fucking Christ.
This is huge. You weren't exaggerating, Rolly.
No, I told you it's crazy, Julius. He's like riding Julius's back, pointing. And that building there. Watch. Clive coming out making that noise. That's the commander's personal bathroom. Or general.
He closes his eyes, looks at Rolly. Is he calling himself the general now?
Yes, well, from what I hear, he's general, brigand commander, whatever he wants to be. Like, yeah, that fucking tracks. Fixing the binoculars.
It does. It really does. Clive doing some more stretches. He does like the bend over and touch your toe stretches, and then reaches up to the sky as he scratches at his stomach. Gotta help out the unit today. As he'll start walking, making his way up to Fledvik and Scar up here.
Julius sees Hunk actually lift his arms, his forearms up, and start looking at them. Where did all this fucking sand come from? Is that what he bought it for? Still eating his In-N-Out burger? It's the same type of sand from Beirut.
Julius squints his eyes, looks at Hunk, and he'll pick up a handful of sand from in his hand. From Beirut, huh?
It's actually from Greece, I think.
He closes his eyes, looks at Hunk. This, just feel how fine it feels in your hand. This isn't like sand from Beirut or anything. He throws the sand down onto the floor. It's sand from a fucking beach.
Before Julius could throw it on the floor, Hunk angrily knocked it out of his hand. And he's just giving him a dad stare, like a dad glare.
I'm not happy about it either, Dad.
Is that the real Fort Bragg fucking sign? Rolly, eating his burger.
Julius just puts his forehead onto the ground, shakes his head.
We were wondering where that went.
He sighs, turns on the microphone in the binoculars so everybody can hear Clive. Frederick shooting at targets of Crowley. Come on, Fred, or at Carter. Come on, Fred, aim for the mustache. You can do better, brother man. Pick up the slack.
Oh yeah, I could do better and for the fucking hit one mustache. Yeah, as he'll start pulling the trigger, hitting the target in the body and stuff. As Clive walks in, General on deck.
Attention, Frederick.
Frederick lowers his gun, rolls his eyes, and will put the salute up to Clive.
Proudly saluting the general.
At ease, boys, at ease.
He claps his hands together.
Scar, let's just sit right here. What's going on? You know how it is, mate.
Well, putting Fred through the drills, but he's slacking. His shot groupings aren't tight enough. He's missing the mustache. 1 out of 3 shots on the stash of this cocksucker Carter.
Mate.
He shakes his head, looks at Frederick, points at him.
That's just no good, mate. Are your sights zeroed? Is everything okay, mate? Like, you know, I'm the goddamn general brigand commander of the unit with 15 stars on his shoulder. You can tell me anything you want.
Listen, Krellin.
Frederick closes his eyes. I wish I was next to Quellen right now, that's for damn sure.
Well, we all miss him, brother man, but this cocksucker's still out and about. We gotta stay focused.
Yeah, right. You know what I really need to focus on, guys? Training for our fight that's coming up, Scar. Do you remember that?
Yeah, make Pequod money that the Galleons will squander. Who gives a shit? They're just gonna squander the money, probably give it all to Carter, and Thomas, and Sol, and fucking Pinko, and call it a Tuesday, okay?
Especially to Pinko, and we all know how much she's gonna squander the money. And Fatso, she's gonna spend the money on some fucking food.
As Frederick is turning around, looking at everything. She isn't squandering the money?
No, it facilitates our operations against... Who do you think you're shooting targets of? This guy roofied the mayor of Fornost and fucked her in front of Memory Ann.
I highly doubt that he fucked her in front of Memory Ann. From what I heard, you guys roofied her.
Yeah, fake news from Carter.
Mate. He puts his hands on his shoulders.
If there's one war that we gotta win, yes, it's the war against Carter. But to win that war, we have to win the battle of information, mate. And if you start listening to false information like, we're the ones who accidentally roofied the mayor of Fornost and, made her shit her britches and then let Carter have his way with her and everything like that, we're gonna lose that match, mate. Stand as one, that's the motto of the unit. All for one and one for all.
We've been together too long for you to think that less of us, that low of us. We would not let that happen. We don't make mistakes. But we can't keep an eye on Carter 24/7, looking back at the target of Carter.
Right, okay. Then, you know what, here. He'll step out of the way. Hand Clive the gun. Show me how it's done, General. I would like a demonstration, if you don't mind.
I think I could let that happen for you.
He looks at Scar.
You're ready for this shit, mate.
Light that cocksucker up.
He will shoulder his weapon, look down the sights.
Alright. Now, what you really want to do is aim right for that mustache, mate. And when you have the mustache in your sights, you want to start applying gradual pressure to the trigger.
And he'll let loose 3 shots, all in a pretty close grouping all around Carter's drawn-on mustache.
Now that is a shot grouping, Fred.
Right, okay. So Basically do exactly what I was doing, just with more effort.
Yeah, way more effort. You're pulling, you're pulling, not squeezing, and you're not aiming quite high enough. You're hitting Carter in the nose, the eye. We're going for the mustache.
Why? Okay, this might sound like a weird question, but why the mustache in particular? And Clive looks at Frederick. Oh, it's quite simple, mate. The mustache is Carter's power. That's where a lot of his power comes from, along with his mouth. That's why in the CQC, I tell people to put your fist into his mouth so he can't cast spells. Same basic premise with the mustache, mate.
Where do you think that dragon he summoned that was all over the news and the oil rig came from? The stash, not the sword.
But
The
Carter,
roofie Drake.
Carter doesn't have a mustache, though, guys.
It's hidden. Illusion.
Fatso is helping him out, casting an illusion on Carter, so his mustache is hidden and we can't see his biggest weakness, mate. Come on.
They both. It's an amicable relationship, Fatso and him. Carter helps roofie Colt. So Colt's comatose, so she can go out and get fucked by Eric because she wants some dick, and Colt can't give it right now.
And then, in turn, Soul helps, illusion up his face, and hell, I've heard it that sometimes she even helps Ruthie Memorian so Carter can go have his way with fucking Hazel and Edith Finch.
Frederick clearly remember helping kill both Eric and fucking Hazel, but he's never heard the name Edith Finch.
Why, yeah, no. They're definitely still well, we didn't help. Who the fuck is Edith?
Oh, brother. Scar shaking his head, lighting his cigar, relighting his cigar. Beirut took a lot out of you. How do you forget Ash's only fucking daughter, dude?
What?
Pulling up a picture?
What the fuck is... That's obviously just your face edited onto... You're turning your head all the way around.
What the hell? Zap coming up and then stopping as the loud sound of helicopter blades appearing, letting off definite loud sounds and winds. What the hell is this helicopter lands? Oh my fucking god. Under his breath.
How does it keep getting worse?
Well, wonder what's on that helicopter, son. Probably more anti-Carter Dolph weaponry.
Most likely.
And who the hell is Edith Finch, Julius? I don't know, looking at the picture.
Julius will take the binoculars, look at the picture, and then hand it back to him, pinch the bridge of his nose. So that's a game that my wife decided to make. It's like What Lies Left of Edith Finch or something like that.
Ah, good. I was gonna say, shame on me for not congratulating Ash on the birth of his daughter. That we didn't know about.
That apparently my son had his way with multiple times.
He fixes the binocular as Zap, what the hell going on up here? What you got that Chinook helicopter for?
Mate, come on.
Who in the fuck's Edith Finch and why's your neck sniped?
He puts his hand on his shoulder. Now, Zap, you weren't around Beirut as much as, any of us. I thought your memory would be a bit better. That's Ash's...
Time around galleons will do that to you, brother. Shaking his head.
Fuck, that's true. Edith is Ash's only daughter. You know that, right?
Ash done had a daughter? I thought he just had Ricky.
No. That great boy, Ricky is. Really great boy. He looks at the picture and starts to tear up. Edith was Ash's only daughter, and, well, Carter managed to get a hold of her, roofie her up, and, well, have his way with her.
Carter done have his way with Ash's child? How old was he, 5?
No, mate, no, he was there with us in Beirut. He leans back.
How messed up are you, Mel? Did Beirut really do that much to you? I never realized. I'm sorry.
How messed up am I? What the hell Samuel doing with all that paint? Samuel coming out with huge dollies of equipment. They all paintballs. What the hell?
That's our most recent shipment from GL's anti-counterterrorism weaponry, mate. You understand?
Sasha done know you took that Chinook and that done attack helicopter and that tank?
The Ranger General doesn't need to concern herself with the U-41. We're above her, believe it or not.
But the Ranger General and those legs and thighs that go all the way home don't know, don't hurt her. I agree on the legs and thigh thing.
Yeah, but what she don't know, don't hurt her. And you know what, mate? She don't need to know about that, and especially about all that. So, Mum's the word on this whole situation, and that right, Jack?
What the hell you planning to do with all that firepower? Classified.
Unless, of course, he claps his hands together. A certain Warren, I'm sure you watched my video. This is what I wanted to discuss with you, mate.
That's why I came out here.
A certain Warren were to join the unit /414.
Oh, I'm old and fat. I don't know if I can do this, guys. I'm well past my prime.
No, that don't matter, mate. That don't matter.
Oh, but I'm so fat these days. You know, I'm fatter than Soul. No, you ain't, bro.
I think that's impossible. I don't. Soul has more mass in her, like collective mass in her, than a goddamn black hole, mate.
Soul hips like this big, though.
Fucking illusion, mate. And when you're on the unit, you get a special metal plate put into your head that allows you to stop seeing those illusions.
Metal plate? Looking at Clyde.
Yeah, metal plate. Show him, Skull, show him.
Right here, brother. Look, here. This is a lighter. It's got a magnet on the back. You can hang it on your fridge. He'll put it to his head, and the lighter sticks, squeezing Julius's shoulder very tightly with his one free hand.
Julius has to put his knuckle into his mouth and start biting down on it so he doesn't, yelp out in pain.
You are so lucky your sister can get rid of that plate.
I know, Dad. I know I'm lucky.
When the hell you get that in your fucking head? Don't tell me you got him into your head, too. Pointing at Clyde.
Oh, no, I didn't get a metal plate in my head.
He'll take a hold of the lighter and just put it somewhere on his skull.
That ain't safe. You got it all around your brain.
Yes, entire top of the skull. He knocks on his head, and they hear a distinct ding 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 sound.
The only way to combat Carter effectively, brother man. If you don't want it in your head, that's fine, but you can't go on active deployments. That being said, we could use your assistance with all this heavy tech we got here. Tanks don't do maintenance to themselves. Chinooks, attack choppers, the Pinky. Oh, I guess I can help if you need me. You know I'm very busy at the academy. A lot of students to cook for.
Yeah, no, you're very busy, and trust me, we understand that, man. If Frederick walks up to him, puts a hand on his shoulder. If you don't want to join, that is completely fine, Zap.
He wants to join.
Yeah, I mean, just look at his eyes. Fuck, mate.
He looks at Scar.
You seen that kind of moxie before, mate?
Not since Ash.
Not since Ash, man. That's some pure fucking moxie.
Frederick leans in close. Save yourself, Zap. Don't worry about us. Don't let them convince you. Just save yourself.
I don't think they're gonna give me a choice.
There's always a choice, man. You don't need to come if you don't want to.
Only a true enemy of Carter or only a true ally of Carter would turn down our invitation. I'll done be your mechanic if you need me. Just call me out here and I'll be at your call, but you know, I need to be with the wife at home at the academy cooking. That's understandable. All we wanted, mechanic. But if you ever want to go to the front lines, you got to go to Mexico and get the plates put in your head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we can give you the address. It's a really nice looking hole in the wall place where we got ours.
Hole in the wall?
Yeah, no, a hole in the wall. He leans in close to Zap. Quite literally, a hole in the wall, like you had to go in through a hole in the wall to get to the doctor's office.
Suletta don't know you got this done to you too.
Ugh.
Classified. She don't need to know. She's a civilian.
What sweet mama don't know, don't hurt her.
Looks at Frederick.
Frederick closes his eyes and shakes his head. Leans in to Zap. We're not telling Soweto about this, man. It'll just make everything worse. She'll switch from Screwdriver Soweto to just straight up Tequila Soweto.
Samuel coming up with the paintball minigun, handing it to Clive.
The anti-Carter paintball, or just a minigun. God damn.
Loaded.
Well, thank you very much. Step aside, mate. Step aside.
He will crosses his arm.
Clive will get into a low stance, start to spin up the barrel, starts to fire, and he cannot control the recoil of this paintball gun at fucking all. So he starts to shoot up this target of Carter from like the groin area all the way up to the head, and it just continues all the way up until it's up 90-degree angle.
Oh!
Clive falls down to his ass, and the gun stops firing.
Now that's a WCD, Weapon of Carter Destruction.
Weapon of Carter Destruction? How does that even make sense?
Edith fucking Finch. Looking at Frederick. That's a done game, Patricia release.
Frederick nods. Yeah, no. It was one of Clive's favorite games before he was turned into you-know-what.
Pulling out a handkerchief, wiping sweat off his brow. I done noticed the Beirut Declassified premiere video done gonna be premiered today. You done didn't insult Soul and Carter in that video, did you? Helping Clive.
Clive stands up. He'll hand the minigun off to Scar. He turns around, puts his hands together.
All I did was simply tell the truth of what happened in Beirut, mate. Whether it insults them or not, well, I hope it insults them, honestly.
Took Lorelei, 90 plus years to finally declassify it.
Yeah, no, he shakes his head. Lorelei was very adamant on keeping it classified. I believe a direct quote from her was, Clive, I you know I would do anything for you, but it's just not something the public can know about. And, I said, but the public needs to know about it. What kind of government are we if we don't tell them what really happened and what danger Carter really serves? And you know how I am. I can convince GL to do basically anything.
And Thomas, spinning the barrel of the minigun.
And Thomas played a very big part in Beirut.
Thomas the infant? Looking at Frederick.
Frederick shakes his head. Thomas the infant. You're gonna see it on the video later, but he was in cahoots with Carter, making woofy drugs so Carter could then use it and attempt to kill people and have his way with certain people.
Check me out, General. Spins the barrel. Carter! Walks up, starts shooting it.
Yes, mate, that's what
Clive starts to clap, puts his hand onto Zap's shoulder.
See, that's the kind of shit you're gonna see if you just get the metal blade in your head and you join us on actual, missions, mate. Doesn't that look sick?
Nervously wiping sweat off his brow. Hug is squeezing Julius's shoulder so hard it's really starting to hurt.
And you can break my shoulder.
He'll let go. Edith Finch. Metal plates. Thomas in Beirut.
The infant, I know, Dad.
I'll tell you what, Julius, if anything happens to Thomas, or Hale, I am gonna beat you into the fucking ground.
And that'd be completely fair, Dad, but if anything happens to them, can you please let me get my legs in first with Clive?
Yes. Looking at Julian. Rolly, I told you it was getting out of fucking control.
Yeah, no, it really is getting out of control, isn't it? Just everything about they built this surprisingly quickly.
Yeah, and they used quite a few of the Mercurius units to do it.
Right.
Julius rubs the back of his neck. We were wondering where those Mercurius units went.
You know, I realize your mother had a part to play. I'll never forget the day I had a heart attack. I literally almost died. But this is all your son's fault, in my opinion.
I understand that he's not. Clive isn't shooting pictures of Adolf Hitler.
No, he's not. And if I see a picture of Adolf Hitler, I can't kill him, because that would ruin Suletta's life. But I can beat you into the ground. And then Carter. Really, you, because you're responsible. You should have raised that cocksucker better.
I should have, and I will take full responsibility, Dad. I will accept my licks because they are completely warranted. So
Don't. Julius just puts his hands into his face. You gotta find a way to fix this, Dad.
Uncle looking back as Zap. Well, Rolly done got the boxing arena done complete, and I was done hoping I could get Frederick in there to do some. As he grimaces as Scar pulls out his claws and starts slashing this target of Carter up. Training. Yeah, I guess we could. Turning around.
we have been going pretty hard at it today.
Clive puts his hands on his hips.
We did some pretty good work. She gave good old Frederick here a lesson about shock grouping and everything. I suppose we can go off and start training for your stupid little boxing match, Frederick.
Scar coming up. Yeah, but we're not going unarmed. We won't take any loud and proud weapons, but we're going overt for sure. Everybody take a pistol, just in case.
Clive will take a pistol, start looking at it, check the mag, check if it's loaded.
Damn good, mate. Damn good. Very smart. See, that's why you're the colonel of the unit, mate. That's why you're the colonel of the goddamn unit.
Now, Carter's got eyes on this lane everywhere, except for here.
Except for here, so honestly, Zap, this is where you should feel most safe. And consider we don't let saves on the base, mate. But if it will get you here more often to do maintenance on the trucks and tanks and everything like that, consider having Mama Land drop by, just so you can spend more time with her.
We could always use a cook, and to be honest, if I was married, I'd want my significant other out here, not abroad throughout the lane, because Carter's been eyeing up Mama Land. What the hell? Looking at Frederick?
Frederick shakes his head. They think he's been eyeing up everyone on the Wayne Zap.
Come on, Fred, stop dragging ass, get this equipment put away, and then grab your sidearm, and we'll head out for your boxing training.
Yes, so he'll walk over and start packing up the equipment.
Carter's eyeing up Mama Land, son. Did you hear that?
Julius nods.
I heard it.
Julius looks at Hunk.
I feel a need to point out something to you. Sasha did not give them those promotions, Dad.
Ah, so Clive just promoted himself, because why not? He's already a fictitious rank.
Exactly. So, by that logic, Clive also promoted Scar to colonel of the unit.
Okay. And that tank, isn't that the most powerful tank EarthGov's ever fielded? Can punch a hole in a starship that's up in orbit.
The Titan class tank, yes sir, it is.
You know that thing doesn't shoot paintballs, son.
I am perfectly aware of that, Dad. I am quite worried about it.
Come on, Fred, get your shit stowed away, motherfucker. Okay, this is starting to get on my nerves.
We should. Julius looks at Hunk. Do you wanna head back? Or?
I want to go see your mother and touch her butt.
Yes, sir. We'll go see Mom and let you touch her butt.
By the way, Rolly, thank you for getting the boxing arena complete. No problem. Nodding his head. Flashing. Up to the office. B Squad and company are waiting for, speaking of Sasha, but she's nowhere to be found. Oz getting Laz some popcorn.
Laz has her arms around his bicep and she gives him a kiss on the cheek.
We could totally share this if you want.
Of course. Look, they even got a warm butter machine.
Oh my god. I really wish they were out of this office more often. We would totally come up here just to get some popcorn, maybe a soft drink, especially if we had like a movie night or something.
Carrying Elizabeth over in his arms. Oz, maybe we could have Aunt Nicole buy us one of these beers.
Ooh, maybe. That would be pretty cool.
Or we could just be like old Uncle Scar and come up here and tell General Sasha to, yeah, fuck yourself, bitch, I'm taking my popcorn. That would not be advisable, Benjamin, nor is it funny anymore.
Elizabeth puts her hand onto Benny's shoulder.
Honey, if there's one thing I don't want in this world, it is for you to die, and I could not handle that, especially if it came from the hands of Sasha, please.
Yeah, she did shoot Mr. Wiseau, didn't she? Memory Ann laughing. Memory Ann, this is a very powerful. She gives off a powerful aura. I can feel it in her own goddamn seat.
Carter nods. He looks at his father's seat that he's sitting in. Is it weird to say that I could feel the aura emanating from the seat over there? Like, from right here? Like, it is crazy. It has more aura about it than my fucking father's seat.
She's a badass bitch. Why do you think Jace likes her?
Carter looks over at Benny. That is a good point. I have a feeling that Jace is gonna like strong women in the future.
God, I hope so. He's gonna need one.
Laz nods, looks at Oz and shakes her head.
Well, maybe, hopefully not. Maybe this is just a phase for him, and he's not going to be nearly as much of a dork that we think he's going to be.
Dun dun dun. Calling to express sorrow because today is the death anniversary of Edith Finch to Ricky. Oh no! Looking down at Ricky's computer.
Clive has his the brim of his hat tipped down, so
they're
only
riding the Chinook back to the main drag of the lake.
so only his mouth is visible. Ricardo, I'm glad I reached you, mate. I just wanted to give you a call, mate, and express my deepest sorrow that we weren't able to save Edith. Your sister, mate, I know it's hard to think about Carter having his way with her and then him killing her and the baby she was pregnant with, but your sister, mate, your sister.
Elbowing Ricky slightly, Elizabeth pulling up the game, what remains of Edith Finch on her wrist computer. Out of Clive's sight.
He leans forward, a hand on his chest. If there was anything we could have done to save him, mate, I would have been you. When your father passed in Samuel's arms, one of the last things he said to the unit as a whole was, please keep an eye on my daughter and son. And we did our best, mate, we really did, but Goddamn headshot her! He hits the side of the Chinook, and he puts his hands over his eyes and he starts crying.
Come here, brother. We'll catch up with you later, Rick. Hanging up and embracing Clive before the camera goes off. Memory Ann with her index fingers just rubbing both of her temples.
Carter closes his eyes and shakes his head. I'm sorry, man. It's I think it's a psychological issue. I can't help myself.
I'm sorry, were they in a helicopter?
Laz's eyes are squinted and she nods.
Yeah, no, I forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm like 110% sure I saw Samuel in the background with the pilot earmuffs over his ears and everything like that.
What remains of Edith Finch? It was released last fucking month.
Elizabeth nods.
And to my knowledge, Clive played it, and I suppose that Edith Finch somehow made her way into his memories, and it just so happened that she was in fact your sister, Ricky.
Well, that makes a lot more sense. I didn't know about this Edith Finch game, but Sunday night they just kept shaking their fists at Carter saying, "You'll pay for what you've done to Edith," and it made no sense.
I was also quite confused about that one.
Benny pulling up from Clive's YouTube a community post he made about Edith. See, Uncle Clive says here Edith Finch's name is going to be a rallying cry of the unit. Wait a minute, wouldn't it be Edith Valorius if it was Ash's daughter? Yes, nodding his head.
It would be, but she shakes her head. I suppose logic is sort of thrown out the window when it comes to the unit.
Wow, he looks so depressed. His neck is on backwards. His head is on backwards. Oz, maybe that's what needs to happen. Oz, no, he's a victim in all this. I know it's hard to maybe, yeah, actually, yes. Maybe, yes. Divine, looking right at Ricky. Divine, you elvish bitch.
Elizabeth shaking her head at Ricky. You elvish bitch.
And it was right there where my dad stood up and went off to do his business.
He called, and after Fornost last Friday, he called and said grandmother would be the full focus of the unit, and grandfather stormed over there and beat them up. Oh, yes, I didn't, but I'm sure you can get one easily. It's, I think Father's ego was out of control after getting Fornost and single-handedly defeating Gullivar. Single-handedly.
Having to draw the moon sigils for her and yada yada yada. You know, not normal commander of the unit Clive things.
Whatever became of the mayor? She had to have her stomach pumped and then get a detox from a ranger. Oh.
Oh god, that poor woman.
So are they just going to scream Edith Finch's name now? Even though it should be Edith Valorius.
I don't doubt that's what's gonna happen. Carter looks at Memory Ann. Can you imagine if, like when they shot me up at the playground last week, and you know we were there and they shot me up? Can you imagine if they just started screaming, "For Edith!"
It will never happen again, Carter. Taking his hand, kissing it, because I'll be more alert when we're in the open around the lane, and I'll just put up an ice wall to protect you.
Carter smiles and leans in and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
Their paintballs can't get through ice. Uncle Scar's fist may be able to, but not paintballs.
Yeah, no. Unless they have the most powerful paintballs and the gun in the universe with the most pressurized air to ever exist, then I highly doubt they'll be able to pierce your ice wall.
Man, good. Oh God. Memory Ann will, done kissing Carter's hand, start rubbing her temples again as dun dun dun. He's had enough. He slipped away and he went through the teleporter and he knows where Sam is. These two guards, what the hell? This guy, mumbling to himself, moving. The B Squad kids are too busy talking, they didn't notice Jace. And he finds Sam and JJ making out in the elevator.
Jason walks in. He points up to JJ and, in his head he says, "You sick bastard!"
Sam punching JJ very hard on the shoulder, slamming her face into, trying to. JJ notices there's a child watching them.
Yeah, JJ twists his head as he's looking down at Jace. Honey, there's a child here. How did the child get up here?
Her head snaps around immediately. What are you doing here, punk?
I'm trying to save you, obviously. You just hit him. Obviously, you don't want to be kissing him.
And it just looks like he's gesturing wildly at her.
She'll push off JJ and pick him up. Shit must be going down at the lane if he was able to get away.
Something must be happening, yeah.
He hands on his hips. He looks at Jace.
Something, Oh God, I hope it's nothing, too serious.
Call Uncle Zap. Tell him to come up here and get him.
Right, yeah, no, of course. He'll open up his wrist computer and dial up Zap.
Jesus Christ, this helicopter. Hello?
Hi, Zap.
Is he on a helicopter?
Are you on a helicopter?
Done on the unit, Chinook, riding back to the boxing arena. What can I do for you? Is Clive sobbing in the background?
I think Scar is too.
Edith Finch done died, Ash's only daughter, apparently. She was raped and murdered by Carter and her unborn infant.
Oh my God, okay. JJ closes his eyes and shakes his head. I don't think we have time to really unpack all of what you just fucking said, Zap. Jace got up here somehow. Can you come up and pick him up anyway?
Yeah, we done landed now. I'll come get him, little rascal.
Thank you, of course.
He looks like he needs some loving. I'll be sure to give him some when I get there. Sam kissing Jace on the head, but Jace doesn't want any from Uncle Sam.
Jay's happy that he's getting a kiss on the head from Sam, but his eyes wide at the thought of Zap giving him some loving.
I'll be up in like 10 minutes or so.
Yes, of course. One quick question. Where the fuck did they get the Chinook?
I've done Gateway. They got a tank and all these other things. And they done come up and the Rangers just gives fucking Clive whatever he wants because he the ambassador.
Right.
Right, of course. JJ looks at Sam.
You don't think your mom would be willing to have a conversation with the Rangers about not giving Clive things, right?
And she'll roll back on the heels of the balls of her feet back and forth. Maybe it's time Mom puts her foot down.
Maybe, and no more promotions or anything like that. This is getting really out of hand.
Oh gosh, Samuel Dunn needs to learn how to pilot. This thing's old and rackety. At least they giving them the old shit. Hang up the phone. Sam, okay, time to go tell your mom you snuck away from Grandma and Grandpa, which is against the rules and get you in trouble.
His eyes widen. He leans back and in Rugrats talk.
It too, Sam.
Coming up here as they're still looking at the memorial for Edith Finch. Poor Edith.
Poor damn Edith. We need to go visit her grave, Benny. We really do.
It says here in the community posts Carter had her killed because Carter didn't want the baby, but she didn't want an abortion. Hi, Jace. Jace, what the fuck are you doing up here pointing down to Jace?
He puts his hands up and then points at Sam and shrugs at his dad.
You got away, did he... He'll switch positions and put Laz in front of him.
Laz puts her hands on her hips. Did you get away from everyone down on the lane, young man?
Sam putting a lollipop in her mouth. Guess he just came to see me. Sucking on it seductively.
JJ is just staring at her, sucking on the lollipop. Jace looks behind himself, looks up at the lollipop, and then just gestures to Sam, to Laz, and Laz's lip starts to come up in a sneer almost. You are going back down to the lane, young man, and your father is going to give you a punishment later today. Is that understood?
Yes, no play date Sunday with the rest of the kids, Jace. You'll be staying home. We'll
Jace,
you know what? You can have your play date, Jace. You can have it. But you'll be spending the rest of the weekend with Uncle Zap and Mama Lan.
for a second there, Jace seemed fine with not getting a play date, but then he heard that and his eyes immediately went wide and he like started to freak out in Sam's arms, like almost not like writhing around, but frantically looking around for a way out of the situation.
Popping the lollipop out of her mouth. Looks like that did it.
That's a damn good punishment, honey.
She turns around and smiles at Oz.
He'll give her a kiss.
She
He just wanted to see his girl.
Yes, but he snuck up away from the family, Benjamin. which
And
we
I'm
had-
not your girl. Looking down at Jace.
Jace is. They're already super wide, but somehow they widen even further as she says that. Now JJ's got to her. JJ's really got her now. God damn it! He looks at JJ, gives him like a squint and almost a sneer. You sick bastard! You stole her from me. JJ points to Jace. He's been doing that a lot lately, and I'm actually starting to get a little bit worried about it.
Think somebody's jealous. Putting the sucker in his mouth.
I believe he is, as he'll go around behind Samantha, hug around her waist, and start giving her kisses on her neck.
Sorry, nerd.
He leans back even further, hand on his chest. She doesn't mean that. It's just JJ, he's getting to her.
Here, you can have this. She'll put the sucker in his mouth.
He'll
It was in my mouth, so you should like it.
He'll take the sucker. I knew it. She's still my girl.
Oh, poor Jace. A little. Looking at Jace. Well, he definitely likes his Aunt Sasha and Aunt Samantha. I respect the effort, but no, because Grandma and Grandpa will freak the fuck out. They're probably all right now.
Most likely, they're probably turning the lane upside down looking for him.
Well, Uncle Clive is on a fucking helicopter crying about your dead sister. Yes, Edith. Edith Finch. We are totally watching Beirut Declassified. I mean, I don't want to.
He puts his hands in his pockets. I mean, you guys can if you want. I don't really think I want to.
You have to. What kind of squad leaders would you be if you didn't want to indulge in a squad activity? Well, she's got you there.
Carter closes his eyes. You are completely right, Samantha. I will be joining you to watch Beirut Declassified.
Gotta keep that sword happy.
Yep.
And Edith.
How your dad died, Edith. It's all gonna be a rough one for Ricky. Don't you want to be there for your friend, Carter?
Yes, I do. I'll watch with you guys and comfort Ricky to the best of my capabilities.
Sam will take the lollipop out of Jace's mouth, put it back in hers, and seductively twirl it in her mouth, but looking at Jace.
Jace, his eyes widening as he watches her do that. Just starts to rub the back of his neck. Ah, man. Sometimes I just don't realize how truly beautiful you are, Samantha.
Sam will look down at... Take the lollipop, JJ.
JJ will take the lollipop.
Watch this. She'll kiss Jace on the cheek. What happened?
He goes red and will grab her cheeks and keep her face on his, like her lips on his cheek.
He's like a damn tomato. Looking at Jace, man. Yes, stroking her chin.
I've never seen someone get that red that fast.
Damn straight. Looking at Jace.
The lass actually leans down, pulls like a strand of her hair out, and looks at the color as compared to Jace's face.
Oh my god, it is redder. It's almost purple.
And will kiss him slightly on the lips. Better.
Just from the simple like peck on the lips, Jace is completely cross-eyed, and he nods and gives her a thumbs up.
Yeah, alright, I'm done here. Oh, well, here you go, Jace. Handing him to Sam.
His face immediately stops being red, his eyes go straight forward, and just pure fear and, not wanting to go with Zap comes onto his face, and he starts reaching out for Sam, as anyone who he could reach out for.
Sam putting her arms around JJ's neck, kissing him, ignoring Jay.
JJ, picking her up, letting her wrap her legs around his waist, returning the kiss to her.
Uncle, do you think you'd like to take Jace for the weekend with Mama Lan? There's a play date scheduled, but I mean, after the play date. Oh, me and Mama Lan would love him, cute little boy. Starts kissing him.
Jason reaches out to his father. Dad, no, please, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again, please, God.
Well, then, after the play date on Saturday morning, I'd say Jace is all yours, Uncle. Good, we done take good care of him. Come on, sweetheart, your grandparents are flipping out. Mwah, mwah, kissing him on the cheek. Disappearing through the teleporter. Now, I've come to the conclusion I'm going to have to be a very disciplined, hard father on him if we want him to turn out okay. So, step one of many.
Step one of many, we have to teach the boy his lessons, or else he'll just continue to repeat them.
Guess Soul ain't coming on this op, huh? Looking around for Soul. Guess not.
Yeah, guess not.
She's so lucky she married my brother.
Very, very lucky. Carter leans against the counter behind him and crosses his arms.
What are we even doing? They don't know what they're going to do yet. I mean, we could use her. She pretty much destroyed Gullivar. If we're going to do something similar, I would prefer the honey hitter be here, Carter.
Carter shakes his head. I have no idea. I trust me, I would rather Soul be here than, fucking MIA, but he shrugs. We get what we work with, I suppose.
We're doing something Earthside for sure. We didn't get orders to spin up the gunship, so probably something simple. Training exercise, I'd imagine.
Maybe we're just going down to Woodbury, climb up one of the mountains, something like that again.
Oh. That's kind of depressing to go do.
Yeah,
I think of Bash and Okia, but yeah. If the Ranger General wants us to spin our wheels, we will.
Carter nods. Probably another thing to light a fire under our asses, send us to Woodbury, remind us of some things.
How's your new weapon? Looking at Ricky, it's only been a week, but... Well, at the very least, father being distraught at the death of Edith Finch should keep him, busy and not, fuck. As he comes up on Carter's wrist computer. Why do I even talk? Goes to get a soda.
Carter. You should be scared, little boy. You should be very scared, because all your secrets are going to be released when Beirut Declassified is released today. And trust me, mate, the absolutely torrential downpour of hellfire and shrapnel that's going to come down on you from not just the unit, but the general public. And I think we can convince the Ranger General to help us out, if you haven't already roofied her and had your way with her, of course. I think we can all band together just to take you and your fatso sister and the left-winger over there.
Left-winger? Looking at Clive!
Clive looks at Oz.
Oh, don't tell me you don't know. She's very staunch in her stances of the left wing, mate. She's a liberal. I would say you drop her immediately. I mean, she makes you do all the work flying, 'cause she can't even see 2 feet in front of her. Look at those glasses. Look how fucking thick they are.
Let's go, Vlad, and walks off.
Oh god, he's gonna kill him.
We're gonna get to see one live, Ricky. Now, Father, that is not nice, pointing at him with her soda.
Well, honey, something I taught you a long time ago, and I'm hurt that you don't remember it. The truth isn't nice at times, but it's always good to tell the truth. Especially to some red hair, purple eye freak like her that can't see. And yet somehow, because she's a goddamn Nepo baby, she's allowed to fly. All she does is press a button. I could have, I don't know, Integra next to me and to hit a button to fire some goddamn missiles, and she'd probably do a better job than her. Oh, look at me, I get a dash on my thing every single time I kill someone. Who fucking cares? I've killed more people than her in 2 days than she will in a lifetime.
Hey, motherfucker, come here, Clive! Come! Smack the thing! Aluminum bat! Come on, Clive! Say it again! What do you have to say for yourself? Hits him in the kidneys with the bat.
Oh, please stop, she's mind control, Julius. Can't just help me her, please stop.
Ding! One final hit onto Clive's head that sends him into groggy mode. One final hit.
He gets spinned around completely, falls face first T-posing.
Oz turning off Clive's wrist computer. It's an aluminum bat. Damn, it's mine from softball days in high school. Looking at Ricky. Play that back. He hears the ding again. He got something in his fucking head.
Elizabeth looks at Benny.
No, does it sound like he has something in his head, like a plate or something in there?
They do. They went to Mexico to get metal plates in their head to stop Carter's ESP capabilities.
Well, Elizabeth looks over at Marianne.
The ESP capabilities that Carter decidedly does not have.
Father's whole skull is encased, and Scar has one over his very large forehead. Sam starts laughing. Your sister can fix that, right? Looking at JJ. On Nicole.
JJ nods.
Yeah, no, my sister can fix that right up. It's just a matter of convincing them to let it get fixed.
Well, I'd say those metal plates are most definitely dented now.
Most definitely. Goddamn, Laz has a good ass swing on him.
I told you giving him my bat was a good idea. Looking at you, Jay.
It was quite fucking useful, as is quite obvious from from what we just saw.
Well, wherever we go, we're stopping for coffee, so you can pay for coffee. We're on Mom's dime, so you can treat the squad to coffee. Sasha and Towns coming in. Sasha looking around. So is dereliction of duty becoming a thing for Oz, too? Is it contagious? Shall we give him a dishonorable discharge? She's not in the mood for Soul today.
Laz turns to Sam.
I apologize, ma'am. He went down to the lane, to, as weird as it sounds, defend my honor, ma'am. Clive made some very hurtful comments to me.
Coming back with the bat! Her eyes are wide! You beat the man with a bat? Yes, it's a good bat, too. Here's the dent. Shows!
He hit him very hard, which I think is completely warranted, and I am very grateful for him because he did that for me.
What did he do? He called her a myriad of things, ma'am. And I don't want it repeated. No, that's fine. Put the bat down. I'm keeping this.
JJ nods. Go for it, mate. Go for it. It's yours as far as I'm concerned.
That's why we gave it to you. Sucking the lollipop. Memorable. So, ma'am, what are we doing today? Reversal.
Carter shrugs. MIA. None of us have been able to reach her.
She'll tap her wrist, or she'll tap her desk a couple times. All right. Well, you don't really need her for what I need you to do today. You're going to New York, Manhattan. You're going to find and capture this gentleman. Who is he? Looking at the photo.
Yes, no, ma'am. Who is he? Forgive me, but he looks like he's higher than my mother-in-law on a very good day.
She laughed. Yeah, no, Towns. Alright, so from the Hecker interview, I was able to narrow down, I traced the name of every person he mentioned from his SWTOR raid team. I'm close to one of them. This guy was not on the raid team, but in the guild. I think he filled in for their raid team. Either way, Adonis is his name. Need to find him down in New York. I have his address. He works at Burger King. Bring him back for questioning. He has no criminal record, no convictions. He's never been, violent with anybody. So it should be easy. You go down, Sasha will cut him off. You tell him he's coming up to Gateway, and he's under arrest, military orders. If he refuses, beat him into the ground and drag him up here unconscious. And if he attacks, because Hecka's crazy, right? If he attacks, then kill him. She looks at Carter.
Understood.
Kill him and data retrieval. Collect his computers, his IDs, everything.
Understood. That is a doornail if he attacks.
Towns, I don't think he will.
Elizabeth looks at him.
I mean, he doesn't even seem like he has, like, the mental capacity to attack us.
Today's his day off, too. He's off today, so he's home in his apartment in New York. Sasha, and if you want to take some time and go around and have a good time in New York today, you get let off early anyway on Fridays. Go ahead. Since it's not often you get to New York. And more time away from the unit. Cupping her face in her hand. Sure, get Towns and me black. Very strong. We're up here alone right now. A lot of work to do. Has anybody, and I mean anybody, even seen Soul today? And nobody has.
All my characters, like Laz purses her lips, shakes her head, Carter shakes his head, JJ looks up at the ceiling and shrugs. Elizabeth,
No, ma'am. No word from her at all.
She didn't show up for muster? She didn't... Okay. Well, I'm getting tired of this. It bothers me that my son is paralyzed too. But you know what? The best man in the galaxy for the job is out there right now, with the only creature in the galaxy that truly knows how to operate Starchild tech, and one of my best friends. So, it's in their hands, not Soul's. Maybe somebody should have a talk with her. Because this spellcaster thing excuse, if the Time didn't need it, then the Moon Maiden, who is significantly less powerful, doesn't need it. Memory Ann, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am. We'll have a discussion with her and try to narrow down the time she spends on her own whims, ma'am.
Handing the photo of Adonis to Carter. Oz hands it to Carter. Good. Now Towns and I have to be down in JSOC. We'll be here when you get back. Take your time if you want to go around New York. I'm sure Samantha wants to go shopping. Sam, yes. Looking at JJ.
JJ smiles at her, and I'll buy whatever you want, love.
Sasha and Towns leave. Well, suppose Soul's burning what little goodwill she's got left.
Yeah, and it's burning at both ends.
I mean, the man is paralyzed. Maybe she should cut Soul a little slack. The man is her son. Looking at us!
The man is her son, and she still comes to work and does everything she has to do, Walls.
I just don't get it. He looks at Ricky, Benny looking at Ricky. She's looking for a way to heal Colt through magic. And studying, why do you have to disappear for hours? That catches Memory Ann's attention. If she's cheating on Colt, I'm going to kill her. I'm not afraid of her.
Can I help you with that?
Sure. Looking at Cart. Take turns. I don't think she's doing that. I just think she's using it as an excuse to get out of... Well, shit. Look, gesturing, doing dumb shit like this. Cleaning up our Hecker mess. By the way, I'm not helping with Andreas or whatever his name is. Marianne, why not? Because I wasn't on this. I was under Ricky's father in an illustrious position while you were fucking up simple missions, Carter and Marianne.
JJ gestures about himself. I was at an illustrious position in the ODM Academy when you guys did this. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not concerning myself with this mission either.
I think you and Barry Bonds over there, Oz with the back, can deal with it.
Carter nods. Yes, we can deal with this. It's completely fair, Samantha. You can sit this one out.
Wait a minute. Did he T-pose when you hit him? He's watching the playback, just like when Dad hit him. Oh, he did. Wow. Sounded like he had a plate in his head, no?
Elizabeth, like a grimace emoticon pops up on her helmet, and she looks at Oz.
That's so because he did.
Looking at the bat.
They went down to Mexico, like last week, I think, to go get plates in their head. Scar has one, like, on his forehead area. Clive's encompasses the entire top of his skull.
Did you knock out Scar too? No, Clive was in the fucking... Well, the boxing arena is done, believe it or not, and Clive was in the restroom by himself making the call. Oh, it looked like he was in a bathroom stall.
It did, didn't it? From how he was sitting, was he sitting on the toilet stall with his legs crossed like a fucking Bond villain?
Yes, he was, and he even had the sink water running.
Oh my god, so no one can hear him?
I suppose, to protect him from the wrath of Grandfather, but apparently he can't remember. And then he tried to mutter about Memory Ann, and I clanked him. We saw. Nodding his...
It's always Memory Ann.
You should have. Too bad you didn't have your gear on, Ricky. I could have taken your. What is that new weapon called? A Kimbo or something? That would have been a good one, but I think the bat was funnier. Did you have to hit him in the kidney? Yes. Cleaning off the bat with a rag.
Laz hugs around Oz's neck and starts to kiss at his jawline.
I couldn't do this in front of the Ranger General. It didn't seem like she was in the mood.
He will kiss Laz on the lips, and Benny, just like when after Granddad talking to Ricky because he wasn't there, after Granddad beat up Uncle Clive and Scar for calling Mom an elvish bitch, he came and he said like, "Nobody talks to my wife that way. You understand?" But the whole time he was just looking at JJ. Sam, he was, yeah.
JJ clicks his tongue and nods. I did give her some attitude.
He was death glaring you, JJ.
JJ looks at Memory Ann. No, I couldn't possibly realize that, Memory Ann.
Well, from where I was sitting, I thought he was just looking like at us, but then I narrowed it down. He was just staring at you.
He just wanted to make doubly sure that I never give my mother attitude ever again.
You got that? No one! But he was just staring at JJ the whole time.
Carter covers his mouth and starts to laugh. Yes, he was. And trust me, no words are gonna ever leave these lips ever again that could be construed as attitude towards her.
I almost punched your mom when you were away for basic, but I stopped myself because I was raised better. I shudder to think what would have happened to me now.
JJ puts a hand on her cheek. Thank God you didn't do that, love.
You blocked my path. I was trying to go home and do your laundry. Depressing times, JJ.
No, completely understandable. He hugs Samantha. I'm just glad those times are over and done with. I mean, those times were basically the biggest cause of me throwing attitude at her, so now that those times are over, no need for attitude, almost punching my mom in the face or anything like that.
Benny, look at this guy. What are you gonna do to him, Carter, if he resists arrest?
If he only resists arrest, probably bring him down to the ground and hit him right here. He points to an area between the skull and the neck area. Probably hit him right here, knock him out nice and easy. Unless, Derek Jeter over here wants to take a couple swipes at him.
If I have to. Looking at the back. I will, but I'd like to reserve this for people who insult my wife. And you know what? If Jace gets out of line, this is a good discipline tool.
The beating bat, we can call it.
Yeah, nodding his head. Memory, let's just go get this over with. I heard they opened a new Pokemon center down in Manhattan. Sam nodding her head. We'll go there, and then we can go get coffee.
Sounds good to me. Let's go.
Alright, let's go. I was taking Laz out with the bat. Benny, you guys know he made a video. Well, have you guys seen his newest video, Memory? No, Benjamin. Carter and I don't enjoy watching his garbage, if you can't tell. We watch it, but usually at the end of the day, he pulls up the picture. Is that Laz's jet? Sam shuddering.
Carter points to it. That's the fucking YF-12. That's the YF-12. That's the ship that Oz built for her.
Called her a pinko bitch.
What? No.
I think Clive is getting more beatings than just the one he got today. Well, maybe we don't show them this video.
I actually don't think that one's gonna come from Oz, the beating. I think that beating's coming from Laz.
That is her jet that he slaved over. Remember, he wasn't sleeping because galleons. We remember. Looking at Betty.
Trust me, we remember quite well, Benjamin.
Father's gotten out of hand. Where are they? Looks like they're in the desert.
They do have like a lot of sand around them and stuff. Oh god, did they really fly the jet all the way to like one of the fucking deserts?
Oz coming back with the bat. You guys coming? Put the video away, Benny. Close the screen. Pause video. Come on, Rick. Maybe I'll even let you hold the bat. He walks back out. Let's go. Sam, under breath.
Yeah. No word to Oz or Lass about that video, please, God.
Well, speaking of Miss Owinjay, she finds herself in a large, well, she's above ground right now, a hastily built building, and she can hear the sound of loud construction going on.
Soul is looking around, hearing the loud construction. She'll start to walk down the stairs and will come up to here.
This guy pointing him over there.
Thank you, sir.
She's like squinting at the guy. She'll come over and stand in front of Colonel Stryker and nod to him.
Colonel Stryker, sir?
Ah, Miss Owinjay. He smiled.
Hi, how do you do, sir?
Have a seat.
Of course.
She'll take a seat next to him.
So, beneath our feet, about 500 feet beneath our feet currently, is the Nexus, as we call it. It's being excavated right now.
Soul nods.
Is that the construction noises I'm hearing, sir?
Yes, my men are hard at work.
Right, of course.
And this operation has attracted a lot of unwanted attention from the civilian populace on this frontier colony.
Of course, well...
She looks around.
I'm sorry, I'm not really familiar. Is this colony a part of EarthGov, or is it just Frontier Colony?
Oh, it's Frontier. Waving her off.
So I suppose they would be quite suspicious if they saw EarthGov here, digging in their land.
Well, we discussed a transaction credit exchange with the mayor, and he gladly accepted. Plus, we have all the proper paperwork that we had to buy from him. Permits. He hands her the physical permits, the paper. So, he was happy to accept the money.
Oh, okay. Well,
She starts flipping through them.
well, that's very good. You have the permits and went through the correct channels and everything.
She hands the permits back to him.
I was just wondering, because, well, I could understand why the frontier colonists would be a little bit iffy and wanting to check out EarthGov here.
Of course they would. Nodding his head. Of course they would. When they need something, they expect us to come when they call. But when we need something, you usually have to pay out of the pocket. Most of the time, he'll fix himself in his seat. You have to pay with blood.
Soul tilts her head.
But isn't that sort of the, duty of EarthGov? Protect all who can't, protect themselves? Frontier colonists who aren't even a part of EarthGov included?
Unfortunately, yes. Looking at her.
She squints her eyes at him.
I've lost a lot of friends to... I've been around a long time. I've lost a lot of friends to... The UIR these days is a joke. But you talk about 100 years ago, they were well organized.
I've heard stories about, people even, 20, 25 years ago having to fight against the UIR, and they seemed dangerous even then.
They were a formidable foe.
Well, sir, I can't say I necessarily agree with your outlook on the frontier colonies, but I can definitely understand where you're coming from. Perhaps you're just a touch more jaded than I am.
Lose your brother or a friend or two like Ricky Valorius, and you might be in the same boat.
She tilts her head at him.
Did I tell you about them, or did you really do that much research on us, sir?
Oh, I did my research. Looking over at Soul. I had to, just in case the Ranger General ever came calling.
Well, okay, I suppose I understand that much.
She smiles at him. It almost looks like a sickly sweet smile at him.
So, I definitely understand wanting to be prepared when you encounter someone new.
She nods at him.
So don't worry, I don't hold it against you or anything.
Do you go on many missions as a squad? Sitting back in his seat, I'll be honest, I am surprised, but at the same time, have a great admiration for you as a squad because, let's just put it this way, the rain falls, the family. Putting their children on the front line is admirable, in my opinion. I don't think it would have been done by other people I've met in my time who were in positions of power. If I had a son, I don't know if I could send him out to the front line.
Well, that's completely fair.
I don't need details on your missions, just in general. You've been in combat?
I fought a time or two, yes, sir. We've had to deal with some combat in our lifetime, yes, sir.
The Moog?
Yes, mean the biggest engagement, I guess you could say, was the Moog that went on for, I want to say, a couple months.
It's admirable and respectable.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
She shrugs.
I don't really want to be considered a nepo baby, so I'll put my neck out on the line to help save a few people, as many people as I can.
A long time ago, I'm a military historian in my hobby time, which I don't have much free time to do. But a long time ago, the front line was somewhere on the planet Earth. Now the front line could be anywhere, and you could face a menagerie of monsters and creatures.
Soul nods.
That is very true, sir, which is one of the big reasons that we're activating these portals, right?
Stop Strat, and whatever they're planning to do with XX121.
She nods. No matter what, we'll put a stop to him, sir. And just because we stop Strat doesn't mean that these portals will be of any less use in the future, correct?
Have you ever seen one of them? Sitting back in his chair.
One of what, sir? The
XX121. The alien.
Oh!
Have you ever seen one with your own eyes?
She looks at him. She tilts her head.
I have, sir. I'm not.
I haven't. Max Tech had detailed files on them, but I've never seen one in person. He shudders. Creepy creatures.
She sees him shudder and she chuckles and nods. Very creepy creatures, very dangerous creatures, sir. Very dangerous creatures. You said Max Tech has, extensive files on them, so...
Had. They were confiscated by the Ranger General. Some of them are, if you're high enough up in the military brass, you can access them. He shrugs, but the vast majority confiscated and classified.
Are you high enough up on military brass?
I'm high up enough to know that Strat's doing something with them. 500 plus men don't go missing on the frontier in some type of advanced ship lost to nothing. I believe the Ranger Major was almost killed. That would be Ricky's father, though I don't know them.
That is true. He almost passed away during a little incursion that we had on the frontier concerning Strat.
Well, whatever they plan to do with those creatures can't be good.
She shakes her head.
I don't think anything concerning those creatures can be good, sir.
So you've seen one.
Yes, sir. I have seen one. Sadly, sir, but I have seen one.
What did you think?
She looks at the wall in front of her for a couple seconds.
Dangerous. Very, very dangerous. It didn't have, like... This was really before I was really, at this ability level with my spellcasting, so this is more just going off instinct and stuff. I felt like it didn't have any emotions other than survive. And to survive, I think either we threatened it or something like that. Maybe it was just out for blood and wanted to kill us for some reason. Food, something like that, maybe. But all it wanted to do was survive, and I think I'm an animal of that magnitude, of that danger.
She looks at him in his sunglasses.
I think that's the most scariest thing out there, honestly, sir.
One of the documents we had access to was from some Max Tech scientist who, in her ramblings about them, called the creatures pure motorized instinct.
And it is any animal's, you or I's included, first instinct is to survive, so pure instinct.
She shrugs.
I think that describes them quite well.
But pure motorized... Here, I'll pull up, though. I think I have it here somewhere. Start typing on his wrist computer. Pure motorized instinct. That operates without compassion or remorse. Nods his head.
It didn't show remorse or anything like that for anyone that I saw it cut down, sir. So I don't think... I think it's foolish of Strat, honestly, sir, as far as I'm aware, and well, my guess is they're trying to control them.
Play with something they can't... When you play with matches, you get burned.
Exactly. You tell a child not to touch a stove because they'll get burnt, and then they touch the stove anyway and get burnt. What are you gonna do, coddle them or say, well, I told you not to do that, so this is your fault, right?
Apparently, a long time ago, when there was, suppose it was before you were born. I don't know the exact dates. Your parents encountered the creatures, and quite a few planets were cracked. Max Tech suffered a similar fate. They got burned by the creatures. And then the cult as well.
So nods.
This isn't really a question that I feel super comfortable asking, but you're Army intelligence. That means you guys might have some type of insight. Well, obviously, you have the portal nexus right below us, right?
She leans forward.
Do you have any idea why Strat would want to be controlling them past just like having a weapon of mass destruction?
He'll inhale for quite a while, then exhale through his nose, shake his head. No, I don't. I really don't. I don't know the motives of the people in Strat. My guess would be some type of power play. A weapon of mass destruction, a bargaining chip. They want something. Money. He looks at her, raises his eyebrows. Hold X number of planets hostage with the creatures and pay us now. That would be my guess. Most radicalized people are petty at the end of the day.
Petty and concerned with the lesser things of life and lesser important things, I suppose, money included in that.
He nods his head. Yes.
Well, okay. Well, thank you for at least giving me your insight. I've been trying to rack my brain, trying to come up with a reason why they would want to control them or, whatever they're truly doing with them. I'm not sure.
Whatever they're truly doing, he'll stand up, fix his military dress. We'll find out when we find them.
Yes, sir, we will.
She'll stand up and brush down her coat that she's wearing.
Now I'd like to take you down to show you the excavation site. Not all of it is excavated, but there is an impressive statue of some man down there.
Oh, I would love to see it, sir.
Well, then, right this way. He'll lead her in this direction.
She watches the back of his head and squints her eyes slightly as she follows after him.
The shittiest fucking apartment in New York. Sam presses herself up against the wall and puts her arms out to JJ.
JJ will walk right up to her, put his arms around her, and start making out with her.
You're not even gonna come in the building. Sam doesn't respond to Ben.
JJ just puts his index finger up and whacks it at Benny.
Get a room under his breath. Place is a shithole. Looking around, Oz polishing the bat.
He sniffs a couple times. This place smells like piss more than most of New York does.
Well, the sooner we get this done and over with, the sooner we're away from the piss and shopping and enjoying our afternoon. Okay, just be safe, stay on point. Ricardo, you and Carter on point. Do the talking. Oz, please stop polishing the bat. You're not going to beat the man. Maybe I will. Looking at the bat. Just stay out here, pulling away from JJ's face. You want to stay out here or go into the smelly apartment, honey?
I would like to stay out here, please.
All right, Carter, you're on your own. You're in good hands with Ricky. Come over here.
Carter starts to laugh as he'll go up to the door and open it up. He looks behind Memran. What's the apartment number again?
Apartment 14.
Alright. He'll start walking in, looking at the signs and everything. He looks around. It's all clear in here.
She goes over to look at a directory. We'll find his room. His apartment's down there.
Alright. Ricky start heading up that way, as Carter will start doing the same.
We're gonna go back outside. Memory, I know you're coming, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth sort of like her shoulders sort of go up near her ears.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We're going with them, Benny. Okay?
Fine. Walking with Ricky. Memory, catching up with Carter. Alright, there's the door. Over here.
Carter will walk over, gesture for Ricky to come over. Alright. He'll bash against the door. Boom, boom, boom. EarthGov, open up.
Yo, come in, bro. Memory's head tilts hearing that.
Okay, you go in, check the corners, make sure he's not armed or anything. Okay, Ricky? He'll grab the door handle. 3, 2, 1. He'll open up the door.
They see Adonis streaming with his digital camera, looking at his very ancient computer playing SWOTOR.
Carter will walk in uh, up to, where he could see Adonis and everything.
He turns around. What can I do for you?
Your name is Adonis, correct, sir?
Yeah, dog, that's what they call me.
Okay, sir. He walks up to him.
What you want, Cracker?
My name is Carter Rainfall, sir, and I'm here to inform you that you are under arrest by EarthGov. You're gonna have to come up with us to Gateway for some questioning.
Cracker, you must be tripping. Remember Aunt Snickers?
No, sir. I am not. These are direct orders from the Ranger General. If you resist arrest, we will have to bring you in by force.
Adonis! Adonis, I know you trying to get with an 18-year-old girl! Get out of here.
So, he points to himself. Us? Get out of here!
Get out of here, Cracker. You're wanted for arrest with... you're involved with Tess and Hacker. Yeah, I am.
So you have to come with us, sir. He takes another step up towards
I
Adonis.
ain't going nowhere. Pushing Carter away from him, standing up. Carter actually goes back.
Carter takes a couple steps back. He looks at Ricky. Wasn't expecting that.
I'm loyal to Hacker till the end. Igniting 2 beam sabers!
Ah, shit. Carter will, push Ricky backwards, draw his sword, and get ready for an attack.
He runs right at Carter.
Think he's just gonna have to do it. He swings at him.
Decapitating Adonis.
Shit!
As Carter swung the sword, and his sword made contact with the beam sabers, he stopped because they were glass beam sabers, replicas. His head now resting here.
No shit,
Riddance.
Ricardo.
Good fucking riddance to him. Motherfucker trying to get up with an underage girl, kicking his head towards Ricky's feet. Spitting on him. All he do all day is play SWOTOR 24/7, occasionally go to Burger King. He occasionally go to Burger King, and I'm sick of it. They fired him yesterday. Playing SWOTOR, talking to Hecka. Good riddance. Spitting on his body. Oh my god. He got high all day and spend my money and cheat on me. Trying to get with 17, 18-year-old girls. Why, you a fine piece of white meat, boy. Looking at Carter.
Carter takes a step back. Thank you, ma'am. I am taken, though.
Oh, she's a lucky, lucky girl.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Adonis, you said he was talking to Hecker regularly?
All day, every day, talking to that thief, that hooligan who go on the show and talk about Mortis being a masturbating doll or something. Sexual deviance. You want anything? You take his computer, you take his rig. I'm glad he's gone and dead. He was no good. Now I don't have to do his laundry. You a fine looking cracker too. Looking at Ricky. Well, if you ever want to try a little dark chocolate, you just let me know. Looking at Ricky.
Elizabeth inhales heavily and she starts to cough on the air she just inhaled.
She walks over to the computer, pushes some buttons. Here's his fucking hard drive. Goes back in to do the laundry.
Carter blinks a couple times.
You are a fine cracker. Looking at Carter.
Carter looks at her and smirks. Well, thank you very much, honey. As then he looks down at Adonis' head.
That lady was thirsty for you too. Looking at Ricky and Carter. I am so glad I wear a mask.
Hey, Ricardo, if you ever want to try some dark chocolate, just give it a call.
Oh, I don't think Ellie would appreciate that. Little too bitter. Yeah, he beat me to it, nodding her head. And he walking Elizabeth over. We have gloves on. Pick it up, Elizabeth, because he's holding her.
Elizabeth picks it up, and her body immediately lurches. Why is it so sticky?
Wait a minute. Don't touch it, Elizabeth. Let me see it. Oh, wow. He puts it in his hand, holds his hand out, and it's just sticking there. Hey, look. It says porn drive with blue tape on it.
What?
Yeah. He reaches it. Oh, turns it on.
Carter will hit the lights in the room so they get a better view of it. Elizabeth sees it, and her body lurches again. Oh god, that's gross.
Well, his girlfriend, baby mama, Benny's saying this, did say he was like a sexual deviant.
Oh god. Carter looks around at everyone. We're not gonna have to look through that, are we?
No, I believe this is a duty of the Colonel of the Headhunters and the Time Deity. Dude, that's not a... I like Aunt Nicole and Uncle Julius. This is a job for the fucking... He's still got the drive on his hand unit. Memory end... there.
Benny, at least hold it so it looks like you actually have to hold it and it just doesn't stick to your hand, honey.
It's stuck to my hand, though, sweetheart. Looking at her!
Oh, that's so gross!
This dude was jerked off a lot. Trying to summon more to chew. Marianne says, wrapping her arms, she's standing behind Carter.
Carter starts to laugh as he looks at Adonis's severed head and body. I was in the right for that, right? Like,
I mean, I thought they were real. Looking at Carter.
Those emitted heat, like actual heat that you would feel off of a laser blade like that.
Well, they're the high-end replica ones from the SWTOR game the workshop makes. Of course he'd have red. He's an edgelord.
Of course you would.
Then he will touch it and uh-oh. It's stuck on his other hand. He had to set Elizabeth down. Well, I guess we're bringing this back, too.
Carl, we'll get some, tweezers, pliers or something to get it out of your hand soon, honey, okay?
Rubbing alcohol will do the trick, hopefully. Man. This dude was a fucking freak and a geek. Looking at the hard drive just sticking to his hand. Yes, the Ranger General likes trophies and proof of kills. Honestly, I think that's the most sanitary thing to be touching right now. Oh, the disembodied head.
Somehow, that is the most sanitary. The clothes that she's washing right now are probably less sanitary than holding a severed head.
Yes! Looking at the computer out here, I can't believe the nerve on that little bastard to sneak away from Grandma Grandpa, cause them grief to come up to Gateway. Sam, I'm just that good looking.
JJ nods. I mean, let's say hypothetically I was in Jace's shoes, I would do pretty much the same exact thing, but go about it in a much more or less, how do I put this nicely, dweebier way?
Well, if Jay... You know, maybe this bat, I could hit him around with this. When he gets to like 10 or 11, if he gets out a lot. Sam, relax.
He's not... I doubt he's gonna get like that, Oz. Yeah. I mean... I doubt you're gonna have to hit him over the head with a goddamn aluminum bat, mate. You're good. There's nothing... You're worrying about the future. Like, 10 years into the future. You're okay. Everything's okay. He's gonna turn out just fine, mate.
He'll nod his head and polish the bat in front of Laz. He likes that bat.
He really does.
She watches him polishing the bat, then looks at Oz in the eye.
if he does start to get out of line and does stupid things or makes me cry, things like that, I give you full permission to hit him with the bat.
Oh, I will. I will. Even pulling out a bottle of polish, Sam. You've been waiting for this day, haven't you? Ever since he insulted your mother, JJ. Yeah, I've been waiting.
JJ squints his eyes. Where'd you get the polish, mate?
I bought it on Gateway. Because I knew it. I was gonna, if he ever insulted my wife, I wasn't gonna punch him. I'm gonna hit him with a bat.
Laz smiles wide at Oz as she wraps her arms around his bicep again.
Wait. So let me get this straight. You beat him up in the bathroom stall. Yeah. So he's just still lying there. Yeah, he chuckled. He slumped. He deposed against the commode. Yeah.
JJ starts to laugh.
He looked like Jesus on the cross or something.
No, God. So wait, hold on. If he eventually does wake up, he's gonna come out with like a huge welt or something on his head, and they're gonna be fucking wondering where he's been gone for however long he stays out.
Well, if it's anything like what happened with your father, he won't fucking remember anything.
Oh, probably not. Honestly, he might just come out and say, "Oh man, I think Carter pushed me down, and I hit my head against the commode or something like that. My head is killing me."
Wow. Sam looking at Ricky carrying the head, and Benny with this shit stuck to his hand. Well, that escalated quickly, Captain. Looking at Carter!
You came at me with replica beam sabers that were extremely realistic, and I reacted.
It's all on our my breast camera, was recording and wrist camera, so it's all on footage. They emitted heat. Sam laughing.
JJ points towards the items, and this is his hard drive and camera, I assume. He goes to touch it, and Elizabeth puts her hands out. Don't touch him! Don't touch him unless you want him stuck to your hand. Show him, Benny, show him.
He'll let his fingers loose and just hold both hands out. Wow, that is fucking sick. Porn drive. Looking at...
He had an entire hard drive dedicated to pornography.
Sam looking over his shoulder. Who's that lady putting on makeup in the main lobby? And now that I'm single, I'm gonna get me some crackers out there. I'm gonna get me them young white boys, beautiful, handsome men. They take good care of me. I take good care of them. Mama taught me right.
That was Adonis's baby mama, who is very interested in quote unquote crackers, meaning me and Ricardo.
We better get out of here, unless you'd like to stay. Look here, Kid Carter.
Yeah,
Oh! There's a pep in her step. She's walking towards Ricky. The whole squad starts moving. Oz will stay back with the bat to protect. Sam watching. That lady is picking up speed.
Yeah, no, holy shit, she's in a full-on sprint.
Come here! I love that purple eyes you got. I'm going to give you one chance, madam. She starts to walk by Oz. Smack! Ooh, falls over. There you go, Rick. Job's done. He likes that bat way too much.
Way too much, even Laz behind them.
You'll be good. He comes over here, arm around Ricky's shoulder, holding the bat, so there's a big glint from the sun on the bat. You see that, Rick? Did you see that? Betty, who's a little bit more up the street. Are you just gonna leave her lying in the middle of New York Street? Oh, Carter, roll her onto the sidewalk so we can get out of here.
Yeah, we'll set her up like she's a homeless person or something. She starts to drag her off onto the sidewalk.
And we'll catch up with the kids in a little while. As Soul sees no major futuristic excavation equipment, just these Sigget grunts doing it by hand with like jackhammers and shovels and yeah, old-fashioned way.
She starts to, falling after Stryker. She's looking around.
I would have thought that, I know, Army intelligence is pretty, underfunded, but I would think you would at least have some funds to get some real excavation tools, sir.
Tried to source some locally, but we didn't have the funds. The mayor was sighs, looking at the big statue, wanting us to pay out of the nose and have the funds. The frontier, as I said, always wants you to pay out of the nose, or shrugging in blood.
Soul behind him.
They think themselves special because they live outside of EarthGov's protection. But, as we've discussed, when something bad comes knocking, they expect us to come die for them, that's for sure.
Soul nods.
And like my point was said before,
She walks up next to him.
it's our duty to do so. That's the oath that we took as EarthGov soldiers, sir, respectfully.
Yes, it is. Nodding his head. Can you feel the same with your husband paralyzed? He's on a frontier colony.
She inhales deeply and exhales.
I think I could. I'm not really sure, honestly, sir, but
Let me give you a word of advice, so you don't end up jaded like me. Get out of the military while you can. Smiling at her, nodding his head. A long time ago, I saw things differently, but lose a friend or two, a close one. You'll feel different.
She raises an eyebrow.
I have some things to do before I quit, sir.
Of course, but when you can get out, do.
I'll take that under consideration. Thank you for the advice.
Whoever he was must have been quite important. Gesturing to the same kind of statue in the Hanging Gardens on the planet, the ancient Anovians' refugee planet.
Soul lets out a whistle.
Do you mind if I walk up closer to it?
You're the star of the show here. Have the run of the place.
She nods. She'll walk up to the statue and put her hand on it.
He was very important.
She turns around and looks at him.
Kamul, King of Man. I'm sure you would. Actually, I'm not sure if you would know about it, but Alpha 9 fought against him and his. I believe they were called Cataphractians when they were in their war against the Void, sir.
I'm brought back by the creature behind the hole.
Yes, sir.
She nods towards him.
He was the king of men. He took on a black dragon by himself and
A
successfully.
black dragon? Looking up at the statue. A black one.
She looks at him and blinks a couple times.
Yes, sir. Did I say black? I meant blue, sir.
I heard a rumor. Hands in his pockets. I heard a rumor that they're still alive. I know EarthGov has the white dragons now, but a black one was supposedly on the news and spotted, well, you know where. I don't want to bring it up to bring up bad memories to you. Living in the ocean, it came up and supposedly attacked the oil rig.
She nods.
Yet here you stand.
She shrugs.
The world works in mysterious ways, sir. It probably
You
didn't-
summoned it. Looking down at her. Tell the truth. You're the maiden of the moon. You command that creature? He looks shocked.
She swallows hard and in like a inner turmoil almost, she has started to stop to trust Colonel Stryker. And she starts to look around.
Yes, sir. I'm the one who summoned it.
Do that on a whim.
If the moment calls for it, sir, I can muster enough magical energy to do something like that, sir.
I can see why they'd want to keep you in the military.
She looks at him.
I suppose I am a pretty important asset, sir.
She smiles and shrugs.
I'm gonna stay in the military for quite some time, I think, until our job is done. And she shrugs. Who knows what the future holds after that, sir?
He nods his head, looking up at the statue. That's all he does.
She looks at him, then looks back at the statue.
How much do you know of our mission at the oil rig, sir?
The oil rig itself, the mission, little. I know it was some type of hostage rescue situation. Most of it was pretty heavily classified, I should say. Most of it was redacted, classified, and the dragon itself appeared on the news because frontier colonists could see the creature from the shoreline. Discretion is not your strong suit.
Soul shakes her head.
No, it never has been. One of the first elements I ever learned to use was thunder, and, well, that's pretty nondiscreet, is it?
About the only things that weren't that heavily redacted were your husband's injury.
Well, I thank you for not, going too deep into the mission. I don't like to be reminded of it too much, sir. I'm sure you understand.
Speaking of which, I have something for you. He'll hand her a folder. Medical report of a human test subject, age 27, female, about the same body weight, not height, but from what my friend at Biosyn tells me, that's irrelevant, the height. Same age, same body weight, female, paralyzed from the neck down, not the torso down. Full recovery.
She'll start to look through the medical folder.
Full recovery. Any side effects? Past her recovery date?
No, but he'll put up his finger. They want to keep her under observation for at least the next month. As long as she checks out, you've done your duty here, as far as I'm concerned, as promised. Whether you could turn teleporters on or not, we'll get your husband, as long as he's willing. He'll shrug this treatment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Anything.
She looks at the statue, and then back at Stryker.
Anything for my husband.
There's even a video chit in there. If you look at the right folder flap and put it in your wrist computer, you'll see footage of the woman walking. She's even doing a cartwheel, much to the chagrin of the scientists in the background.
She lets out a chuckle. She takes the video chit and puts it in. Starts to watch her walking around and doing cartwheels and everything like that.
As long as she checks out, 1 month, no symptoms, we'll have your husband walking in a month.
She'll turn the video off and smile at him.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. That means so much to me.
And this will take time to dig out, regardless. So, you know where this place is. You can come and go as you please, but I assume it's getting harder and harder to find free time. Dereliction of duty is a difficult thing, I'm sure, though I've never tried it myself. But
yes, sir, it's been getting quite difficult, to say the least, sir.
Well, I'll double down my efforts. I will try to find some more funds to pay the mayor out of our nose in blood, and we'll have this place ready to go.
Yes, sir.
Just keep your fingers and your dragon's claws crossed that woman suffers no ill side effects. But if you ask me, though I'm no medical profession, I'd say you and your husband are in the clear. You worked on hundreds of chimps, hundreds of rodents, and she looks right as rain.
That's wonderful, sir. Thank you so much for the good news.
Do you know how that woman got that injury?
No, how?
Look at the medical file.
She'll look at the medical file.
Shot in the back about 25 years ago by a UIR trooper.
Oh,
Defending, what does that say there? Cirrus 14B, that would be a frontier colony.
She closes it and nods.
yes, sir, it is.
She looks at him and shrugs.
As terrible as it might sound, and perhaps my opinion might change in the future, sir. But it was her duty, and she went through with it, and now she's healed. So, no dereliction of duty, and no injury.
She smiles at him.
You're very young. I assume you don't have children yet. If you do, he shrugs, you can correct me, but I assume you don't. I think you would feel differently when your husband had to wheel himself and your child down the aisle were it a girl.
She thins her lips.
I'm sure that woman felt differently when she had to be wheeled down the aisle.
Perhaps she did. And perhaps I would too.
She shrugs.
Maybe it's just who I am and who my family is, but if I did run away and not protect someone who I obviously could have protected, taken a bullet for them, something like that, I would never hear the end of it. And I would never forgive myself for it. I would have rather taken a bullet for someone. I would have rather taken a bullet for my husband than not, even if it's some random stranger, sir.
Valiant! Lowering his glasses, hand on Soul's shoulder, he'll look her right in the eye. He'll take the glasses off. Valiant. Maybe not mistaken. Either way, get out while you can. He'll smile at Soul. Get out, do more with your life.
She smiles at him.
And your husband's life. Don't become an old fool. He'll put his sunglasses back on like old Colonel Stryker, looking at the gigantic statue.
She lets out a chuckle.
You don't want to end up like him. Just a statue to a bygone, forgotten era.
She looks at the statue and then at him.
I'll have to take it under consideration, sir. But I don't think my plans are changing anytime soon.
Well, together, we'll have your revenge on. He'll fix his tie strap.
Yes, sir. Yes, we will.
She smiles big at him.
Now, run off back to wherever you have to be on Gateway. I'll double down efforts and time here, and I'll contact you in a few weeks, and we'll set up the process for your husband. Just have a discussion with him. He has to come willingly. I hope you've talked to him about this as not a approved treatment, so it has to be done out here on the frontier.
Yes, we've spoken, sir.
Good. Excellent. Run along, ma'am. He'll salute Soul, actually.
She'll salute him back. She'll start running, and as she runs, she turns back and looks at the statue of Kamul. And has
One more thing before you leave. You said he killed a black dragon, right? Turning and looking at her.
Yeah, I did.
And a black dragon was at the oil rig, but you can summon them.
She shrugs.
I was blessed by the power of the Enovians, sir.
He'll nod his head. Interesting. Very interesting. Run along, ma'am.
She smiles, looks at the statue of Kamul, and whispers to herself,
Anything for Cult.
and she'll start running off.
As she notices he's staring at the statue's back where there's the sword Carter uses on it. Even lowering his glasses, looking at the sword.
She sees him doing that, and in her mind, she knows she fucked up, and she just says, "Fuck."
He is so fun to play. Well, Julius, Hunk, and Rolly finally coming back. Pequod handing out... Well, she's already handed them out. Icy's drank 5 of them. God, this is so good. So sugary, but so good. Hunk, ease up on the sweets, Nicole. Oh, she'll lower the drink.
Julius chuckles as he'll walk over to Pequod to give her a kiss on the cheek.
So, how are you?
Good. She opens the tea carton for Julius, holds it up to his mouth.
He'll take a sip of it.
Holy shit, honey, that is really good.
It is selling like crazy. It's gestures to Mom, Davine. Mom gets the royalties to well, Mom gets all the money. It's her tea leaves. I just mass produce them. Good. Kissing Davine on the head.
Davine smiles and gives Pequod a little bow, and I thank you so much for that, my dear daughter.
You did tell Dad you ran your bank account like negative building the Mustang. What now? Looks at Dave.
Her mouth opens wide and then she closes it, and her shoulders start to go up.
I may or may not have ran my account into the negatives to buy certain parts for the Mustang.
Oh God, you're too good to me. Kissing her on the nose.
She returns the kiss onto his nose.
Well, it is exactly what you deserve, my love, for all the hardship I've given you.
I wish I came back with good news for you, dear. I really do. But we've got a problem. Well, problem? Holding Rebecca, how bad is it? Not good. Opening his tea carton.
Not good at all. Julius closes his eyes. You want me to tell it or you, Dad?
Son, be my guest, as the father of Carter, Rainfall. Carter? Under her breath.
Julius
Oh,
inhales.
come on. How bad could it be? There's
Well,
what? Krellin, Frederick, Samuel, Clive, and Scar. How organized of an effort can they do? This is Scar and Clive we're talking about.
So, I think the best example.
He starts showing Davine pictures from the binocular.
Davine's eyes start to widen looking at the pictures. Julius,
I think the best example is Pequod. Nicole, you remember how we were freaking out, wondering where the Fort Bragg sign went?
Oh yeah, I could not track it down. And
Stole it.
that Delta dude was she was pointing at Julius and lowers her finger.
They managed to steal the sign off of a fucking military base.
Julius, that sign had been there for over like 900 years or something.
I know. And they stole it, and Dad, show him the picture. Show him the sign.
Here, everybody pull up your wrist computers. I'll just share mine with your guys. There you go.
Oh my god. They stole the sign. Go ahead and go to the next picture, Dad.
it's like a picture of just the entire base itself.
That's Fort Bragg, North Carolina, y'all.
Oh, and we said it was too early to start drinking. She's chugging iced tea, and then she's pouring her flask into the iced tea, chugging it.
Davine can't even say anything. She opens her mouth and closes it and shrugs, looking at Zuletta drinking like that. Julius.
Okay, so this is the size of an actual military base. They have count them, two helicopters, one of them ancient, basically, a Titan-class tank, honey, flash grenades.
I know Sasha placates them, but she would not give them this equipment.
Well, apparently they haven't. Apparently, they just go up to the Rangers, and since he's the ambassador, he could say something along the lines of, "We need this tank for a promo shoot." And they'll give him the fucking tank.
Face bombing.
They have so many paintballs there, and paintball guns, and everything like that. They have a goddamn Gatling minigun that Clive was firing at Kardoff Hitler.
Kardoff Hitler? Don't tell me they drew a mustache on our son.
They drew a mustache on our son.
Oh, God.
Apparently, it is mustache that gives him all of the power that he has, you know? Along with, the power of his voice and his open mouth. It. It's. Apparently, Soul is, putting an illusion up to hide the mustache from people, so Carter will then roofie Colt so Soul can go and sleep with, Eric.
And that's not even the worst of it. We didn't actually get into the base, into all those outpost sheds and stuff they had. We don't even know what else they have in there. Rolly, I've been around. I snuck around the base for a while. The shack closest, he's going through his wrist computer. Let me find it. Shack closest to the main entrance where the old wooden sign is filled with flashbangs, sunset, recoils, and then whatever this is. Oh, God.
Julius closes his eyes.
It's an anti-terrorist black.
But he puts a hand onto Pico's shoulder.
You remember during our date, I was telling you about, like, the pinky and its origins with the SAS?
Yeah, the thing Sasha said they stole from Ring 2 that they wanted to just put in a museum, basically.
Yeah. So that's basically exactly what the SAS used to wear.
Still at drinking her tea. Pequod starts death gripping Julius's arm.
Yeah, Julius wincing at the pain.
And I mean, they're training. They are training. He'll show Davine the video of Clive and, the shooting drill with Frederick. Colt, oh my God, under his breath drinking tea.
He put a burst of 3 right on that mustache, didn't he?
So, let me get this straight. Carter's gonna get fucking counter-terrorist, basically. Yes, let it go, Julius's arm.
I think that's the plan they have going right now.
Great. Starting to drink her tea.
They are going to anti-terrorist our son with the help of aerial combat flashbangs. And
I'm sorry, is that Samuel landing in a helicopter? Yes.
I told you they had to, Nicole.
Since when does Samuel know how to pilot? Pequod, a long time ago I asked him to learn so he could fly the family around if I couldn't be there to fly, or I didn't want to fly. So he stuck his hand into the fucking computer, downloaded all the flight programs, and boom. He knows how to fly. Oh, that was a great idea.
It was at the time we did. Could any of us have predicted this shit from happening?
No, Pequod looking at the... No, Carter was 7 years old back then.
Exactly! None of us could have predicted any of this happening. God damn it.
Well, luckily, Samuel isn't good enough to be a part of the Highway 51 or whatever it's called. The U41, Dad. Pequod correcting it. Okay, but they all sound like highway designation numbers and names. Pequod just laughs and drinks her tea.
Julius lets out a bit of a chuckle.
Oh shit. This is what, in my opinion, is one of the worst parts. I'm pretty sure they got Zap to join the U4U.
Yeah, he's gonna be their civilian mechanic. Suletta's shifting Jace around so he's closer. She's just shifting around to drink her tea, but he is closer to Pequod. As the adults are talking, alright Jace, was it fun going up to Gateway and sneaking away and making Grandma cry? Oh my God, what are we going to do? Mark, if we lose him, they'll never forgive me.
They'll never forgive me, Mark. Please, we must find him. Please. Yeah, no, she was crying basically the whole time, dickhead.
Can you believe this punk Integra? Rebecca opening a tea carton and open your mouth, Thomas.
And Thomas will open his mouth.
She starts gingerly pouring some tea with kinesis into his mouth.
Integra crossing her arms, staring at Jace. It's almost the angry Pequod look that she gives to Davine, but it's a very unique. It seems like a special one that she'll give only to Jace. I am very disappointed in you, Jace. I'm sorry, Integra, Jesus. And Rebecca shaking her head. I think it was really stupid to do that. Who cares that you can't see Samantha or Sasha or any of them? You made Grandma cry.
Was it worth it? Did you even get to see Samantha wafting more tea into Thomas's mouth?
I did manage to see Samantha. Yes, I did.
Is that where you got that lollipop?
Yes, it is. I did get this lollipop from her. That she took it right out of her mouth and into mine. I just want that on the record. Thomas with his mouth open, drinking the tea.
She'll stop so he can talk.
She just sees him roll his eyes. She does it because you're a baby, and she probably thinks you're teething or some shit like that. And hard things for babies when they're teething are good for them. Jason rolls his eyes. He actually takes the lollipop out of his mouth and points it over at Thomas. See, no, that I think that's where you're wrong, mate. Because that entire time, JJ had his hands all over her, and you know what she did? She still paid some attention to me and gave me her damn lollipop. I think it was a sign, mate. I think it was a real sign.
What do you think Uncle JJ is holding her hostage or brain controlling her?
Maybe. You never know.
He's crazy Jace, just like Clive. Looking at Thomas.
Rebecca.
It's a British thing, I think.
Most definitely. Pointing down to Rebecca.
Thomas shaking his head, looking at Jace. He's gonna look at Hale. You wanna see something cool real quick?
Yes.
He will, close his eyes really tightly, and up until this point, his shadow was just, his shadow, an inky, featureless thing that sort of looked like him. This time he summons an actual shadow clone next to
I can
Hale.
have multiple Thomases.
Yeah, you can. It looks like he's holding his eyes closed really tightly because he's focusing really hard. And Shadow Clone Thomas will take the curtain from Hale and open your mouth, Hale, please.
She does.
The Shadow Clone will start pouring the drink into her mouth, and it looks like Thomas Prime starts to calm down a bit and opens his eyes up. Oh my god, it's working!
This is good tea.
It's really good, isn't it?
Wait, stop the tea. Can both Thomases kiss me?
The copy Thomas stops the tea, and one of the Thomases, Thomas Prime, kisses her on the cheek while this Thomas kisses her on the nose.
Blushing and stars popping out of her eyes. You want to see something that'll make you feel better?
Sure.
Tell Jace to do the hand thing to your mom.
Oh my god, yes. Thomas turns around.
Your mom's
Jace.
way too bad of a bitch, dude. Looking at the back of fucking Pequod's head.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. For sure. Hey, Jace. Jace looks over. Yeah, mate, what's up? If you think the hand thing works so well, do it to my mom. Yeah, I got this. Trust me. Watch this. He tugs on Pequod's shoulder real quick.
Looks quickly over at him. What's wrong?
He whips his hand out and does the hand thing.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. She smacks his hand away. I'm not Sasha. I'm not Sam. I'm not Nicole. I'm not your Aunt Suletta. I'm not your grandma. It's not gonna work on me. In fact, it almost made me want to fucking vomit. Come on, he's a baby. I see looking at people.
Jace starts to cry.
Jace ain't gonna give it up. He's gonna try again.
He's gonna cry, and then he's gonna whip his hand out and do it again.
Smacks her his hand away.
He starts to cry even harder.
Some lessons are hard, Chase. Rubbing him on the head, holding it.
Integra nodding towards her mother with with closed eyes and a smile on her face, arms crossed.
Stop crying, Jace. Pequod says.
Jace will, stop crying, sniffle a bit more as he holds his hand and starts rubbing it.
Say, oh, come on. Don't be a wimp, Jace. If you want a girl like Sam, you have to be tough.
He looks at her, up at her, and nods. Thomas leans over. God damn, we should have done this earlier.
She bitch smacked his hand away twice. And when he cried, it didn't work. She's laughing.
It didn't work at all. He starts to laugh hard.
Jace was totally faking those tears. He knows. He's shocked that the fake tears didn't really work.
He's rubbing his hand. God damn it. You know what? Hey, do you call a pro in baseball bad for missing a single fucking pitch? No, you don't. I'm still batting like 8 out of 9, so I think I'm still doing pretty good. And the hand thing still works, Thomas and Hale. I could hear.
Jace ego too big. He's gonna try one more time.
In fact, watch this. Just watch. Hand out, boom, right in front of his face.
Icy was teleporting a burger into Jace's hand to make him stop crying. He gets it in his hand and she smacks it and it goes flying.
Oh shit, my burger.
Come on, Pequod. Oh, shut up. You steal them from Gateway. Get him another one. There you go, honey. Icy waving at Jace.
He'll take the burger and start biting at it and eating it in Rugrats talk. I suppose the hand thing might not work on your mom.
She's immune. Nodding her head at Pequod.
Integra nods.
I could have told you that, but would you have listened to me? No. Who listens to me? Not you. That's for damn sure, Jace.
Hunk. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Hunk. So, that's the situation we're in. For those of you paying attention, not playing with the goddamn bait. Another burger, Nicole? Are you trying to make him 400 pounds? Icy. Let him eat. If he gets fat, I can take it away from him.
That is true, but it's not really healthy to always think that's going to be available to him, Nicole.
Slapping babies' hands isn't really healthy either, Julius, but some people do it. Running counterterrorism operations against your son-in-law isn't healthy, but here we sit. God damn it. Crossing her arm.
Nicole, you have an argument for everything, don't ya?
Snarky attitude. Gets it from your mother.
Gets it from my goddamn mother.
So, the situation we're in. Oh, yeah, that's right. Edith Finch.
Yes, Edith Finch.
Who? Pequod and Icy both looking up at the picture. Icy, the game you made. Pequod, yeah. The game I wrote. Looking at it. Pequod, yes. We won awards for that fucking thing.
Julius's lips are thin.
Okay. So you all know how Ash is dead in their universe, right?
Even though I saw Ash last last Tuesday this week, yeah, when we were up on Gateway. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, yep, that's right. Yep.
Yep. So apparently Edith Finch is Ash's daughter.
Huh? Looking at the picture of Clyde?
That Clive promised Ash while he was bleeding out in Samuel's arms that he would protect and keep an eye on and everything like that. And apparently Carter got to Edith Finch, roofied her up, had his way with her, and then killed her and apparently her unborn child.
Oh, this is bad. Frederick Krellin and Samuel were playing that game, and Scar and Clive were watching them play.
Julius looks at Soletta.
Oh God! So they just took like bits and pieces of the lore and put it into their unit.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Okay, this is a very important question. Since you just gave us this evidence, has Krellin, Samuel Fledwig, anybody in that house played any other video games other than Edith Finch in the past 2 weeks, let's say?
Last Sunday, after the successful attack on Carter's Saturday at the playground, she shudders. Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. You know, the newly released one that Nicole wrote and Patricia produced. I see. Oh god.
Julius starts to sit up straight.
Oh no. She's sitting up. She stands up. They're releasing Beirut Declassified. Big one. Sit down, Nicole.
Davine puts a hand onto Icy's arm and starts to gently drag her back down to her seat.
You need to scrub that video. Just delete it from his chip. The public thinks it's a joke. It's okay, Nicole. Relax.
If we suddenly delete one of these videos, then the general public is gonna start considering if it isn't a joke. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just let them live in ignorance. As long as they think Clive's funny, and besides it. Oh god. I don't know anything about Final Fantasy VII, but I don't want to know.
Davine shakes her head.
It's well, depending on how much they played of it, it's, either a story about a group of people trying to overthrow a dangerous corporation, and specifically a singular person in that corporation is evil, so, I think that fits Carter's story quite well. Or, past that, it's a story about trying to save the world and the materia and mana within it, Mako within it, and, well, trying to defeat one person from the main character's past that almost killed a close friend of his, is the basic gist of it.
Julius crosses his arms and looks at Pequod.
This is bad. This is bad.
This is is our son gonna be Carter Roth?
Yes. Pequod looks down at her lap. I see. How far into the game did they get? They got out of the big city. And then Krellin was like, okay, enough now. Need to go do other things.
Okay, so they got out of Midgar. Then that means
I did hear Clive mention, I think, I was kind of drunk, but I vaguely remember him saying something like, that's right. Midgar was the capital of Beirut.
right. That is just
Julius closes his eyes.
great to hear.
I was really drunk, though. Maybe I'm just misremembering. No, you probably weren't. I believe it after seeing what I saw out there in Frost Tyrant territory.
Davine looks at Soletta and shakes her head.
I have full faith in you, darling. I don't think you were misremembering or mishearing anything, darling.
Julius leans forward.
So, there is a high non-zero chance that Clive is going to recreate the moments and events that take place throughout Midgar in Final Fantasy VII and replace them with our son and the unit. But that's where I'm a little confused, and where I have a little bit of hope, at least. The party in the game, it has 2 females and 3 males, right? At least for the Midgar section. The unit is all guys, so he shrugs. Hopefully they don't go fully off the game because of that.
Who the hell knows? Shaking her iced tea carton.
I
Julius shakes his head. None of us know. None of us know until it actually happens.
Who's up for a camping trip? Putting his arms around Davine, leaning back. I would really like to go on a camping trip. I saw that RV, Nicole. Appreciate it. Where do we want to go? Maybe far away from the unit. We have to get time off before we could go on a trip, Dad.
Julius nods. Yeah, no, we need time off. Contrary to probably popular belief, we can't just get up and go. We were all thinking to the OG spot.
I mean, your mother and I still go there.
Okay.
Really?
You guys do, huh? And
Yeah,
Davey
all the
nods.
time. I mean, where do you think we can't get Benny and Elizabeth out of our goddamn house?
And, sometimes it's a nice change of pace and scenery to not go to the beach house and just go camping, just me and Mark.
Somewhere Benny can't find you guys. I see looking at her mom
Exactly.
because he doesn't know about the location.
Exactly. Somewhere where he can't find us. That he doesn't know about the location. None of the kids know about the location, so he couldn't even ask them to get any information about it.
Smart. Because nodding her head. Very smart.
Thank you, darling. It was your father's idea.
Yeah, no, we went to the beach house a month or so back, and I was like, all right, Elizabeth, Benjamin, enjoy the house for the weekend. We're going to the beach house. We had a beautiful Friday night. Saturday morning, I woke up to the smell of eggs and thought, shit, she's cooking me breakfast. I'm the world's luckiest man in the world. Rolled over, and she was lying right next to me, still asleep. Got up, and there was Benjamin cooking bacon and eggs, shirtless.
I take it Elizabeth didn't look too happy about the whole situation.
Nope, she did not.
You are... Julius leans back in the chair. I just gotta say it, Dad, you are a better man than I am.
I came this close to beating the crap out of him right then and there.
Fair enough. I probably would not have had the self-control that you did, Dad, and I would have probably just kicked the kid's ass.
I see, what did you guys do? Just spend the weekend at the house with them? No, then we went up to your cabin, Julius, and he didn't follow us up there because there's no teleporter up there.
Smart. You guys can use the cabin whenever you want, in addition to the camping spot, of course, but you guys can use the cabin whenever you want if me and Pequod aren't using it.
Well, we will, don't worry. If we want to go on a family trip and show these kids our OG spot, which I think we should, because it's a nice place before we head the lane, I'm sure it'll be on Benjamin's checklist.
Yes, no, we'll have to find another spot for us to go, and I think the cabin is the only spot where he's not really willing to go to, other than probably the camping spot.
You see, I can just shut down the teleporter to Cancun, and you can go there. Thank you, Nicole. Because I prefer the beach.
Oh, it's true, thank you.
Davine leans forward and starts giving her Eskimo kisses.
She Eskimo kisses her mother back as the unit, and a somewhat disheveled-looking Clive storm up. Steve, Blaze, arms crossed behind his back. Madam, we've had an incident. Clive is under the impression Carter beat him up in the bathroom.
I know he did. He had the fucking sword the fucking sword that he stole from me.
Come on, Frederick, get in the ring. Let's do some work, big man.
Let's just get the fuck away from this whole conversation, man.
Putting the gloves on, letting Frederick start to beat the crap out of his hands. Wait, what's going on?
Dude, Carter beat me over the head with the blunt side of his sword.
Saw it happen with my own two eyes. Tried to stop him. He fucking beat the shit out of me, too. Samuel goes into the ring.
I mean, look.
Clive takes off his hat and shows the huge welt that Oz left from the aluminum bat.
Carter? Looking at Clive.
Julius, squinting at Clive, leans over to Pequod.
Yeah, so the width of that welt, that bruise, isn't as wide as the sword would be if he were to theoretically hit his head with the sword. So I don't think it was Carter, but how the fuck did he get the welt?
Pequod scratching Julius's chin, listening icy, leaning in. Didn't Sasha send them to kill that black guy today or capture him, the Hecker dude?
The Adonis guy, yeah.
Call Sasha, Julius. Hunk and Davine are listening to Clive's pleas. So Carter came into the bathroom, beat you up, and ran back up to Gateway?
Yes, exactly. He ran back up to Gateway. I put up as good a fight as I can, but when you snuck up on when you're using the John, mate, there's not much you can do about it. I literally got caught with the pants down.
Sasha answering. What's wrong, Julius?
So Clive just came into the boxing arena, and he said something along the lines of, well, Carter hit him over the head with his sword.
It was Oz with an aluminum bat. He insulted Laz.
Oh! Well... I'm proud of the boy for protecting my daughter's honor like that.
You see, and there's good men down here on the lane, and Towns is a good man, and good men should be with good men, so you ought to move down. She hangs up on Pequod.
God
Damn it.
Julius looks at Pequod. Well, we'll get her down here one of these days, honey.
She sighs, looking at Clive, just rambling about the assault.
Yeah, no, and we're not... So, I was obviously using the John. He did just this. He did exactly this. He walks behind Scar, taps him on the shoulder one way, and then goes this way. Scar turns around to look that way, and Clive just hits him over the head with the flat of his hand, backhands him with the flat of his hand. Yeah, and then I tried to get up and fought back, pulled some of my fudge Cheeto on him, but it was too late. I even tried the whole fist in the mouth thing, and nothing worked out, mate. Nothing was working.
Well, I mean, we could have a talk with Carter when he gets home. He just keeps going, interrupting Hunk.
Scott, what do you want to say, darling?
Nah, it's war with Carter.
War? What does that mean, darling? Are you going to war with him?
This means war, Davine. He attacked the general in cold blood from behind. It's game on.
Is it now? So...
Well, I mean, you'd need a military base and gear and interrupting Hunk again. Even Clive starts to do it.
Scar, it's Clive, please, come on. What you need a military base and everything like that, right?
We have our ways, Julius. Don't you worry about
it. Julius closes his eyes as he'll look over at Flitwick. I'm really tempted to get in the ring with him.
Well, Uncle Zap is struggling. Pequod gestures, so why don't you go help?
Do you want to come with me?
No. Shaking your head. No, I'm just gonna stay here. I don't want to go in the ring.
Okay. Julius will kiss her on the top of the head.
I want Thomas and Hale. Pointing back.
Well, that's not an issue, my love. He'll stand up, walk over. Honey, when we get 2 Thomases...
Everybody turns around. Oh my fucking god. 2 Thomases?
What the fuck is this? There's 2 of them now! 2 spawns of Satan himself!
Spawns of Satan looking down at Clive Icy. Holy shit, that's impressive.
That's a fucking Antichrist right there. Look at him. And you're letting him feed her liquid? He's feeding her. Are you blind? You're blind.
Pequod will just pick them up. Wow. Is this like magic or something?
I don't know. As both Thomases will look at Pequod at the same time, they both wave and will lean in and give her a kiss on either of her cheeks.
It's magic! He's doing this at his age already? I see it's not out of the realm of possibility. Look at her. Lifting the tea carton with kinesis, so... Shrugging.
I suppose it's...
He walks around looking at this Thomas.
It's really impressive, as he'll try and put a hand onto like Thomas's copy's head, and the hand like sort of passes through him.
Little trickster, smiling down at herself.
Thomas starts to giggle, looking up at his mom, and he makes like a little hand gesture and makes a little poof sound.
Now, I don't want to go in the ring. I don't want my son to be called the spawn of Satan. I want to go somewhere else. Let's go back to work.
Julius looks at Pequod.
Oh yeah, no, of course, honey, of course.
Yeah, Clive, Scar. It's war with Carter. Bring it on. Take the fight to Carter right there.
Oh yes, darling. Take the fight to Carter. Go unit, right guys, go unit. Right, Nicole?
Semper Fi unit never die. That's right, baby.
Fortana, Fatula, Abdullah, you know what I mean? You guys
Klaatu,
know.
Varana, Niktu.
Exactly. He looks at Pequod. I couldn't be bothered. I couldn't say to the fucking unit.
No, let's get out of here. We have to go, Clive, Scar. If Carter jumps you again, you gotta let us know faster, Clive.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'll call you directly. Right on your personal line. You'll be the first to know about it, ma'am.
Oh, I look forward to it. Yeah, we're gonna head back to the house and check out the new RV Nicole bought. Let's go, move out.
Yes, let's go.
Disappearing. Blaze, I'm gonna go with them. Carter might jump them, I'm concerned.
Yeah, no, go for it. So, keep an eye on them, Blaze. Keep an eye on them.
It's war, brother. It's war.
Clive starts to roll his shoulders.
How it's war like you can believe. He really thinks that he can just attack me like this, and we won't retaliate.
Puts a cigar up to the general's mouth. Here you go, brother. Take one.
He'll take the cigar.
Give me a light, big man.
Ching! Zippo lighter, lighting it in Clive's mouth as that... Frederick, so what the hell done happened in that men's restroom? Was Carter really come down and beat the shit out of him? Because I done saw him up on Gateway.
No.
He saw what happened, Frederick.
So what happened was, as he starts hitting the pads, so what happened was, Clive decided to call up Wazaway and start to insult her. You know what I mean? Calling her blind, calling her useless, calling her a not good pilot, and she's lazy, and everything like that. Kept on calling her a left winger too.
Hey, looking at Frederick.
So what ended up happening was Oz was there with her while she was getting that call, and he came down and hit him over the head with an aluminum bat and in the kidneys as well.
Oz done deserve an award, in my opinion.
I think so. I think he does.
You done gonna knock the shit out of Scar with this boxing match, right?
Does this answer your question? And he does like a pretty fucking impressive combo that like most professional boxers would be proud of.
Samuel clapping, seeing it. That's the spirit. Staring at Scar and Clive as Clive has his cigar lit for him. As Soul received a message asking her to come to a small publishing company. Very vague details. And she's followed the address.
She starts to walk up to the door, looks around quickly, and gives it a knock.
A little slit on the door opens, and this really tiny short guy squinting at him. Ma'am.
She leans back.
Hi, sir. I got a message about you guys wanting to see me. I assume for an interview since you're a publishing company.
He opens the door. Very short man. A dwarf. Come on in, ma'am. Haggard looking guy.
Hi. Yes, of course.
She'll step in.
Your soul rainfall, lifting his arm up to her.
She'll take his hand and shake it.
Yes, sir. I am Soul Rainfall, and you are?
Just call me. I'll give you my name, maybe. He'll walk in here.
Okay, sure.
She squints at him. She'll close the door behind her as she'll cautiously walk in.
Have to be sure we can trust you.
Of course. No issue at all.
She puts her hands behind her back.
This isn't an interview, is it?
Well, it is a publishing company, the Lone Gunman Publishing Company, sitting down here.
Of course.
She starts to walk around, just checking out everything around them.
Working on a computer, typing furiously. This guy just making food.
I'm sorry, I'm not completely familiar with the Lone Gunman Publishing magazine.
She walks up to these two.
What exactly is it that you publish about?
He'll hand her a physical magazine. Looks like a tabloid reel.
She looks at it. I assume it's just exactly like the Lone Gunman magazine.
Yes. Yep, the front cover is Bigfoot spotted on Colony.
Her eyebrows go up.
Oh! Okay then.
Call me Jay, ma'am. He's in a suit and tie, dressed very nice.
She closes the magazine. She looks at him.
Jay, nice to meet you.
She'll put a hand out to shake his hand.
He'll shake her hand. You can call me F. Just one letter, F. He's J, I'm F.
Okay, so
And I'm L, fixing his glasses.
got it. So F, J, and L. Got it, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose you all already know my name, but I'm Soul Rainfall, as I'm sure you all already know.
Or Wingy.
Or Wingy. I suppose that's never gonna, escape my past.
She smiles at all of them.
What exactly can I do for all of you, sirs?
What exactly are you doing on our colony?
She looks at him.
The small battalion of EarthGov troopers.
Well, that's classified information, sir.
Mm-hmm. Nodding his head at him.
She shrugs.
I can't divulge any more than it's classified. I apologize.
So deeply classified, they're openly digging underground in the main market square of the city.
She looks at him, squints her eyes.
I never said it made sense, but it is classified. I can't tell you anything about it. I apologize, Mr. F.
He'll shrug up, looking at him.
If I could, I would, but
She walks back over here to one of the tables. She gently sits on it, more leans on it than anything. She bites her bottom lip.
There's really nothing I can say about it. I apologize. It's top secret. It's pretty obvious. I suppose I could say this. We are excavating something, but that's pretty much all I feel comfortable saying.
Excavating something of archaeological importance. With
Ye-
EarthGov troops, not archaeologists.
She opens her mouth and then closes it again.
EarthGov troops who probably don't know anything about specimen recovery, retrieval, talking about bones when I say the word specimen, maybe artifact recovery would be the better way to put it. Using shovels?
She looks over.
Oh, and by the way, from all the observation I've done on them, they never speak.
She looks over at Elle.
I
Nor
noticed.
do they gesture to one another. Somehow they're able to speak an unspoken language. Maybe telepathy?
I noticed that too, actually. Whenever I'm around them, they never speak. They just sort of gesture like this, a simple point, or putting a hand out for me to grab, something like that.
I watched them for 15... He puts up his finger, fixing his glasses, 15 hours straight. Pulls up a video. Without a break. They just worked for 15 hours.
She'll stop leaning on the table, come over and start watching the video.
They didn't stop for a drink, Miss Windry. Gesturing up to her.
No bio, nothing like that?
Shakes his head up.
She looks at the video.
Then what could it be then, sirs?
Could be, gesturing back to the photo. They're the same people that were out here about 1.5 to 2 years ago, messing around with old sat-nav sat-arrays, who we sighted and tried to track, and the mayor told us we were crazy.
She slowly looks over at F.
About a year ago, you say?
He crosses his arms and he has to think, fixing his glasses again. He's real nerdy. Maybe like a future glimpse into Jace. 3.2 to be exact. 3.2, yes. Then the sighting stopped. Once we published our tabloid paper about... Well, I'll pull it up for you. Give me a second.
Of course.
She looks at F and leans down to him a bit.
This is a really weird question, but was there a man who heavily smoked with those people that were looking around your colony?
Drinking his coffee, waving his hand at her wildly. I don't know what he would be. And then this guy, there it is! Slapping the table, fixing his glasses. She sees a picture of the tabloid. Mysterious EarthGov ship operating on our colony.
She'll walk over, pick up the tabloid.
This is the Pinta.
You in cahoots with them? Looking at it!
She throws it down onto the pool table, looks at him.
No, I would never be in cahoots with these people.
Why are you working with them?
I
Elle followed you. Nodding at her!
She closes her eyes, walks back over here next to F, and puts her hands on her hips.
My husband is paralyzed. And they gave me a sort of deal if I could turn on some teleporters to try and find those people, the people who operated off of that ship. They would heal my husband. And he would be able to walk again and hold his daughter and go on walks with me, and
she looks at the three of them.
I would do anything to save my husband, to help my husband. Literally anything. You have to understand that.
Let's settle down. He puts his hands out. I think they're coming at you a little too quickly. We don't know if whoever you're talking about are these people. We thought they were unearthing a UFO. He looks at Soul.
Her shoulders sort
Teleporters. Fuck. He fist bumps the air, across his chest.
Yeah, teleporters. This shit cannot go into your tabloid, okay?
Teleporters. F. Damn it. Crosses his arm.
She looks around.
What's? Come on, what's? Damn it! You guys need a.
Well, we thought it was a UFO.
Well, yeah. I can tell you this much: it isn't a UFO. She puts her hands up. You guys have given me some information, some useful information. I'm gonna give you guys some, but it cannot appear in any of your magazines. Got me?
Oh, nobody wants to read about teleporters. Gesturing to her. Probably
There-
just EarthGov trying to find the teleporters to... What were those things? Geist. Ugh.
They're ancient Anovian teleporters.
It's Geist stuff.
Yes, I believe the guys used them, but they're ancient.
Still doesn't explain why those guys never talk and can work incredible amounts of hours. He shrugs. Maybe they're just highly disciplined.
Well, even the most disciplined of soldiers needs to take a piss break, sir.
Well, I didn't watch them all day. Fixing his glass.
She rubs the back of her neck.
Who's in charge of them? Can we have his name? It's all off the record.
She looks at F.
All off the record, this won't reach EarthGov, this won't reach anything like that.
Off
Not
the
even a
record.
Frontier magazine.
Mm-mm.
Colonel Stryker.
Run him in your database. He'll start typing.
She walks around. Just looks like she starts to pace.
I started. He was sort of trustworthy in the beginning, but then he started to say things, really weird things that I really
Colonel
untrustworthy.
William Stryker. Gesturing back to his computer. EarthGov signals intelligence.
Signals intelligence. No, that's his post. That's what he's told me. And where
Groom
he's
Lake.
stationed.
Groom Lake. Loser. Loser.
Exactly. This is sort of why he wants me to power up the teleporters, so Sig can be put onto the map, you know? And they can finally get credit for something and not, the Rangers or the Marines or anything like that.
Well, so much for the story of the decade. He sips his coffee and shakes his head.
She looks at the three of them.
Just a loser trying to play with teleporters.
She exhales and nods.
Yeah, just a loser trying to play with teleporters.
As she stares at the picture of the Pinta. She
Has
looks
that
at-
caught your attention? Pointing over to the picture.
It has, yeah. It certainly has. You said they were here about 3 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Nodding his head. It turned out, he gestures to the picture, at least what the mayor said was it was some type of EarthGov, what do you call that? Parade, or something like that. Showing off old tech. There was even we weren't invited. There was even a meet and greet, or something like that. But we saw the ship out by the SATCOM array. That's where we got that picture. But apparently they met with the civilians of the colony, meet and greet, tried to recruit some people to join up with EarthGov. It was something the Primarch did or something, maybe? I don't know. Recruitment drive. I think that's what the mayor said.
She squints her eyes.
Did any of them claim to be part of SIS from any of your knowledges?
We weren't invited. We're not well liked around the town.
Oh, of course.
She puts a hand.
From a contact I have in the mayor's office, they claim to be from the Navy. That is a naval vessel.
In the Navy. Okay.
She puts her hands into her pockets.
I was always somewhat dubious on that lead myself, gesturing to the picture. That's an old ship. I'm somewhat of an aeronautics nut. EarthGov sends their old ships that aren't good at combat anymore out, recruitment drive, get kids to join up on frontier planets, wow them with technology, they join up, make money, everybody's happy. I believe it. Still do. Shrugging at the picture.
My sister said it was a Halcyon class vessel, right?
Stealth vessel, something of the sort.
She swallows hard. She looks at the three of them.
Me and my squad, we encountered a ship just like that during one of our first missions together to a SATCOM array. And during that mission, these pods started to drop, right? And androids started to come out of them, lifeless androids and everything like that.
She looks at F.
Then this guy in a ski mask, his name is Ripa, came out and claimed that he was part of SIS.
Ski mask. Looks at her. Never saw anybody like that.
Well, that probably would have been pretty suspicious to have around, you know? A random guy in a ski mask. I assume not all of them were masked and stuff like that.
For my contact in the mayor's office, when we were originally running this story and this ship was sighted here, it was doctors that came off the ship, and that's how the recruitment drives work. Sometimes you bring out doctors, heal the ailments of the frontier colonies. We don't have healthcare out here, and most of the doctors you have out here, some are very good. Same with dental. Some are not very good. Looking at Soul.
Soul closes her eyes.
How many people did they take?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't there. Probably a lot. Population of the city definitely dropped, at least by 2 or 3%.
And how big is the city's population?
Um,
Just rough estimate?
15,000.
3% of 15,000, that is quite a bit.
She looks at the ship. She swallows hard.
They were doing experiments on the ship. They were more accurately, they were holding specimens on the ship, and they were trying to, make them grow out of
And you think this guy here, you think this guy in the glasses has anything to do with whoever you're talking about? Because this guy's background checks out. Do you know how hard it is to hack into the EarthGov database, turning his computer around? This is off the record too. Fixing his glass.
Pretty hard, I assume, but it might be just a coincidence that the Pinta, this exact vessel, was here 3 years ago, and then I just so happened to be called here as well. It could just be a coincidence, but
She puts her hands in her pockets.
something that I picked up from my brother. Sometimes coincidences aren't just coincidences.
I think we followed a false lead. And it's just some guy bucking for a promotion, playing with teleporters, trying to find the next war to start, fight, and win. Grumbles and closes the photos. I'm still gonna keep my eye on him.
She looks at him.
I would appreciate that, and if you can give me a call in case anything interesting happens around here, guys, I would appreciate that.
Sure! He smiles up at her. And you can also give us an interview for our tabloid.
Oh,
A one-on-one interview with Miss Winjay. Sit! Gesturing to the chair.
Oh,
She's gives him like a not a sad smile, but like an uneasy smile, and she'll walk over and sit down.
He'll lick his pencil. Nothing to do with that misunderstanding of a a mess back there, pointing back to all the pictures he's closing. So, crossing his legs, tell me about Mortichew. Explain the Mortichew thing to me, like I'm 15.
Like you're 15?
What technology has EarthCove developed that through the power of masturbation one can summon Mortichew?
No technology. It's all false. Tessin Hecker is a crazy individual.
Oh, well, please go into it, because out here on the Frontier Colony, people think Tessin Hecker is very funny. Snickering to himself.
Well, we sort of want to keep it that way. It's
Give me the one-on-one interview. You encountered Mr. Hecker in person. Give me the one-on-one account interview of you and Mr. Hecker. Your meeting with him.
okay.
I'll get you a cup of coffee. Coming over here.
Thank you.
Poor soul is gonna do that. As flashing to the self-serve coffee place, Oz bought Laz a backpack, Sam's bought a lot of stuff. Oh, coffee. Drinking it. Adonis's head and all this stuff is still.
Yeah, I think we've more than earned this.
I'd say so. Looking at all of her backpack.
JJ smiles at Sam. Oh, honey, you deserve more than this every single second you're around me.
She'll lick JJ's face.
He smiles and starts to kiss at her neck. Carter, looking over at them, looks at Memory Hand and clinks his coffee onto her glass and starts to drink it.
She'll kiss Carter on the cheek and sip her coffee. You know, someday we're gonna get to go on a mission where we actually do something.
Oh, what are you talking about, hon? We did something. Or, more accurately, I killed a man and then Benny had his gloves stuck to a hard drive and camera that were so sticky from presumably semen.
Gross. Benny getting Elizabeth a cup of coffee.
We're gonna have to burn those gloves, Benny. We're gonna have to.
I'm gonna ask Aunt Sasha for a replacement armor set.
Good. Sounds very good to me. She shakes her head. It was so gross, and I almost threw up in my helmet.
Benny setting Elizabeth up on the counter, handing her the coffee. Looking at his gloves, rubbing alcohol did the trick.
Yeah, thank God for that. She chuckles, takes a sip of the coffee. The self-serve places are really good.
I've never been to one. Shrugging, looking around, pulling out the bat.
Dude, you had to have knocked Clive into next week if he hasn't called any of us back in this long.
And that fucking woman looking over.
Yeah, no. When I was dragging her, she felt pretty damn dead weight. You hit a fucking grand slam on that one, Oz.
And me, your sister, gesturing to Laz, Samantha, and JJ are responsible for your safety. You and Ricky's. The Ranger Major's son. I wasn't gonna let her touch Ricky, Laz. Looking back at Laz with the bat. We're responsible. We're the adults. She got what was called. I gave her a chance. It's on camera. And he's laughing.
Laz smiles. You gave her a chance, and then she leans forward and kisses him on the cheek. You protected my little brother and my little brother's friend, and oh honey, I thank you for that.
He wants to be a ranger. He wants to take his dad. That's the future of the Rangers. Well, I protected it. Sam, good God. Looking at it.
Hey man, you're right, you did. My God, what a swing.
She was out like a light. I do kind of feel bad.
She was to me, it sort of looked like even before you made contact with the bat, it looked like she was knocked out from just the sheer force of the swing.
Oh,
it is a curse, yeah. Sam nodding going.
Yeah, you hit her so hard that she's got knocked into the past. She's having to catch up with her body.
It is a curse to be, Sam nodding her head, attractive, shrugging. I mean, she really wanted you and Carter. She wanted a cracker that would take care of her.
Yes, she did. Flattered and all, but like I said, I like the treat I have at home.
I want a cracker who'll take care of me and then I can take care of that cracker. Mama raised me right.
As Carter takes a sip of his coffee.
Sam sipping hers. Be honest. If you didn't have Ellie, would you have? Oz, say no.
Nah, not unless I was like really fucking depressed and really fucking drunk.
Good boy. You'd break your mother's heart bringing a woman twice your age. Putting the bag on Lass's back.
Oh, bring her home? I don't think there's any amount of alcohol.
You turn into Screwdriver. This looks good on you. You turn into, or she would turn into Screwdriver, Suletta.
Yeah, she would. I wouldn't want to hurt my mom any more than I already have, you know?
She's Tequila Suletta this week.
Oh shit, that bad?
Mm-hmm. Yes, she's taken to the tequila bottle.
At this point, it seems to change every single week. A couple weeks ago, it was Bloody Mary, Suletta, and Screwdriver. And now it's tequila.
Well, let's hope we don't get a really bad week and get Everclear, Suletta.
Cocaine Suletta. Oh god.
JJ starts to laugh. Speed, Suletta.
I would need all those. I would need a speedball effect going on just to get through 1 hour in that house with those idiots.
Yeah, no, How? JJ looks over at Memory and Carter. How do you guys last more than an hour there? Most times you go over there.
It's incredibly. Looking at her coffee. Difficult.
It's somehow taxing mentally and physically, because the biggest part of it is, honestly, you have to keep a constant vigil to make sure you yourself don't get roofied or you accidentally pick up a drink that was meant for someone who was going to get roofied. And on top of that, you have Clive insulting me pretty much constantly and saying how I, roofied Memory Ann and forced her to have sex with me and everything like that. JJ just clicks his tongue and shakes his head as he takes a sip of the coffee. Well, looks at
I mean,
Sam.
I tell Carter we don't have to go over, but he insists.
Because it's for your mother.
She shrugs very dispassionately. Eh.
Good luck dealing with Edith this Sunday.
Oh no! What a waste of my Sunday evening. Hey, Carter, you think you can kill Ash's daughter and get away with it?
I wouldn't be surprised if I opened that door and I was just met with an onslaught of paintballs just right into my chest.
Sunday evenings are meant to be like relaxing. You wind down and build up to the inevitability of returning to the work grind. That must be hell. It is.
It's not the funnest time, but Carter puts his hands up. I feel like we should do it for Suletta. She's my mother-in-law, she's your mother. If we don't do it for her, then who is she left with? Yes, the Stooges, but I mean, wouldn't it be better if they had, another support group with her as well?
I suppose, Carter. But I mean, it's so ridiculous. Like, he'll insult Carter. Here's the thing. She crosses her legs, leans on Carter. He'll insult Carter, right, at the table. Everybody's looking at her. Then, he'll get up, go into the kitchen, and call Carter to insult him. Sam laughs.
At least he's inventive about it. It never gets boring.
It just restarts over and over. Carter, you son of a bitch, gets up. Carter, 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 from the kitchen.
And it's never like in person, Carter. No, it's only ever on the phone. When I suppose he thinks I can't hear him. So Carter shakes his head.
Bing! Very angry Clive. He's pissed because Carter jumped him.
Carter!
Oh, here the fuck we go.
You son of a bitch. You decide just because I call you out about Edith Finch that you could just walk up behind me and hit me with the blunt of your sword and fucking knock me out right next to the commode? What the fuck is wrong with you, Carter? I'm the goddamn General Brigadier Commander with 74 stars of the unit. This means war. Carter, I've been going easy on you. All of us have been going easy on you because I've been holding the unit back. Scar's itching and ready to go, mate. He's sharpening his claws as we speak. You wanted
In the
us.
background, doing exactly what Clive is saying.
You wanted us, mate. You wanted us, and now you're gonna get us. You can't affect us with the ESP anymore. Ding, 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 as he knocks on his head. You can't affect us with anything like that. You might have bested me once physically, but let me tell you something, buddy boy. Fred Cheeto's gonna come back and bite you in the ass.
Uncle Clive, it was me. Coming up, and Clive doesn't remember. It was me. You insulted Laz, and I came and beat the fuck out of you with this. We would
Oh.
never insult Laz.
Oh, so why would we insult Lazarus? She's the best child of Julius.
Don't make excuses for Carter. A, we would never insult Laz. B, I appreciate you trying to be a brother figure to Carter, but you know what? He doesn't appreciate it. So fuck him. Don't take the fall for him. We know what he's up to. He probably roofied that coffee she's ignoring him drinking. It's game on, brother man. Looking at Carter.
Clive puts a hand onto Scar's chest.
Wait. Oh no, Scar. Oswald. Have you been taken over by Carter? Are you taking Carter's side over us?
I beat you with this. I came down and beat you. Don't. You play with matches, you get burned, Oz. Don't play for Carter. Don't try to take the fall. You know what? Look at that coffee. Pointing over. Carter roofied his fucking drink.
God. He hits his hand against the desk. God damn it, Carter. You roofied his goddamn drink. Oz, let me tell you something. If you're still in there, if your unroofied self can still hear us, just know. Playing with Carter is like playing for the Pirates, mate. You're gonna fucking lose. Don't play with him. I beg of you, please.
But looking at the bet, but I cocking the pistol, looking at Carter. We'll be waiting for you, Carter, when you get back to the lane, okay?
We're gonna be waiting for you. And we're gonna have a grand old time, Carter, old boy. You son of a bitch.
Hanging up. Oz, sit down on my lap now.
And Laz will sit down on his lap.
I tried, Carter. He shrugs.
No, I appreciate it. Just I don't want you
They would
dragged.
never insult Laz. They insulted her this morning. I know.
They went in on her this morning.
It's PTSD. Over here with Elizabeth shrugging.
Oz, I don't want you dragged down any further by this situation. Just make them think that I let go of my control over you because I roofied you, okay?
Right, I guess I'll get the fucking metal plates in my head.
Well, you don't have to do all that. Just make him think that you're fine and you're not under my control. Say something about me being a terrible person or something like that.
Wait a minute, I said they insulted Laz this morning. It was literally 2 hours ago. Looking at her wrist computer, Sam laughing.
If that, yeah.
Laz looks at her call log. Oh my god, it was only 2 hours ago.
Coming up on the television. Ha ha ha! It's Tommy Wiseau with Earthcraft News. Today, Clive posted a new video. Very exciting video. All Clive fans love this video very much. Now the highest rated video Clive ever released in anticipation of Beirut Declassified. Here is a brief snippet of Clive talking about his time being a pilot in a Lockheed YF-12 that looks suspiciously like the one Oz built for lot. He's turning around. He was doing this live, you could tell.
It was a fun time being a pilot.
He knocks on the side of the plane.
this was my baby. This was my joy. I was a solo pilot, unlike Lass and Oz. I don't make another pilot do all the work for me.
And he can see.
And I can see. I'm not blind. I wasn't blind back in the day. I'm not blind now. I don't need fucking glasses. But like one red-headed individual that I know. You know what I mean, Scar?
And this baby can pilot choppers. Check him out. This is Clive at the Moog.
Yeah, that's me at the Moog. Believe it or not, there's a man called Rainfall. I was his chopper pilot, and it got knocked down, and he was out for the count. He was knocked out. I, while also having to draw the Moon Maiden sigils all around the city, I was defending that outpost, that crash site, single-handedly. I took out like 62 people, something like that, man. Anyway,
That's where Colt got his back injury from, and I air quote on the words back injury. He says he was paralyzed. In reality, he's faked it all this time so he can get off duty and have the ultimate excuse, just like Soul.
I also suspect that Colt has been, in fact, roofing various individuals around the lane, not so he could have his way with them, but as an assistance to Carter. The two of them are very good friends, believe it or not, but, as an assistance to Carter, so he could then have his way with individuals like my wife, Sasha, so on and so forth.
Well, we here at E! News will be covering all the information from Beirut Declassified. Wiping sweat off his head. And that was totally Laz's jet. I will be back with an update in a few hours.
Oz can feel Laz shaking in his lap.
You want the bat?
I want the bat.
There you go, honey. Handing her the bat.
She'll take the bat. She looks Oz directly in the eye.
I'm gonna give someone one chance to, calm me down. Was that not my fucking jet that my beautiful, sexy, and smart husband built for me as a wedding present?
So, do you want the bad news to that question, or do you want the worst news to that question?
Give me the worst.
That's the second video he's posted in that jet. We watched a different one earlier.
Yeah, we did not want you to see it.
No, we were trying to keep it from you, Laz.
Is that so?
She looks at Oz.
If you had a good fucking home run on that bitch that was trying to come after Carter and Ricky, I am going to have a spectacular one, Oswald.
A grand slam? Pinching her cheek?
A grand goddamn slam. You guys are gonna be wondering why I never went pro in fucking baseball.
Sam, trying to calm the situation down, calling JJ's mother. Hi, Mom.
Oh, hello, darling. How can I help you?
Was that Laz's jet, Clive had?
I suspect it was, darling. I can't remember many other YF-12s out there.
Do they still have it? And Davey knows they don't. Remember, Rolly, Hunk told him Rolly told them Rolly got it back with his
No, darling. Rolly got it back, and it should be at their house in the hangar that it's always stored in.
Good. Looking off screen, Laz is angry.
Well, someone suspected that she might be angry about that. Is she going to hurt Clive, darling? Do you know?
Turning the camera to see Laz with the bat.
Laz has now started polishing the bat with the polish oil that Oz had.
Yeah, it's back in your hangar at home. Your dad and Nicole and your mother double-checked to make sure it was okay before they went back up to work. So, let's try to keep the drama to a minimum today, Laz, please.
Laz looks over at the wrist computer.
I'll keep it to a minimum. I'll keep it to a minimum by knocking him out so none of us have to deal with him, Grandpa.
All right, perfect. And we're going to not forget that discussion, putting his arm around Davey. death glaring at JJ. Sam's head recoiling. That discussion we had, right, JJ? We're gonna forget that one, JJ?
No, sir. No, sir. We're not going to forget that one.
Can you say it a little louder, JJ?
No, sir. We're not going to forget that one.
He'll point at JJ. Nobody. Remember? Nobody talks to her that way. Nobody. You
Not
got
a li-
me?
Not a living, a dead soul, sir.
He'll hang up. Damn.
JJ sighs, rolls his shoulders. I felt like I was staring death in the face.
Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't have talked back to her.
Fuck around and find out, right?
He opens his mouth and closes it. You're right, I shouldn't have done that. It was a poor mistake on my part.
I never said anything mean to her. I might have said because she's stupid or an idiot. If she was maybe adjacent to me, I got angry and said it, but I never singled her out.
Well, he puts his hands up. I did, and that was a big mistake on my part. Which I will never do again, trust me, lest my father tear my eyeballs out of their sockets.
Does anybody here remember that time we were in the game room and they snuck up on us? Well, they didn't really sneak. They walked up and I was talking about slapping Grandma, and he squeezed my shoulder. It hurt.
Yeah, Grandpa is extremely protective over Grandma. If none of us were able to tell then, now I'm sure all of us are very familiar with it.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah.
Yeah. Carter looks at Memorand, leans over to him. Or to her. I might have done a lot of shit in my life, but at least I never talked back to Davine.
No, it'll get you the eternal grandfather death glare. Looking at Carter, then over at JJ.
And Carter starts to laugh. JJ looks at Sam. Tensions were high, and I had a lot of feelings bubbling up, and I shouldn't have said what I said, and that's the bottom line. There's no excuse for it.
Something tells me, fluttering your eyes, sipping the coffee, you're gonna be hearing about that till you're 190.
Just say it, my love. I'm gonna be hearing it about it for all
Eternity.
eternity.
You're never gonna talk to your mother like that again at the ripe age of 400.
At the ripe age of 672, he's gonna point at me just randomly one day and say, "You're never gonna talk to your mother like that again. You hear me?"
Think of how many kids we can have since we get to live all forever.
Oh, honey. He leans in to her and gives her a kiss. We can have as many as you wish.
So, Sam starts slamming her face into JJ for some tongue. Memory on. So, yeah, that's about it. Father stole your jet, lads. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. I'll. She swallows hard. I'll teach him to never steal that jet again. Or any of my belongings. The vertibird, the jet, anything.
Well, there was Aunt Nicole was telling us about these sigils that they want to stop putting up, and basically, the sigils can repel people you don't want in your house. So, for instance, if our back door had it on, and Ricky came up to the back door, he would go through, and he's fine. If if Clive came up, the sigil would repel Clive like 15 feet backwards at a speed of like 10 miles an hour. Wouldn't kill the guy, just ultimate home defense, right? And we've been waiting to have them installed. Aunt Nicole's covering her portion of the lane. Soul is supposed to cover her portion of the lane, and Soul, being so fucking MIA, never got to our house yet. Probably hasn't even put hers up yet, yeah. MIA.
In this case, I'm happy she was MIA, given what Clive said on that TV spot.
You paraplegic bitch.
Carter lets out a chuckle and shakes his head.
And then Soul goes ballistic.
Soul goes ballistic, and we see a couple moonbeams go directly onto Clive's house.
No way, Carter!
Oh, wait, so no, I'm sorry, you can't hurt me, please.
Does anybody, wiping spit from her mouth, smirking at JJ, does anybody find it funny he kind of sounds normal when somebody comes to confront him?
I think a bit of lucidity leaks out for a second.
Yeah,
Sam laughing.
No, he sort of has like this bravado about him, like, oh, I'm gonna get you, Carter, don't you worry.
But then when like Oz or someone goes to attack him,
It's always like this, and he sounds normal, like it's normal, kind, respect for himself. Don't hurt me, please, Charles, please.
And then he, Sam said.
Carter nods exactly. Yeah, and then he'll go as he'll lean onto Memory Ann's shoulder.
Memory Ann, you look so much like your mother.
Memory Ann kissing Carter's head. I think Father always wanted children, and now he has me, so I'm very important. At least that's my only theory as to why he calls for me in his dying moments and not my mother.
Maybe your face is the last thing that Lucid Clive sees before being taken back over by the Brigadier General Commander 251.
The, what did he call himself? 175 star commander now?
Oh, I'm sure at some point, sweetie, it's gonna be 175 stars. But I think we're only double digits right now. 72, I think he said.
Ah, well, there's still a lot of day left in the day.
I suppose there is.
I guess that would depend on how hard Lass hits him.
Last strokes.
Gonna hit him pretty fucking hard.
Try it right here. He's gonna point to a spot on the back right side of his head. If you catch him there, it should knock him to next week.
I just don't understand. I just don't get it. Looking at the bat. Why she couldn't just come and put the goddamn sigils up? What is she doing with her time? Spending time with Colt. Looking at Oz.
Carter looks over at Sam. Have you seen her with Colt a lot around the lane when it's like not the weekend or something? You guys are on the lane more than us.
They're usually locked into the house. Their house. Grand house Scott and fucking Clive and Zap built for them.
Well, yeah, that makes sense for when she's at home, but where is she during the day? 'Cause-
I always just assumed at that house, poring over books, I guess.
Yeah, but there'll be times where she'll walk in, ask where Colt is, and then leave suddenly in the middle of the day.
Who knows? Maybe she's, maybe she's doing drugs or something. That's what we were talking about. Like maybe she's hitting the marijuana to deal with the stress. We know she's smoking cigarettes, chuckling.
Last nods.
She's smoking cigarettes, so it isn't beyond the scope of believability that she would be doing something harder than just cigarettes.
That was just what I thought, me and Laz. But, I don't know. I don't understand spellcasters. I'm glad I get to live around some of the most powerful, but to say I understand them would be a lie.
Same.
Sasha continues to bring up a good point. Carter looks at Marianne. I know she never necessarily had to deal with, like, Banksy being, disabled like Colt is, but Aunt Nicole never really did anything like this. She wasn't MIA like this as much. She wasn't dereliction of duty as much as Soul is, with only the excuse of quote-unquote spellcaster shit.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, from everything your father and even Aunt Nicole by her own admission, she was a nerd bookworm who studied all the time.
And
That's how you become a good spellcaster. You study and practice. She used to, when we were kids, she used to Monday, after officer training school, she used to, for a whole year, Monday through Friday with Lorelei, and then would come home on the weekends. Lest we forget Cancun, Davine. Rolling her eyes.
Exactly, and on top of everything, I understand that she wants to spend time with Colt and everything like that. But why doesn't she study around the family? I mean, Aunt Nicole used to study around the family, from what Dad said, right? Like she would always have a book about healing spells open, and she would be reading it in the kitchen while he was making food and shit like that, right?
You want my opinion? Tilting her head.
Sure, hit me with it.
She wants to just not have to do stuff like this. Looking around, like, maybe not be around us, but she doesn't want to show up for muster. She doesn't want to do morning PT. She doesn't want to do anything like that. It's beyond her at this point, and rightfully so. Your Aunt Nicole wasn't a big, what did she say? Gym enthusiast. Why would you be when you can snap your fingers and destroy a planet? I don't think your sister can do that, obviously. I'm not saying she can. But what I'm saying is, she's at a different level than you and Memory Ann. She'll shrug. Maybe she feels like it's beneath her, a waste of her time. Too good to do it. Maybe somebody just needs to slap her straight, is all I'm saying.
Maybe that could be it. I mean,
Ego. She's got a big ego, is my guess.
maybe
She studied hard for that whole year. Well, even before, back when we fought those big robots in the city, remember? She was studying like crazy back then when she was pregnant. And then, he'll shrug. Now she's... Well, we all saw that poor Gullivar dude laughing. He got dicked on.
positively dicked on. Like, I mean, I didn't even feel like I earned the honor to pull the trigger and take the kill from her. Honestly,
I don't even know why I came. If the Moon Maiden, why didn't she just go and Laz and Oz go in the jet and we just stayed back in the market, you know?
I suppose it was the reasoning of we didn't really know the extent of her power, so just in case we should all be there in case we need to support her.
Gullivar, more like Gullav run away. Sam, not funny, stupid, lame. Benny, oh.
She did. Elizabeth puts a hand onto Benny's cheek. I thought it was pretty funny.
He'll kiss Elizabeth on the lips. Marianne bobbing her leg, thinking to herself, quite suspicious.
Carter crosses his arms. Very suspicious. Extremely. He looks at Marianne. I know I have a lot of hunches about a lot of things, but I don't think this is a hunch that should just go unnoticed, you know what I mean?
Nor do I.
I don't know about what Sam said, too. Soul never seemed... The only thing she seemed to have a big ego about is Colt. Other than that, she didn't seem the type to act like that.
No, I don't think so either. More than meets the eye. Shaking her coffee around the ice.
I didn't think she's in some... She'd tell us if she was in some kind of trouble, right?
I would hope.
Carter purses his lips. Maybe she would. Maybe she wouldn't. He looks at Marianne. It might be worth investigating, perhaps.
Sam, let's get going, Carter.
Carter looks at Sam and nods. Yeah, sure, let's get going.
That head in Benny's bag is starting to smell. Marianne, we'll talk about this more later.
Carter nods. He stands up. Alright, B Squad. Derek Jeter and Derek Jeter's wife, let's move out.
And they will. Coming back to work finally with Coney Stew Pequod. Coney Stew. Fresh. Julia's setting it down from Mom. Well, they should be down here. Mom. Sasha, nice. Looking down at it.
Julius smiles. He'll sit down so Pequod can sit on his lap. Yeah, no, it's It's a pretty damn good batch of it all.
He does like an okay sign. I hope you guys enjoy it.
She will start eating. Are these the conies from Fornos? Pequod, yes. Very fresh and good.
Oh yeah, no, it's what like I said, it's one of her better batches as of late. We get like fresh conies on the lane, or at least we used to when Scar would go out and catch some every now and again. But these ones, they are like really high quality.
Back when Uncle Scar still had a brain.
Back when Uncle Scar was normal and my son didn't fuck him up.
You can have coney stew anytime you like down at the Rainfall Lane. Sasha, no. Just keeps eating. Pequod.
Julius shakes his head. He leans forward. I don't think we can convince her with food. But I also can't really think of anything else that we can convince her with other than the unit being gone, and I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon.
If ever. Crossing her arm.
Exactly. If ever. I mean, from what Krellin said, he said it was going to take like 20 years for Thomas and Hale to do it right.
She closes her eyes very tightly. He said 20 some odd, Julius. That could be like 25, 28.
Well, let's hope it's just the minimum and it's only 20.
What are you mumbling about over there? Eating her stew? I see, the unit.
Yeah, just you know, the unit and any plans that we could possibly have to get them under control, I suppose you could say.
I am totally rooting for Frederick in this boxing match. Sounds, I hate to say it, but me too.
I am too. I really am. And it's not just that he's my son. It's that I just want him to punch Scar so hard at least once that he gets a couple of his teeth knocked out.
The sound of the teleporter going off, walking Hale up to Gateway. Oh, that's adorable.
Thomas, walking Hale with him, he waves at all of them, and he goes directly to the popcorn machine, and he'll create a quick shadow clone of himself that gets down on one knee, cups his hands, and Thomas will hop up onto it. The copy will boost him up, and he'll start to get popcorn out of the thing. He hops back down and hands the popcorn to Hale.
God damn, that's my son-in-law. Pequod, clap it!
That's
Julius sniffles a bit and rubs his eye.
That's my goddamn son right there, Pequod. That's my goddamn son.
What the hell is all this about with these goddamn kids coming through the teleport? Oh. Sorry, guys. Coming over here! No! Looking back at David and on. Jace can come up to Gateway, but we can't.
Yeah, I mean, like, what is it? Jace got to be up here for like 10 minutes. We have to go back immediately. What is it? I just got popcorn for her. Come on.
He came up here to get fucking popcorn, picking them up respectfully, like Davy and Hale, Hunk Thomas. I wanted popcorn, holy shit.
Yeah, no, they did. Hey, Thomas created one of his little clones to boost him up there so he could get popcorn for his girl.
Kissing Thomas on the head. Alright, big guy, well, Pequod, they can stay, it's okay. Hunk will, alright, set her down, dear.
Davine will smile at Hale and set her down.
The unit can't bother them up here.
No, they can't, thankfully. They got quite a bit of protection all around us. Mainly that one over there, as he nods over to Sasha.
Greatest coney stew I've ever had from you, Davy.
Davine will walk around, put an arm over her stomach, and give her a bow.
Thank you, darling. Whenever you want some, just let me know. I won't hesitate to make it for you, but, you know, it is quite a journey to get from here to there and everywhere. It would be easier if you were just down at the lane with us.
Very tempting. Looking at Davy!
Davine smiles, but I'm not able to convince you, am I?
I would need a lot of concessions put in place to move down to that lane.
Davine raises an eyebrow.
Well, perhaps some of these concessions can be discussed, darling.
Like what? Pequod perking up. Land. I want a lot of land to myself. I don't want a house. I want acres of land. I grew up on a farm. Remember? Pequod, done? We've got land. And the unit is not allowed to set foot on the land. I would want signs that say, like, under penalty of death, lethal force authorized. I see laughing.
Julia's starting to laugh.
Davy nods. I believe we could get that done, can't we, Patricia?
Yeah! Crossing her arm. Then I'll start maybe considering it, depending on how crazy the unit is over the next couple weeks.
Davine smiles at Sasha. Of course, darling. Just consider it, mull it over, and whatever decision you come to, I'm sure it'll be the correct one.
You see, Mom and Dad fix everything, kissing Davine on the cheek.
Davine looks over at Pequod and gives her a smile and a wink.
Pequod looking at her mom, big smile on her face, thinking he's calling Carter. Her wrist computer answered.
Carter, you think our conversation was done, you son of a bitch? You think that you could just hit me upside the head with your goddamn sword and I don't call you multiple times? Who do you think I am? Who do you really think I am? Someone who just lets things go? Like the fucking time? I'm not calling Carter, am I?
Nope. Sasha.
Ranger General, how are you?
You better call Carter. I need to eat my stew. Carter's waiting for your call.
Of course, yes, ma'am. You enjoyed that stew. Make sure Carter hasn't roofied it.
And he'll hang up.
Well, and there goes all our good work for the day. He storms off with Davine gun.
Davine, as they're storming off, God damn it, and I just did something good for her.
Petting Thomas on the head, Pequod sighed.
Julius just puts a hand onto Pequod's shoulder and starts to rub it for her.
We were close. We were pretty damn close.
So, the closest we'll probably ever fucking get. Looking at her hand.
Probably.
Thomas leans over to Hale.
They seem pretty sad that they can't get Aunt Sasha to come down to the lane.
I wonder why she don't want to move down. Maybe because Jace bothers her all the time.
Oh, maybe. The stupid hand thing. That might be bothering her too much. Well, I mean, we've tried to make him stop, and we can't.
He's a dweeb.
He's a dweeb and a nerd.
Thomas crosses his arms.
Maybe we can help out Mom and Dad and try to get Sasha to the lane. He shrugs. We might just be babies and all, but we still got them, beautiful eyes. I mean, watch this. And he'll look up at his mother and start blinking his eyes at her, and they start to sparkle slightly with a nice gray aura about them.
She leans down, hugs Thomas, and kisses him on the cheek and holds the kiss there.
He smiles. He looks over at Hale. See? Told you.
And I'm sure we could do the same to her.
She'd be a tough nut to crack. We might as well start now.
Might as well. I mean, the squeaky wheel gets the grease and all that.
Take me over.
He nods. He hops out of his mother's arms and gestures for Julius to hand her down to him, and Julius shrugs, sets her down, and he'll hold her hand as he walks her over to Sasha.
You do the eye thing, I'll feed her.
He smiles as he waves up at Sasha.
She'll look down. Oh, a normal baby who doesn't try to impress me with his fucking hand. Pick him up and hug him.
Thomas hugs her back, and he leans back, and his eyes start to do the same exact thing as he blinks him a couple times.
It really is like seeing a young Julius and Nicole. Looking between them as Hale levitates a piece of coney stew in front of her mouth. Aww, she bites it.
Julius's eyes are wide as he sees this happening. He leans over to Pequod.
You don't think they're trying to help us, do you?
I hope they are. I see. Maybe they are. Looking over at.
Maybe it's just out of the nicest of their own heart, but I think those kids are a bit more smarter than even we give them credit for.
It's like a young Julius and Nicole putting both of them on her lap and you want some coney stew.
He purses his lips, looks at the coney stew, and smiles at her and nods.
She'll put some up to his mouth.
He looks at it and points to Hale, like he's telling her to feed her first.
What a freaking gentleman. Sounds yeah. Clapping lightly, feeding Hale first. Going, yes, he is. And he's exclusive to Rainfall Lane. Duly noted. Looking down at.
I mean, it is pretty damn cute, so. He shrugs. I would at least come down to the lane every so often just to see them, but that's just me.
And also get to see the unit.
Well, if certain things are put into place, you wouldn't have to see the unit now, would you?
Would rather not. Oh boy. She rolls her eyes as she's feeding Hale still, and they come back.
Carter walks up. B squad coming to report, ma'am, and sirs.
How did it go? Sasha looking up, feeding Hale. Well, now she's feeding Thomas.
Well, he engaged us, ma'am. And
Her eyes are wide.
And I had to take care of him.
The only thing was he did not engage me with lethal weaponry. It was replicas of beam sabers, ma'am, from the SWTOR game that Snarf's Workshop has released.
She starts laughing.
They were high end in his defense, ma'am.
You could even feel the heat coming off of them and everything like that. I thought they were real, and I was about ready to fight him as well, ma'am. So
And that hard drive? Looking over.
Yeah, I like to imagine Carter has like some fucking tongs or something, and he's holding it with the tongs.
What is that all about?
Well, as Benjamin can attest, ma'am, as soon as they touch something, he lets go of the tongs, like lets them rest, and it sticks to one side of the tong. This happens if you try to touch it at all, ma'am. It just sticks to basically anything it touches.
Throw it in the air, Carter.
And Carter will throw it in the air.
She'll levitate it over. Porn drive.
Oh, God.
Pequod gag.
Oh, come on.
Ricky doesn't have the head out because there's children, but he has it on him, so in case she wanted.
I also have a trophy of him, ma'am. I've got his head here in the bag. I'm not going to pull it out of respect for them, though.
You decapitated the guy, Carter.
I thought he was coming at me with beam sabers. What else was I supposed to do?
Why did he resist? He acted as if he was quite fanatically loyal to the Hecker man, ma'am.
That or he just wanted to end it all, given how crazy the lady he was living with was in her own right.
Who also wanted to have her way with Carter and Ricky, to which I stepped in and gave her the bat. So that's what the unconscious lady on 13th Street. Okay, yeah, right.
Yes, sir. We tried our best to, put her in a comfortable spot, but not many comfortable spots on the streets of New York, sir.
Well, thank you, Oz. I appreciate you protecting Carter and Ricky. Ash would appreciate it as well. Really had to beat up that old black lady, huh? Yeah. She was coming. She was coming like a black bolt of lightning.
I believe one of the direct quotes from her, or at least said from Carter, was, "I want a cracker who would treat me right, and then I would treat that cracker right. because Mama raised me well, ma'am.
She was thirsting over Ricky's eye color. Sasha, it is unique, yeah. You and your father are about the only ones I've ever seen.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, she was crazy. Apparently, this guy tried to get with 17-year-olds.
Oh, so one less scumbag in the world. Because if she looks back at her mission briefing, here, Towns, the information, how old was it? Towns, 32. Good job, Carter. Clap it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate you saying so.
May we be dismissed, Mom? Looking over at her mother. You have somewhere to be, Samantha? The unit declassified, Beirut declassified videos premiering soon. Sorry.
We're gonna watch it as a team-building exercise, ma'am. All together.
Cannot believe you want to watch that, Carter. What the hell, dude? I seem disappointed in Carter.
Carter closes his eyes. As the leader of this squad, ma'am, I find it imperative that I join my team for such team-building exercises.
Yeah, I want to watch it to see if they insult my wife. If they do, you know what's gonna happen. I see 10 out of 10 job with the bat. Awesome. Thank you.
It was a hell of a swing, man. A beautiful swing.
Had to be done. Looking at Laz, smiling.
Laz looks at him and smiles wide and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Looks back at all of them.
Oh, just so you know, I'm also going to be hitting Clive in the head with the bat for stealing my jet.
Pequod, fair is fair. Looking at Laz, it's yours. It was your wedding gift from him. If somebody stole the ring Julius bought me and then used it to make a video about insulting me, yeah, I can understand, honey. Looking at Laz.
Laz smiles.
And hopefully this will keep drama to a minimum because I'm hoping to knock him out for at least a week, ma'am.
I'm going to cook meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and some apple pie. So we need to get to the store so I can start cooking so we can watch this ridiculous video where they talk about Carter having sex with every other woman on the planet but me. May we be dismissed? Sasha, yeah, go ahead. Get out of here. Shaking her head. Stay on the station, though. Towns is going to go through that disgusting drive, and I want to give you whatever information is on there ASAP. Towns, it won't take me too long. That's an old fucking icy hovering it over to him drive. I'm going to go get on that right now, actually, and get a new pair of gloves.
On top of that, the camera that he was using is still in the ship. It's kind of adhered itself to the dashboard of the ship, and we couldn't get it off without actively touching it, ma'am.
I'll get some rubbing oil and get it. He walks off. Food shopping, Carter, now.
Yes, ma'am. Let's get going.
Good captain, Carter. Watching Beirut Declassified. Sam looking back at it.
Thank you. Coming from you, Samantha, that's a big compliment.
They go up the elevator. Pequod porn drive.
Thank the Lord. None of us have to look through that.
What do you think's on that thing? Porn, Nicole! Pequod yelled.
Julius looks at Icy.
Oh, I don't know, Nicole. Maybe it's a schoolwork, homework, that kind of thing. It's
I mean,
porn.
like, what kind of porn, though? It has to be something crazy to label it porn drive.
Well, seeing as he wanted to get with 17-year-olds, he was some kind of sexual deviant, so I don't know, stuff like stepsister, stepbrother, that type of shit. I don't know.
Icy gagging. Pequod stepdaddy, stepdaughter.
Exactly. Stepmom, stepson, that kind of shit.
Sasha watching Hale levitate some of the potatoes in the coney stew into Thomas's mouth, and then they hug and rest their heads against one another. She's completely enraptured by the cute babies. Pequod, I think it's working.
Oh my god. If I knew that all we had to do was bring those two up, we would have done this years ago.
Pequod shaking her head with a big smile on her face, filled with hope and anticipation for her son's future. Cole coming in. It's not done being cooked. Memory Ann's still cooking the meatloaf and mashed potatoes. It's not done yet. Everybody eagerly awaiting in the kitchen together. And Soul comes in to the apartment, checking to see if Colt's up here before going on.
Soul walks in, her hands in her pockets. She walks up, hearing the sounds in the kitchen. She opens the door.
Sam,
steps in.
they're watching the replay of Carter's combat footage for, Ricky's POV of Adonis getting beheaded. That is you have a really good arm, Carter. Sam watching.
Perfect form, too.
Crazy.
Carter starts to laugh. I've been training with my decapitations, believe it or not.
Hey, Benny turning around, seeing Soul.
Soul watches Adonis get decapitated.
Holy shit!
Oh, wow. There's a sight for sore eyes. We had to go on a mission today to kill one of Hecker's underlings, basically, and our heavy hitter wasn't here.
Well, it seems pretty obvious that you guys handled it without me, thankfully.
I mean, yeah, we only made it through by the skin of our teeth. We really needed you.
It would have been useful to, just in case, have a heavy hitter with us, Soul.
Well, I apologize. I really do.
She nods, looks down at her feet.
Does Colt happen to be here? Is he up on Gateway?
No, he's down at the lane. We know Grandma and Grandpa weren't going to let him up here.
She sighs and nods.
Well, thank you for letting me know where he is. I'm gonna head out and go find him down at the lane now.
You want to come over to mine and Carter's place this weekend?
She goes to leave the kitchen, turns around, looks at Memory Ann. She sort of shrugs.
Maybe. I might just stay in the house with Colt again this weekend.
Okay. She'll shrug.
She smiles.
Thank you for the offer, though, Memory Ann. I'll talk to Colt about it.
Run along. You know he's eagerly waiting for you. You're the only thing that brightens up his day. Smiling at her.
She smiles at him,
Thank you, Oz.
and she'll start heading out to go find Colt.
Shaking her head. Oh well.
Carter's arms are crossed, and he looks over at Memory Ann and just lets out a slight groan.
Well, I get it. I get she's under a lot of stress, but man, if we ever actually get to go on a mission where shit's gonna hit the fan again, like the Moog or the garbage facility, her ass better fucking be there.
She puts her hands together.
I would much rather her be there than, off doing whatever it is that she's been doing as of late.
Because, lately it's been all goofball shit. Gullivar got clowned on. Fucking Adonis and his 10,000 credit replica sabers. One of these days it's gonna be go time. Going out on a mission with Ricky's father to fight those cocksucking Strat guys, and I think she should be there. I think even with all Ricky's father's experience and prowess on the battlefield, I think he'd rather have her there. Sam, he would.
Can't have enough power. You can't have enough power on your side in a fight. There's no bad amount of power. There's no bad amount of superiority to have.
Yeah, she's going through a lot, shaking his head.
I mean, yeah, she is, but so are all of you, to be fair. You guys are all family with him, too.
Yeah, but it's her husband, and when Rebecca was born, and he had to wheel up to the bedside to hold her, I was in the room because I helped Tommy deliver Rebecca. Just helped. I wasn't the one to do it, but what's supposed to be one of the most happiest moments in a woman's life, I don't think was that happy for her.
Elizabeth shakes her head.
I don't really think it was. She seemed sort of, maybe not down, but it definitely seemed like she was putting on a happy face.
I tried to talk. I talked with Colt a little bit. You know, he's told her many times it wasn't her fault what happened to him. He stepped in front of the civilian because that's the the SIS agent, because that's the training, you know, and she was a woman, and he stepped in front to protect her. Her being there didn't. That was the training kicking in that caused it. I think her presence on the oil rig startled all of us, for sure, but, you know, he was just doing his job at the end of the day. But I think she still blames herself no matter what he tells her.
Yeah, I think she does. I don't know.
I don't think anything any of us say will ever stop her from blaming herself about what happened. E- Even if, I don't know, Kamul himself in spirit came down and told her it wasn't her fault, I think she'd still find a way to blame herself for it.
Well, she shouldn't have been there regardless. She was fucking pregnant.
She shouldn't have been.
No, she shouldn't have been. Not at all. Trust me, I'm still pissed off about her being there and putting a lot of things into danger, most of all her child.
I mean, it's choice, right? Because maybe didn't, she wasn't barred from going on anything, but when you got jumped by the fucking assassin, and you and Colt had to blow yourselves up to slow the thing down. I mean, Sam Grimace is thinking about it.
And I'm sorry if it sounded like I was really harsh on her or unfair. It's not what I'm trying to do. It's just I'd rather not, God forbid, we encounter some serious shit and she's not here and one of us gets hurt really bad or dies. I don't want her to have to live with that.
The oil rig put it all into perspective. I get what you're saying. He slumps in the seat with Laz on his lap. I mean, it was this weird moment of realization. Because I think we were the first to realize that that dragon had come. And then when the dust settled and it all was over, there was, Okia slumped over. And from our POV, we're in the sky and there's just this massive pool of blood. And we're hovering there. And I just didn't know where to go from there. Sam starts crying.
JJ hugs around her tighter as Laz reaches out and holds Sam's hand and starts rubbing it for her.
I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. It's like, I couldn't even think of what is SOP. Land the ship, get everybody on board, med check, go. No. We hovered there for like 15 fucking minutes.
And how much worse you think it's gonna be for her if, God forbid, one of us dies and she's just not there when she should have been.
Well, maybe we'll make sure she's there. Carter.
Carter nods. No, we definitely will. We're gonna make sure she's there.
That was a terrible day. I was ready to die. I gave up.
JJ nods and he gives her a kiss on the cheek. But luckily, we're all still here, and none of us presently here did die.
Gave me a different feeling. I'm not dying until they're dead. Cut my head off and I'll keep going after them.
I was always so mean to Okira and Bash. She shrugs. Now I wish I could just say sorry.
Okira
Because I didn't want to be in the Headhunters. I wanted to spin my career into something great. Because I failed my test to impress JJ. She shakes her head, holding Laz's hand.
Well, I can tell you Okira loved you. I mean, when we were training, the only things he'd say about you were talking you up.
She snickers. Now all I think about is when I bash a ice cream bowl over the guy's head and laughed about it.
Laz holds her hand even tighter. She leans in. He knew you cared about him. You have a very certain way of showing care, Sam. Ways that not a whole lot of people are familiar with, but I feel like Okir was pretty familiar with you. She holds her hand even tighter. He knew you cared. He probably also knew that
You didn't always mean what you said about him, or to him, or however it went. Don't let that eat you up, okay?
She'll wipe a tear away. I just hope one day we can get these guys. Like, actually do something. I'm tired of sitting around looking at JJ. Adonis, Gulavar, I don't care. But leave that to the grunts.
As am I. I want nothing more than just to to find old Smokey and cut his head off, cut the head off the snake, as it were.
Well, because of my ignorance as a leader, we got fast-tracked backwards and to where we are now, basically doing cleanup duty, letting Mr. Hecker go away, and Ricky's father, all the responsibility falls on Ricky's father. So, believe me, every morning I wake up, I wish I had just ordered Colt to shoot Hecker in the back.
It's got to me for a long time watching Mom and Dad head out in their gear every morning. Or at least, getting ready for it every week.
With Krellin, she looks at Ricky. Krellin goes, and I know, I saw what he can do, and I can never do anything like that, but he's a civilian. She shrugged.
I spend 4 hours of the day most days training, working out and keeping myself sharp and getting sharper. And I think about all that shit as fuel, right? You gotta get mad, you get into it, and I can't put it to use. It just feels like I'm wasting my time.
We blew that part of the oil rig up where you guys saved Emma and Carter said Fortune was on. I just know, he twirls his finger, I just know she's gonna turn up somewhere again. I have this gnawing feeling in the back of my brain about it. I watched it blow up, almost like in slow motion. And I was like, this isn't. She's long gone.
My dad blew their ship out of the sky and they came back. They're fucking roaches.
Exactly.
Carter crosses his arms. Well, Fortune shows her face again. We all beat her last time. We're gonna beat her again.
Do you remember what she was talking about, Carter? Ricky, Memory Ann? About the frontier and how many EarthGov troopers have died out there. Do you remember that? She went on a little spiel, almost. She shrugged. Memory Ann, I don't like to think about it. So no, I don't. I'm sorry. That whole day is the biggest failure of my life.
I remember bits and pieces of it, but the what happened later stands out more in my mind,
I'm in the same boat. Pointing at Ricky.
Carter looks at Sam. They were talking about, friends that fought against the UIR and shit
Whatever
like that,
terrorist cell of the week popped up on the frontier, how many EarthGov troopers died, what the heck? That's all I've ever thought about from that day, because I try not to think of the ending to that day.
It's certainly some... He looks up at the ceiling. I suppose it comes with jadedness and age, I suppose. Those kinds of beliefs, but it's not beliefs that I could ever really agree with, I think.
It's hypocritical, too. I mean, you can talk about losing friends and all that shit on the frontier, but they're playing with the Genocide Bug 9000 as one of their weapons.
Losing friends, they killed one of ours, 2 of ours. So, actually worse, mentors, not friends, mentors. That's even worse, depending on how you care to look at it. Emrian, indeed. Putting out some Milo.
Carter chuckles. 2 of the people that always had faith in me as a leader.
And, would have killed us if we had different last names. Let's not forget that.
And showed an active interest in teaching Ricky when the other person who was teaching him was trying to turn him into a terrorist.
Yeah, you can see he's starting to get choked up. One of the only guys who really thought I could amount to something.
Starts to cry again.
JJ holds her again as Laz does the same thing, holds her hand and starts to rub it for her.
Oh, yeah. I'm not crying, wiping a tear away. Can we watch it's about to premiere. Can we just watch this and drop that day? Because I don't want to think about it anymore. Not today.
Little Elizabeth, who's just staring at her meatloaf, all she can manage to get out is a, "Please, can we just watch the video?"
Turn it on, JJ. Sam.
JJ will pull it up on his wrist computer, cast it to a screen, and play the video.
Sitting out in the middle of Fort Bragg in lawn chairs. The unit declassified. Or Beirut declassified.
Hello, everyone. You may be wondering what exactly is occurring at this moment in time. Well, this has been on our mind, me and Scott as the unit, representing the unit. It's been on our mind for about, how long ago was Beirut made? 60 years?
75, give or take, because I was 10 years your junior, brother man.
75 years. It's been on our minds, and we've kept it secret to, well, everyone, other than GL, General Lorelei. She's the only one who truly knows about Beirut as well.
He looks directly into the screen.
Today, we reveal it all. Today, we flip the lid on this shit. Today, we show you just how miserable and terrible Carter Rainfall truly is.
He inhales deeply.
Let's start out with the people in the unit. The people in the unit, we were charged with the protection and, I wouldn't say destruction, but definitely attempting to destroy what Carter had become and, well, what he was, which, well, we'll get to that in a second. But we were tasked with protecting Beirut, which was the capital of a mega city, a two-led city called Midgar.
That's
Beirut.
right.
Beirut was in Sector 7. Remember 7th Heaven?
Great bar. Great fucking bar.
Oh, God, you go in there, ask for a shot or something, and a very beautiful waitress, not necessarily my type, but a very beautiful waitress would get you a nice shot, and that was wonderful. Anyway, we went in there, and we were tasked with protecting Beirut, which was where 7th Heaven and Sector 7 and everything like that. And we were protecting them from this organization called Shinra. Yeah, you have a picture of the CEO of Shinra, yes, Scott?
I do right here. All declassified from the EarthGov archives. I present to you the CEO of Shinra. Thomas! Remember him wiping a tear away from her eye, putting gravy on Carter's meatloaf?
This is my fucking 1-year-old brother.
Don't let his looks fool you. It's an illusion by Fatso, but we'll get into it.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. This is Thomas. This is Thomas Shinra. He ran Shinra, an organization that was draining the literal lifeblood out of the planet using the shit. If you don't know, the lifeblood of Earth is called Mako. Now, Thomas was head of Shinra, and he was in cahoots with various people. Not the smallest person, definitely not the smallest person of them all. Quite rotund, in fact, was Soul Rainfall, otherwise known as Fatso.
There she is.
Yes. That's so. We used to call her Wedge because she would wedge herself in between places, and we could all like imagine like how the wall was coming down in Indiana Jones, and he had to slide under it. Or just imagine we would wedge Soul in between there, and we could all walk under there pretty well because, well, look how fucking fat she is. Anyway,
She's so fat she has her own fucking orbit.
her own fucking orbit, and believe it or not, this Nepo baby here. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but we're giving you the how-to what for about Beirut. She managed to infiltrate the unit. She managed to show us the moxie. To, allow herself into the unit. And, oh, God. I regret that decision every single day.
It was my fault, brother. It was my fault. I let her in. It was my fault.
It's okay. It's okay. That's why you pass all those decisions by me nowadays, isn't that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, damn good. Damn good. He pats Scar on the shoulder. We can't cry right now. Crying comes for later.
It's
Anyway.
gonna be a lot of tears later. Yeah.
Oh, a lot of tears. Anyway. Soul would illusion Thomas Shinra to look like a 1-year-old. So he would be innocent, look innocent at least, and nobody would suspect anything of him, when in all reality, he was in cahoots. He leans forward. With the most terrible person in the universe, Carteroth himself.
Oh, here we fucking go. Memorian's slamming her fists on the table, shaking all the meatloaf plates everybody's eating.
Nice fucking mane, Carter.
Sam finally cheering up, laughing at Carter Roth. Edgelord.
What can I say? I had a face, didn't I?
Clearly, when you were a teenager, snickering to herself.
Carter starts to laugh as Clive looks at the picture. He spits off to the side.
Fucking Carter. Now, Carteroth, his main plan was to take the lifeblood of the planet that Thomas Shinra was providing him and roofie it so he could roofie the entire planet at once and create what he liked to call the perfect world, where only him, as he liked to call himself, the one-winged angel, would be able to rule and have his way with any woman he so wished. From my daughter, my wife, to, he points directly at the screen, from your daughters to your wives, and hell, sometimes your own sons. Carter swung both ways, mate. He swung both ways.
Still does to this day.
He tried to roofie Scar recently and have his way with him, but I put a stop to that real quick.
Clive saved my motherfucking life.
Yes, I did. No thanks needed. It's what any good General Commander Brigand of the unit for 45 stars would do. Anyway,
He leans forward.
we were tasked with this mission, and we sort of gradually uncovered all this from Soul, Wedge, as we called her, in cahoots with Thomas, who was then in cahoots with Carteroth. And the way we uncovered all this was, well, it was quite simple, actually. Going undercover. Exhibit A. Scar Gainsborough.
Yeah, now, I mean, when you're a professional operator in an illustrious, unit, no pun intended, you're gonna go as far as you gotta go to get the job done. I actually underwent a sex change that was done up on Gateway by the eggheads in Navy intelligence, and I had boobs, the vag, whole 9 yards, even PMS once a month, the whole 9 yards. Estrogen was higher than testosterone. I was essentially bait for Carter Roth.
Yes, he was bait for Carteroth, and well,
Scar Gainsborough. Sam laughed.
Apparently you got a species change too.
She's finally feeling better. Her loud laughter.
JJ's just staring at the screen with his mouth agape.
Species change, but not his face. Pointing at the picture.
I feeling attracted, Carter?
What can I say? I'm just a crazy guy. It looks pretty roofyable to me.
It was a 94-hour surgery that I had to undergo, and no anesthesia. I had to be awake the whole time to make sure it was done properly. Old GL oversaw the surgery to make sure I was okay, but Clive was very worried for me.
I know I was. This is my boy. What can I say? Well, at the time, my girl. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
They were there for me all throughout my life, my military career. Of course, I was going to be worried. They're 10 years my junior. You think I'm not going to be worried for someone going over that kind of surgery who's 10 years my junior?
It wasn't just me who had the surgery too. That's the thing. People hear this and think I was this brave, valorous person willing to sacrifice. I wasn't alone, was I?
No, you weren't. Exhibit B, Krenin Lockhart.
Sam's finally back to normal, cackling at the top of her lungs as Krell Lockhart is revealed.
Oh God, is that Krellin in a tube top?
Yes, Memory End says.
Where's Crolin's red skin? Are these also just screenshots from the fucking video game?
Oh, wow, me have boobs, Elizabeth.
Look how big boobs are. I could just totally imagine him doing that as Clive on the video.
Yeah. You know, Krellin actually chose to be that fucking stacked. He chose that because he thought it would draw Carteroth to him closer and closer. And, well, he's a fucking brave man. Braver than I am. I wasn't willing to do what he did.
Even the hair. On average, Carter goes for brunettes, as opposed to blondes like I was. Krellin wanted brunette hairstyle go. He wanted to be the ultimate carrot for Carter to chase, basically.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing Carter likes, it's brunettes with large chests. That's just something. That's a little fun fact about him, and well, he went for Hazel after all.
Exactly.
Anyway, these two went under their surgeries. They were, I would say, most dedicated.
I don't know, brother. You went the extra mile, in my opinion.
I mean, I did. I really did. But
oh no, Sam realizing what's happening.
I wouldn't say I did as much as you. All he looks directly at the screen. Exhibit C, Clive it.
Sam almost falls off. She knew what was coming. Her and JJ bought, Pequod gave him the game since it's new, and they beat it. She knows exactly who he's talking about. Oh, Godfather. Oh no.
He got a race change. He got a goddamn race change.
She's so distraught. She was trying to clean off her hands with the gravy. She's so distraught she put her gravied hands onto her face.
Did you do blackface?
Oh, Father.
It might be here. Let's get your hands off your face, honey. They're covered in gravy.
She starts crying.
It's okay.
He's got dog tags. He's stealing valor from video game characters too.
All right. That was also when I was a bit more buff than I am now. I really had to get in character, didn't I?
Well, you had to bulk up because Midgar was a rough. Midgar is the capital of Beirut, and we're talking deep cover. We were undercover for 8 years on this op, and it all ended in one day. 8 years undercover trying to get Carter, and one day everything just went to hell, and that was the end of it. So there wasn't too much to do besides live our assumed identities, and you worked out all the time because partially owned a bar.
Yep, no, I had to be a bouncer for the bar. I had to look intimidating. Hell, I even cut off my arm so I could attach a little minigun to it.
Anti-Carter weaponry, cutting edge tech back at the time that GL whipped up for us.
Yeah, GL always provided us with cutting edge technology. I mean, he sticks his arm out. This arm right here, all the way up to here, and he points up to his elbow. All this is prosthetic, believe it or not. I had my arm replaced just as Scar and Krellin had their sex changes reversed.
I mean, you see, the sacrifices we all ended up making to try and save Midgar and save everyone were immense.
No, they really were. I mean, this might be getting a bit far ahead into the story, but he points to Scar. Godross stabbed you through the stomach, didn't he?
Yeah, and while I was bending over tying my shoe.
He always strikes you when you least expect it. He came down.
Well, he waited till I tied my shoe because he wanted to give it to me up the ass. Carter has been known to be an anal fiend, and I was bent over in the right position.
He was bent over. The skirt you used to wear, it was a little bit short, mate. The skirt was riding up just a little bit, and Carter saw his chance. I caught him. I caught him in the act, mate. I saw him pulling his pants down. We're ready to whip it out, but I caught him. I said, "Carter, no!" And
I mean, what kind of man names their dick? He named it Mirasame. Think about that.
He named it Mira fucking Shot. He actually said in a low tone of voice so you wouldn't hear, Mirasame shall pierce you and you shall know pain like none before.
That's the kind of scumbag we were dealing with then. That's the kind of scumbag we're still dealing with till this day.
To this day. And honestly, that isn't even the worst of it all. He puts his hands up. So, you may be wondering, where is Midgar nowadays? Especially Sector 7. I've never heard of that. Well, that's the day it all went down, mates. That's when it all went to shit. Exhibit D. Asherian, quote-unquote, Jesse Valorius.
Sam laughing. Bearded woman.
Does my dad have tits?
Nice ones, too. Nodding her head.
Now, we showed a lot to you. Scar Gainsborough and Crow Lockhart, they weren't the only ones to get sex changes. Asherian, he also did it, and, well, he was damn good after all. The only issue was his hair follicles on his face. They were just too damn strong that even if we were to shave them off, well, they would just almost immediately grow back. Isn't that right, Scar?
Yeah, valor where valor is due. He was the first to volunteer for the procedure. And GL tried to talk him out of it, but he said no. He wanted to be on the front lines, first to get his hands on Carter. And he assumed the most risk out of all of us. And well, we still got to introduce Frederick and Sam, of course. They were on the mission. But the real heroes of Beirut never made it home. And unfortunately, Ash was one of them. No.
Oh, come on, mate.
Come on, we can't be doing this right now. Toughen up. Stand to, Scar. Stand to.
I'm standing, brother.
I mean, if you really look at the picture of Sherry on here, he in some ways is even a more targeted choice for Carter than even Crow Lockhart was. You may not have the same assets as him, but look at the color of the hair, look at the bandana, look at the armor. All these are telltale signs of Carter's main targets, if you will.
That picture of Ash always gets me because that's the last known photo of Ash. We took that picture of him there was taken at Seventh Heaven on that day where everything went to hell.
Yeah, and that little quote at the bottom. Well, that's the last. I'm sorry. That's the last recorded voice. Well, not voice, but last recorded thing he's ever said. He said some other things before he passed, but that right there, well, most people would say something sweet right about now. That's the last thing that the general public ever known him to say. I'm sorry. It's a hard thing to talk about.
Rubbing Clive's shoulder at a brisk pace, arm around him. So, let's get to Sam and Fred.
Well, there's an interesting story with Fred. Exhibit E, Fred Strife. Him right there. He was.
Hold your first class.
So. He was a Fred Strife, soldier first class. He was one of the few people that actually fought against Carter off hand to hand. Well, not hand to hand, sword to sword. He could keep up with him in sword to sword combat. Another interesting story about Fred Strife was during this mission, Crow, Lockhart, and Ash, Jesse for lawyers, they got a very special connection, didn't they, Scar?
Oh yeah, I think they were both after Fred's heart.
Alright, they were now. Respect to give respect where it's due, of course. Ash was married, and well, he never acted on his feelings. That were quite obvious to all of us. But I respect him. He never acted on his feelings, even though I saw how much it hurt when he saw Crow Lockhart and Fred Strife kissing each other. It was a hard time for Ash. That's why he spent so much time in Seventh Heaven.
I mean, drinking his sorrows away, missing his wife and his son Ricky, who had just recently been born.
And Edith.
And goddamn, Edith was 10 at the time.
God damn it, Edith. I'm sorry, we have a story to tell, damn it. There was one more member of the unit at this time.
A member eternally scarred by what happened on that day.
Exhibit F, Sam 13.
Is that a cat?
What a crack team of fucking retards. Sam looking up at the screen.
What the fuck is even going on? I'm not even following this well.
Apparently they teamed up to fight you and Thomas.
Oh, this is what do they call those things? A rabbit hole.
This is a fucking rabbit hole of all goddamn rabbit holes. Holy shit.
Now, Samuel, he also had a pretty extensive surgery going into here. Not as much as, I or any of the ladies, as we started to call him.
but he had a pretty extensive surgery. He had a surgery, so he would have to run on all fours all the time, and that just to increase his mobility, everything
It,
like that.
it was partially to try and also bait Carter, because General Lorelei has a mana saber named Achilles, and Carter roofied it once and had his way with it. Carter has been known to perform acts of bestiality, so we wanted him to appear as a dog. We were trying to appeal to all of Carter's senses, and hopefully one of our undercover ops would get him, and then we could detain him, but it didn't work out that way.
No, it did. It never did work out that way. I mean, just look at this sick fuck right here. That man, he wanted to possibly fuck that right there, that animal-looking thing. Even though we all knew he wasn't an animal, he looked like an animal, and it makes me sick to my stomach to this day. But anyway, I apologize. I keep on getting off track.
All right, brother, let's take a break. Let's take a break.
Let's take a break. We're going to take a small, I'd like to say 10-20 minute break and collect ourselves. It's very hard for us to talk about.
Flashing down to the office, more Coney stew. Pequod and went and got some more. Shifting around in their seats, they're not watching the premiere video. Okay, maybe I'll consider moving down to the lane, but I'm talking real concessions. Like, I don't want them on my property. I don't. And if I find them lurking around my property, I have a right to shoot them. Okay, shrug.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You have a right to shoot them. And
I wouldn't shoot them to kill them, but I'm gonna blow Clive's kneecap straight off, and Scar's collarbone's getting broken in 4 places.
Fair enough, Sasha. Here's also a deal. We'll put you up in like a really hilly area, an area with good lines of sight, everything like that. So it's a good sniping position, and when you can't be there, keeping an eye on things and everything like that, you could just set up like a goddamn mirror that can glint in the sun like it's a sniper scope to really scare them and make them think they're being watched still. Stuff like that.
I see tiny little mirrors, like makeup kit mirrors, and we could set up like hundreds of them on the ridge lines. Oh, they'll be shitting their pants.
Exactly. That means no unit beyond this point. The lethal force has been authorized by the Primarch herself, Patricia Rainfall. They won't step a fucking foot on there, because they know you'll take the goddamn shot.
Okay. A lot of land. They're not allowed on my land. I really don't mind anybody else coming up to my house. Krellin, Frederick, Samuel, just not those two.
Deal.
And drama. You guys, you Rainfalls as a collective. And don't tell me, oh, well, we're developing this curriculum. Okay, fine. You guys as a collective gotta bring the drama down. Because, oh no. Because you guys are the most drama-filled people I have ever met in my life. It was there from the get-go. When I first met you and Ash, Julius. Like, you weren't talking. She was trying to have a relationship with you. I don't care where you come from. I don't care about the time travel. You, as a family, you need to work on this collective drama issue. Towns, you guys are fucking drama-filled.
Yeah, of course. We'll work on the collective drama. Sasha,
I don't think it's that bad. Looking over at Sasha. Sasha glares at Icy. Maybe it's kind of bad.
It's bad, Nicole. It's really bad.
Well, that's because our families... It's not necessarily because of the size. It's just there's so many different... it's an eclectic group of people. So you're going to have... conflicts and conflicts of interest. It all stems from people from Gallia. It has nothing to do with conflict of interest.
That is also true. All the drama stems from Gallia. We will work on it, Sasha. We can't promise we are going to be 100% the Brady Bunch, but what family is, right? We'll do our best to cut the drama down.
Yes, Pequod nodding her head. Yes, we will. I mean, I hate drama. I absolutely despise it. I'm ashamed that my children started the vast majority of it. Carter, and then it was only a week, but I will not forget it. Soul.
Yeah, and Julius looked at Sasha for that. Both me and Pequod, we greatly apologize for that one.
And even Laz with Oz a little bit, though they kept it pretty self-contained.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Thank God for that. But we are going to work on it. And we'll do our best, Sasha. Our absolute best to cut it down and, at the very least, keep it away from you and your household.
What about the opposite of the lake, Julius? Looking over at Julius. Opposite of Carter's house, basically.
Opposite of Carter's house, Julius tilts his head. I mean, that's a pretty damn good hill. It has all those ridge lines around it and everything like that. We would have to cut down the trees and stuff so they have good line of sight, but that's easy enough, right?
I don't know if I want to be that close to Carter. I have a bad feeling they didn't build that military base for nothing, Julius. Be quiet. No, they didn't.
Fair enough. We'll find a different hill for you to be on, preferably far away from Carter.
Well, maybe it would be kind of fun to be near Carter's house. We could watch from a distance and laugh. Maybe. She starts thinking, what do you think they're gonna do? I mean, apparently they have all this tech. I've talked to the Rangers and told them no. They can't give them any more vehicles, and that's mandated and done. But that's not going to stop them from going to any other Earth Cub base and being like, "Hey, it's me, the ambassador." And what, do you want me to put out a PSA? You can't give the ambassador anything? Can't really do that.
No, we can't. Julius rubs the top of his head, or his forehead. I think he's gonna invade Carter somehow. Like his house, ambush him somehow. He's gonna do something. He has to do something, and it's gonna be like a large scale thing, because if he's building this base, why is he building it for why would he build it for something that's small scale, you know what I mean?
Hopefully the lake is Clive's Waterloo.
Julius puts a hand over his mouth and starts to laugh and nods. Hopefully it is his Waterloo. Julius leans forward. But anything that you want, Sasha, far away from Carter's house, close to Carter's house, so you guys can watch the shenanigans that occur there. Possibly.
Well, first of all, your daughter has to get her shit squared away. She's my daughter-in-law. I always wanted to have her as my daughter-in-law, and I always wanted my son to be with her. But I'm honestly getting tired of her. Pequod, what do you mean? Looking at Sasha, she's late to any debriefing. She barely shows up to muster. He's my son. I don't like seeing him like this, but I still come to work.
Fair enough. Julius looks over at Icy. Do you have any idea what she could be doing?
Nah, she's holding Thomas and Hill. She'll shrug. I don't know. She's depressed. I mean, sure, it's not an excuse, but she has man, for God's sakes, just before you scream your head off at her, imagine Pequod paralyzed and there's nothing you can do. Now, hold that thought and see if you can be mad at her.
Julius opens his mouth and he looks over at Pequod.
That's terrible, because she's doing what Icy said, but reverse with Julius.
He closes his mouth and...
All my money. I've tried to prepare. Can't do a thing. Maybe now we get why she acts the way she acts.
As strong as I've gotten over the years, I wouldn't be able to do anything for you.
She's studying and looking for ways to heal him. Do you want me to start following her, read her mind, something like that? I mean, no, shaking her head.
I don't think that's needed.
Because I really don't want to get into an argument with her. We have a good relationship. I favor her a little bit over Carter, but that's just because she gets it. She's a ascended caster.
Julius sighs and shrugs. Don't follow after her. That'll cause an argument and an excess amount of drama.
I mean, we got Agent R following them around. That ought to be enough.
That should be enough. Julius looks at Pequod. Maybe we can ask him what's been going on with her.
We can. I think he would have told us if there's anything too bad going on.
He probably would have. Just he shrugs. Looks at Sasha. We'll get it squared away. And
Do you think I want to show up every morning at 5 a.m.? There's mornings I want to go back to bed. Okay, but I don't. She's setting a horrid example for the rest of the squad. And if they want to get back on track and actually go after these guys, they're never going to with her acting like this. Because I will never send them out on a mission against Strat or Bugs or any decent combatants without her. Because she's their heavy hitter. You know what? She is the carry. That's what she is.
she is, and that's completely fair. I would feel far more comfortable sending the kids out on dangerous missions like that with her instead of, well, the other option, which is without her. We'll get it squared away, Sasha. We'll find out what's going on with her, and we'll talk with her about it. See, well, it's no if, but we'll get it done for you, Sasha. Don't worry.
If you could do that, then I'll start considering it.
Understood. Julius looks at Pequod. We can get that done, can't we?
Yeah, we'll have a talk with her, and I agree, she sets a bad example. The rest of them show up on time, and Carter and Ricky train like madmen, and so...
No, she does. She definitely sets a poor example. He looks down at his at Pequod.
She didn't act this way, pointing at Icy. I mean, I think Lorelei would have wringed my fucking neck clean if I had tried to do that. I was, afraid of Lorelei shrugging.
Julius chuckles, looks at Icy. Maybe a talk from her auntie would also help, Nicole. A bit of a smack on the ass, if you will.
I could try, yeah. Lorelei was weird. You didn't want to disappoint her. She shrugged. She was a good commander. I think we are their family, so it's a lot harder for us. Lorelei was not related to any of us in any way.
So she had no issue, just as a random example, pistol whipping someone.
Grimacing? Yeah.
Julius chuckles and shrugs.
Smashing Ash's head off the Ranger Mausoleum statue.
Yanking my hair back and showing me images that I never wanted to see.
Lorelei will always be the best, in my opinion. Agreed. Working on her computer.
She was pretty damn good, wasn't she?
Towns, seeing Ash and the Skylander come back. Here comes trouble.
Hello, ma'ams, sirs, and salutes.
Tony Stew, gesturing here. We brought you up some.
Oh, thank you. Come on, Krellin, let's sit down.
Yeah, not me job. Ash, see you next week. He leaves! What the hell is that about? He loves playing pretend soldier with you and giving briefings, and I even saw him polishing your fucking ranger emblem.
Julius points towards the teleporter. And why was he so quick to get back down to the lane where the unit is?
Did you guys get into a fight? Looking at that, is he giving you a hard time?
I wish it were either of those things. Sasha, you're in a good mood, aren't you?
I've got adorable babies who are apparently madly in love, and good food and good company, so yeah, I am. Save for... Oh, and we got the kids, well, Carter had to behead that Adonis guy Towns and I were telling you about, and we got Hecker's associates, so we're good. Well, from the SWOTOR days.
That's fantastic. We can work on that right away. I'm sorry I'm about to ruin it.
Ruin it? No!
We're gonna need
Come
to, we're gonna need to send an envoy to that colony.
Why? She looks at Ash holding her bull. I see, Thomas, you know where to find Granddad and Grandma, right?
He nods.
Alright, take my daughter. Greet Ash, take my daughter, and go down to the lane. This is gonna be bad.
He nods. He'll hop out of her arms, reach up, have Hale jump into his arms, and he'll start walking. Gives Ash a salute on the way out, and we'll head through the teleporter.
Hale waving at Ash, smiling. Alright, you may continue. Sorry, Ash.
So we had just finished our sweep of the planet, and were preparing to head back to the ship when Krellin perked up and unfolded his wings and flew off into the distance.
Okay.
We followed him and found a grisly sight of, I believe it was over 200 dead colonists in a ruptured submarine accident.
Ruptured submarine? Her eyes, Pequod's eyes go wide.
Yes, it was done by a company on the planet. A company called Heckergate.
Sasha drops her bowl of stew and it goes all over the desk. As Ash pulls up the picture of the sun.
It appeared to have been an old, at latest 22nd century school bus that had plates of metal welded to the windows and a dive bell just seemingly glued to the top.
Ash also found a picture of Bones and JB while they searched around the, but keep going, yeah.
Kaz, hearing Ceres and I apprehensive about Hecker, thought he had a bounty, so he ran up to the nearby building. In the side of it, it would appear, and he'll put the three that had been talking, that these three, I believe his name was Gaeogoth, Atari something.
I'm sorry, say that again, Gaia what?
Gaeogoth, madam.
Oh, okay.
I believe it was the Atari creep, and you know who this one is. We're discussing that they were planning to give underwater tours to the colonists. To the tune of hundreds of thousands of credits a ticket.
For what purpose?
Some pre-Calamity War wreck of some sort that's off the coast that's somewhat legendary in the area, madam.
Oh my god.
No survivors. I believe the number was 231. But I know it was that Ceres wrote it all down. These are his other two associates. I believe their names were Bones Malone's Jones and that man JD.
Bones Malone's Jones. Okay. So we're being outwitted and outmaneuvered by a guy named Bones Malone's Jones, Dat Man JB, who looks like a complete moron, Gaia Goth, I hope there's no space in that name, and some fatso named the Atari Creep. Is that what you're telling me?
The Atari Creep says he is a CNC enthusiast, ma'am.
What? I see, what is that? Looking over at the picture?
I don't know, Miss Icy.
Well, CNC is
Yeah, but why would you be an enthusiast of it? Why wouldn't you just have a career in it?
I don't know.
That's like being a spellcaster enthusiast. Like, oh, I can snap my fingers and light my finger on fire. Woo, I'm an enthusiast. Or you study and then you could do crazy shit.
I don't know. We did rifle through their papers as well. They made about 40 million credits.
And ran.
And ran. They had apparently left 20 minutes before we arrived.
20 minutes. Looking at that.
And they were piloting the submarine remotely via a game man.
Oh my god. What?
How does this keep getting worse, Asharian?
So wait a minute. The CNC guy built a tomb. They took people's money, put the people in the tomb, put them in the waters. Now all I need to know is what? How many sharks ate the bodies, and we'll never know exactly how many people died.
Pretty much, ma'am.
Great. Wonderful.
And because it's a large disaster, that's why I think we should send some kind of envoy. I know it's independent, but at least we could try to salvage the situation and maybe get them into the fold.
At least get their money paid back. Double. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll start the process tomorrow.
Well, Julius just pinching the bridge of his nose. I think we're glossing over something pretty important here. He points towards the Atari creep. This guy says he's a CNC enthusiast, yes? What I want to know is what kind of name is the fucking Atari creep? Or Datman JB? Or Bones Malone's Jones? Or Gigagoth sounds like the most normal name, but we all see what's wrong with that one.
Well, based off the way they were written on documents, I think at least some of them are screen names.
And we're being outmaneuvered by this group of terrorists. What they did is an act of terrorism. On the frontier, granted, but frontier terrorists. That's what I'm gathering here.
I would not necessarily say we're being outwitted.
And you spent the whole afternoon fishing frontier colonists' bodies out of shark-infested waters instead of looking for Strat, finding a way to cure my son.
Well, that's not entirely true. We did find something. We found a cache. No medication in it, but it was filled with dozens of Star
So
Child.
Hecker cost us a day and we got some Star Child toy.
Yes, madam, we got. It seemed to be a good amount of Star Child. The disc weapon that Ricky uses.
Wonderful. Sasha starts trembling in her seat.
I will inform you I allowed Kaz to take one, ma'am. I hope that's okay.
That's fine. You tell that bounty hunter if he nails Hecker, the price on Hecker's head is 800 million. Pequod, make it a square billion.
He immediately looks at Pequod, looks at Sasha, looks down at his wrist computer, and sends a message off to Kaz saying exactly that.
Why do they want the money for?
I would assume partially to hide. Even hiding on the frontier, once EarthGov wants you, even that takes money, a lot of it. And given him going on the Sean Ryan show after watching his friend killed in front of him, do you think he's going to go back to Earth?
Every checkpoint we have, his face is most wanted, so I doubt it very much.
I mean, even then, it would just be... I'm not calling this man a strategical genius or anything, but it would be a idiotic strategical decision to come back to Earth.
Towns, I've got some interesting news. Pequod, why does that guy look familiar? Squinting at this. I see. I've seen him somewhere before.
Julius points at him. Oh my god, I have too.
So, this is the guy I'm trying to find. This is the guy that Hecker mentioned in the interview. Will. He didn't know where Will went. This is Sense Sterling, who is confirmed dead by Hecker. given today's events, Adonis is now dead. Every member of this raid team is now dead, with the exception of this Will guy. And this guy, who just so happens to be Oz's biological brother, Crazy Steve. Icy spits out her Cody's too.
Oh God.
That's the crazy Steve I heard the children talking about.
Yes, and I cannot find this guy either. So either he's in cahoots with Hecker, which means we're gonna have to whack him, or he's just crazy somewhere. He's dropped off the radar. He stopped making videos. Even Oz will tell you that. So they stole the dude's bike, and then he dropped off the radar. Laz and Oz had a good first date.
Looks at Icy. Would you be able to find him if he was on Earth?
I can try, but if he's like ultra schizophrenic,
I mean, it's worth a try. Maybe he'd have some answers to what happened to where Hecker maybe, or where that Will fellow maybe.
the Will guy is the lead I'm gonna go for. He's the best lead, shrugging.
I think that's the smarter of the two. Even if this Steve is alive, I think Will is a better choice than a man who has Crazy as a title.
Yeah, nodding his head.
Julius leans forward to Towns. Do you have any leads as to where he might be?
No, looking at Julius, but my guess, off of Adonis's hard drive, I got the game files of SWOTOR, and from the game files, I got text logs. Will was talking about moving out to the frontier to get away from Tess and Hecker, and Will was embracing Buddhism after the way Hecker basically abused Nick, the Nick guy at the comic shop, and he was going to try to leave that horrible life Hecker created for him behind. So he's a monk who's into Buddhism somewhere on the frontier. That does actually narrow it down, given the size of the frontier. It still actually narrows it down. Buddhism is not practiced much nowadays.
No, it's not. To my knowledge, there's at most a couple dozen colonies out there that have any substantial Buddhist population.
And, if we're really lucky, it's a frontier planet Tommy owns.
I'd say there's a decent chance of that, actually. Thinking there are very few planets I can think of that he doesn't own where I've encountered much religion at all.
Okay, Pequod nodding her head. So I'm gonna send envoys out there. I will pay whatever can I have the paper breakdowns for what he charged these people? I'll pay whatever money Hecker took from them, and we'll double whatever Hecker took from them, just so they have some bereavement money. And that should be, maybe we'll triple it, Julius.
Let's go triple. Let's
Okay.
triple it.
Okay.
I'll send you scans. I don't want to hand you the physical paperwork because it appeared to be stained with fluids.
Oh. Put the gay in Gargoth.
I'm not. Yes, actually. I could show you the video of them, but I don't think you'd want to see that.
I see innocent civilians never deserve anything like this, but how dumb do you have to be to get on that thing? Pointing over at... Oh, that's a fair point. Looking at the picture of Oz's brother.
That is an extremely fair point. I wouldn't get on that, even if it was free to get on it.
Speaking of which, our regulatory agencies for submarines are probably going to need some nice PR in the colonies because they said they forged paperwork saying that it was completely certified by EarthGov standards by our agencies.
I can see why you're so angry at the kids, Sash.
Oh, I get it, dude. I'm getting pretty damn angry right now myself.
Don't throw another table at Carter. Look at Julie.
I'm not gonna throw another table at Carter. There's no tables around here.
But we did find some Star Child tech, and we crossed another system off of our list.
Everybody, eat your stew and stop talking. She puts her hand out. Icy just looks at her stew.
Julius just looks down and starts eating his stew.
Soul coming back, finding Colt holding Rebecca, seeing this gigantic fucking RV, and Hunk and Davine coming off of it. Hey, look who's here, dude.
Hi, Grandpa. Hi, Grandma. She waves at them and will go right up to Colt and give him a kiss.
Hey, gorgeous, pick me up, and if you can help me out of my seat, I'll sit on your lap.
She smiles. Here, I'm gonna try a little something here. She's gonna use her gravity abilities to lift him up, and she'll take a seat so he could sit on her lap.
Yeehaw! Looking at Rebecca.
She tips her hat to her father.
Did you hear Jace got away from Grandma and Grandpa and went up the gateway, apparently?
What? She
Mhm.
looks over at Jason, then Grandma and Grandpa. Is he okay?
Yeah, he went up to see Samantha. Grandma was getting hysterical. Aunt Suletta was as she wobbles, holding Jace, drinking, as you can see, and he didn't miss much, honey.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as everyone is okay, then she puts a hand on her chest. Whew, she points to Jace. Don't do that, Jace. It's very naughty of you, and you know, I'll tell Samantha not to kiss you for an entire year if you do that again.
Oh, Bolt gasping.
Jace's eyes go wide, and he points at Soul as if to say, "You wouldn't dare." And she leans forward. Oh, but I would, Jace. I really would, and I'm a bit more convincing than you when it comes to Sam.
Oh, look, Thomas walking his girlfriend back home. Oh, you think you're tough, don't you? You just walk her wherever you want, don't you?
Thomas looks at Hunk with Hale in a Princess Carrie. He looks at Hunk and he just sort of shrugs and gives Hale a kiss.
Smirking at Thomas. Kissing Thomas. Hale, you getting yelled at, Jace?
Yeah, no. She just threatened if I do it again, she'll tell Sam not to kiss me for an entire year.
Oh no, we got to see Aunt Sasha.
Oh, you did? How is she?
Beautiful as ever.
I bet it. He puts a hand on his chest. I bet she really is. Yeah, no, you're gonna be really jealous. Me and Hale got to feed her today.
Sweet did.
No, you lucky bastards. What can we say? I mean, we're a bit more smart with how we sneak away from our family and don't make Grandma go into absolute hysterics.
Or Aunt Suletta wobbly-legged. Watching Suletta wobble around. Alright, Suletta, sit the fuck. Do you want some coney stew, Soul?
Oh, I wouldn't mind. I haven't really eaten today.
Alright, dear, let's get wobbly legs in the house, huh?
Yes, of course. Hey, she'll actually pick Suletta up. Come on, Suletta, let's go.
Alright, carrying Integra, Blaze. Come on, Thomas!
Thomas will give him a thumbs up and start carrying Hale with him.
Give us 15 minutes and the stew will be on, and bring Colt in. There, we'll take Rebecca, too. Or you want Rebecca? You want to keep her?
I want to have my daughter right now, please.
No problem. Going in the house to get more stew on. So, how was your day?
It was interesting.
She looks at him.
So he introduced me to Colonel Stryker.
She looks around real quick.
He introduced me to the Nexus, what they call the Portal Nexus.
Yeah.
Where a bunch of portals are all linked up, and there's a big old statue of Kumul in the center. And while we were there, he was talking really weird, you know?
Weird how?
He said something, along the lines of, can you imagine how much blood was spilt for people on the frontier colonies because EarthGov went to protect them? He said things like,
Isn't that the point? Looking at Soul.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to tell him. But he said the things like, when When we're in danger and ask the frontier for help, they do nothing. But when they're in danger and they ask EarthGov for help, we're supposed to just drop everything and go help them? I don't think that's very fair. That's what he said.
Well, I understand where he's coming from, I do, but he's leaving out the important part that, well, he probably just doesn't have the data. It's like 85% of colonies EarthGov goes and fights on. Guess what happens to those colonies?
They become part of EarthGov.
That's the whole point. Looking at Soul, yeah.
Exactly. And, I even brought up that, we sort of take an oath as EarthGov soldiers
Is
to...
he old? Like, 'cause he's never seen it. He's an old guy.
Yeah, no, he's an older gentleman.
Old head. A lot of old heads are like that. Like, maybe not ultra jaded, but my mom said a lot of the top brass guys, when our parents were, were in our shoes, were kind of like that. Some of them, especially actually, my Marine drill instructor was kind of like that. He would always say, because you know how they wear those hats, he would always be playing with his hat, saying, "One day you get to go out to a frontier colony, get all shot up, come back, and get no thanks from it." So he shrugs.
I guess that could just be an old head thing, but she shrugs. Needless to say, I wasn't the biggest fan of him saying all of that.
Well, time in the military definitely can jade you. I don't have regrets about being paralyzed. I did what I thought was right in the moment, but I definitely have a bleaker outlook on certain aspects of life because of what happened to Okir that day. And Bash, and being powerless to stand there when they shot back.
Soul thins her lips as she'll tighten her grip around his waist a bit more.
Well, yeah. I do have some good news, though.
What's that?
She smiles at him.
So they ran a test on a human female about your weight and your age, right? And she was paralyzed from, she points to his neck, here, all the way down to her tippy toes.
Oh my god.
I saw videos of her doing cartwheels, Colt.
I could walk again? Okay.
Yeah, no, she could walk, she could do cartwheels. I'm pretty damn sure she would have been doing jumping jacks if the video went on any longer. All they want to do is keep an eye on her for about a month, just to make sure no adverse side effects are happening to her. And then they're gonna bring you in, and we're gonna do some tests to see the true extent of your injuries, everything like that. And we're gonna heal you, honey. We're finally
She tears up a bit.
gonna heal you.
And then you'll be able to sit on my lap.
That would be nice. I have been missing sitting on your lap.
I'll be able to dance with her at her wedding. Take her down the aisle, kissing Rebecca on the head.
Oh, that'd be so beautiful to see.
I wouldn't mind learning how to ride horses. Aunt Nicole wants to set her up with horses when she's like 7, 8 years old. And hopefully she'll let us sober to train the horses.
Well, little Rebecca smiles up at her father. She grabs him, grabs his finger with her hand and just yells out, "Yeehaw!"
I can do another month of this easy. It'd be nice to train again, get back in the gym with Carter and Ricky, the whole 9 yards. Shoot again, kill Strat.
Yeah, no, it'll just be so good to see you on your feet, my love.
And have the surgery up on Gateway. Maybe we could have a party after.
No, not on Gateway. It's a secretive, honey, remember? It's not sanctioned by EarthGov.
I get it. If something goes wrong. Mhm.
If something were to go wrong, then...
She closes her eyes.
And shakes her head. Well, nothing is gonna go wrong. I'm gonna make sure of that, okay?
I trust you. I'm ready. 30 days and counting. Well, there's actually 31 days in this month, but 31 days and counting.
Yeah, she smiles and shrugs. We could do 31 more days, no problem. She leans forward. Hell, maybe now that it's gonna be like a 100% thing of you getting healed, I might get some more sleep.
Oh my god, you will? And I'll be able to get... I'll be able to stand, hopefully, by the time for the boxing match. Where
Oh
hopefully Uncle Frederick beats the fuck out of Scar.
Oh my god, I hope he does. That'll be just so funny to see. She smiles at him, and then her smile sort of lowers a bit more. You ever hear of the lone gunman?
No. He looks at her. The lone gunman? What the hell's that?
You're gonna call me crazy. Um, there are these people on the frontier planet who do this tabloid, and well,
Oh, that explains why I never heard them.
yeah, exactly. It's stuff like Bigfoot sighted on our planet, and
Oh, come on!
I know, but hear me out. These guys, also, they only use the first letters of what I assume to be their names, but they all seem really smart. Like one of them, L, she leans in close to him. He hacked into EarthGov.
From a frontier planet, that takes some skill. From a laptop?
From a laptop. Just a simple laptop. He hacked into EarthGov's system.
To do what?
Gather information and run a check on Colonel Stryker.
Oh, you don't trust him, or?
She clacks her teeth together and shakes her head. Just the way he was talking, it gave me the shivers and stuff, and she looks down. I have a feeling I messed up by telling him something.
About what?
We were talking about Kamul, right? And because there was a statue there, and I accidentally let it slip that Kumul took out a black dragon, and he seemed very interested in that black dragon, specifically because it was the one that was summoned on the rig.
Well, I mean, EarthGov tried to cover it up, but Frontier colonists filmed it. And it was, at that point, Dad and Mom gave up on the cover job, and yeah, okay, so the Rainfall kids can summon a dragon.
Yeah, exactly. I felt like I messed up, though, so I ended up telling him that I'm capable of summoning the dragon. Like I'm the one who summoned the dragon, and I was, quote-unquote, blessed by the power of the Enovians to be able to do it. Just in case something comes of it.
I mean, he sounds like an old head. And old heads, they're not gonna line up with how we think. Maybe rightfully so. But they're jaded. They have a reason to be the way they are. At least that's what Mom would always say. Like the old heads who did not like your dad. But when the time came, clearly they liked your dad enough to give him the headhunters and blank checks.
Clearly, yeah. It's just a lot of small things. Like, apparently, the Pinta was there, from what Elle said, 3.2 years ago, approximately.
That would be before we got involved with them.
She nods. And they had a meet and greet thing of all the civilians and them as like a quote unquote parade to show off the.
Was it the Pinta or was it a similar ship?
It might have been the Pinta. It might have just been a Halcyon class stealth vessel, but She shrugs. How many of those exist nowadays, right? That are still going out and going on parades and showing off the ships to frontier colonies like that.
Rubbing the back of his neck. I don't. Maybe mom and your mom, my mom and your mom do it, but I don't think they do frontier recruitment drives anymore. They don't really need to. It's peacetime, shrugging. But hell, I don't even think Grandma Lorelei did, but he'll shrug again. At least in the last 100, 200 years. But I don't know.
The thing that makes me really think it was the Pinta was,
She leans forward.
they took mainly doctors. Colt.
What was the ship doing out there? She remembers the satellite array, too.
It was stationed by a SAT array, I think they said.
Just like the one they jumped us in front of.
Exactly. Just like the one they jumped us out of.
Pinta was there recruiting people to put eggs in them, or whatever the bug is.
Like put eggs in them, have people who are able to work on the eggs to keep them up so they could eventually put eggs in them or something like that.
Well, hopefully you and Colonel get the teleporters on. I get healed. It'll take me at least a month of rehab, but then we can get back in the fight together.
She smiles and nods and puts her chin on his shoulder.
I really cannot wait to be fighting side by side with you again. You know, I've been really training on my support spells as well. Don't tell Lorelei. But I've been training them especially to meld with your body physiology and everything like that, so I'm pretty sure they're going to be amplified on you.
Hey, I'm okay if you want to keep a leash on me. I wouldn't want to let me back out there after I got paralyzed.
She starts to laugh and holds on to him tight.
As long as you promise never to sneak on a fucking mission when you're pregnant again.
No, I'm never going to do that again, trust me.
Given the gravity of the situation of that day, that fact is mostly forgotten or overlooked.
Trust me, I don't.
It looks like she stares off into the distance for a good couple of seconds and then snaps back.
I don't forget it, trust me.
Hunk yelling from the house, not in a mean way. Stew's ready, honey!
Okay, Grandpa, thank you.
She looks at Colt.
You ready to eat some soup with me?
Yes, ma'am. Yeehaw! Look at Rebecca.
She takes off her hat and waves it up in the air.
And they will go inside as the unit declassified. Beirut continues.
I like to imagine the screen comes back on as Clive and Scar are sitting back down. Clive's eyes are bloodshot red, snot rolling down his face. He's obviously been crying like a baby.
It was a hell of a... I mean, at that point, so basically, once Memory Ann got induced into the situation, Carter had mind-controlled a young Memory Ann to come to Midgar. All hell had broken loose. We chased Carter up the spire. Well, I'll let Clive. But then he threw me in a pool. I'll let Clive.
Alright, so basically what happened was, when Memory Ann was coerced into coming to Midgar, like Scott said, all hell broke loose, and Carter would stop at nothing to get his hands and keep his hands on Memory Ann, right? So, what ended up happening was one day we started to hear these, like, explosions suddenly, and we ran out of Seventh Heaven, and we looked up at the sky, and the spire that was holding up the second layer of Sector 7, we could see, like, gunfire and explosions and all sorts of manner and shit like that going off in it. And we realized that Sam 13, Wedge, Soul Wingy, and Jesse, Sherry and Jesse Valorius, they were all gone. Nowhere to be seen, and we got immediately worried because we first thought to come to our minds they were up there, so we all started to rush off. And the spire is nice and tall. It's like 5 miles up in the air. We had to start climbing up all those stairs. And while we were, I'm sorry. While we were coming up the stairs, we saw Samuel there, with his paws around Jesse, and he was comforting him. And Jesse there, sitting there, he put his hand out to me and he said, "Clive, I did my best to save Wedge. Pushed the chair and I took the shots for her. I'm not gonna make it good, buddy. I'm not gonna make it." And I'll never forget what he said to me. He looked me in the eye, pulled me in close, and he said, "I need you to take care of Edith for me. Edith Finch, my daughter. Protect her from Carter as best you can. Please do that for me." And he leaned back into Samuel's body, and he bled out right then and there. Oh my God, I'm sorry.
No, let it out. It's been bottled up for years. We've been barred from talking about this, and I remember I was holding Ash's other hand, and Jesse, if you will, and I felt the grip loosen and knew it was over. And then I broke all standard operating procedures and unit protocols and went into a rage. And stormed up those stairs on all fours, and that's when everything really got fucked up. My shoelace had come undone. It's an indeterminate amount of time, but Sasha's been sitting here quietly watching. And I got to the top, and Clive was telling me, stand to, and I just wouldn't listen. I wanted to get Carter and get justice for Ash and Edith and Ricky. And when I bent over to tie my shoe, the last thing I remember is feeling a pain up my ass. And yeah.
Carter got him. Carter stabbed straight through his ass using his cock. And then I was following shortly after him, and the last thing I saw was Carter standing there with Thomas Shin right next to him. Both of them pointing at us, laughing at him. Thomas, in fact, he said, "Carter's had his way with Scar Gainsborough. I will go have my way with Hale."
Little cocksucker.
Little son of a bitch. So, there I was, sitting there, Scar in my arms. He was bleeding out. He was
From
dying.
my anus.
He was bleeding out from his anus. I understand. And I was sitting there. I was holding him tight, and I realized he only had one chance of survival, and it was all the way at the top of the spire. So I had to carry Scar up 57 flights of stairs as fast as I could. He almost bled out and died. But there we were at the top. Sam 13, Fred Strife, Crow Lockhart, and I had him in my arms and I threw him into the pool at the top of the spire that they had up there.
Last thing I remember is trying to say, "Wait, brother, I'm still alive," and they threw me in the book.
What he did. What he didn't know.
My
Yeah.
anus hurts.
What he didn't know at the time was the pool was equipped with special nanobots. Here, created specifically to heal one's anus in case Connor ever decided to stab him up through there.
GL GL had it there just in case. Always looking out for us.
She knew the risks that we were taking, especially with the certain surgeries and such that we procured throughout our time there, and well, she always had our backs. She didn't tell anyone else but me as the well, at the time only the commander of the unit, but I was there to save Scar and save his ass. And thank God I was, and thank God we only lost one good person on that day.
Beirut, we might have only lost one, but Beirut took everything from us. I mean, it did. It really did.
It took
I've never been able... I actually have to shit into a catheter. I've never been able to use the restroom properly since.
It took Samuel's voice for a good 75 years. It really did.
Frederick trains like a maniac. Just, it's all he has left in life to get out his frustrations. Krellin was never the same after getting the surgery reversed and going back to a man. Samuel 13, again, yeah, didn't talk. It was a lot of effort for nothing.
For absolutely nothing. We didn't even get the son of a bitch. He's still out there today, roofing chicks and banging chicks left and right, presumably up the ass.
Marisame style is what Carter called it.
Marisame style. One-winged angel, Marisame style is what he called it, actually.
One roofie angel.
One roofie goddamn angel.
Elizabeth goes to look down and get a piece of her apple pie and ice cream Memory Ann made, and she realizes the plate's gone.
Oh, did you take my plate, Benny?
Nah. Oh. She's just been sitting here quietly eating Elizabeth's food.
She turns to look. Oh my god!
This is what you're doing with your fucking time. Really? Sam laughs loud. But it's declassified Beirut. When Carter penetrated his godfather's anus.
And I almost killed him. I almost had him, ma'am. I almost had him.
The man never shit the same again.
He has to shit into a catheter, Mom.
Stabbed him with Sashismo or Mirasamo or whatever he called it.
And that's pretty much the story of Beirut. Declassified. We appreciate you listening, and we know the public was looking forward to this, and, you know, if you're having a down day, just remember, do it for Edith, right, Clyde?
Goddamn. Do it for Edith. All RP Edith. You'll always be in our memories.
As Scar comes up and puts his hand over the camera lens and it turns off. What the fuck? How long have you been sitting here? Long enough to know Krellin and Clive and Ash were women at one time. Or, not Clive, whoever.
Yeah, Scar. Clive's the one who was black.
Right, great, yeah, black. Eating the ice cream.
And apparently Memory Ann looked the same facially when she was, 6?
I don't know, Beirut was like 70 years ago, I think they said, so, boy, I've aged well.
I'd say so. You've aged very well, my love.
I do have
He
one.
bent over to tie his shoe and Carter gave it to him up the ass, JJ.
He has almost the same exact expression of just dumbstruck awe staring at the screen. He gave it to him up the ass and it almost killed him.
Why is Fredwick always fucking shredded in any of these pictures that Clive makes?
I don't know. I have no idea.
It's a damn good question, Ricky. One that I don't have the answer to.
So they played your mother's new game, I assume? Yes.
Yes, they did. They played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. The one with actually talented actors and everything like that, and the one that's making a lot of money. They just put their faces over the characters.
Did they,
Joy.
wait, did they only play part through? Isn't there another character you get on your squad?
My guess is they watched Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel play, because Uncle Clive don't play games unless it's the unit stuff, like animation. Which is sad, because he used to be the biggest gamer on the lane next to Aunt Nicole.
Oh, Elizabeth nods.
Oh, yeah, no. He used to be the biggest game. In fact, me and Benny used to get a lot of our games from Clive, and we don't do that anymore.
And he would come hang out in Aunt Nicole's game room with us and play with us. Now it's like, well, I wouldn't invite him nowadays. But like, at the beginning of the unit stuff, it'd be like, hey, Uncle Clive, you want to come to Aunt Nicole? Nah, I don't got time for that shit. I gotta focus on Carter right now. Sam laughed.
He would always say, "Gotta focus on Carter," and then past when Thomas was born, he would also add on to it, "Gotta focus on Thomas and Carter right now."
Soul is such a fat ass.
And apparently Thomas is a company CEO supervillain.
Speaking of Soul, has anybody seen her?
She came in a little while ago, before it started, I believe, to see where Colt was.
Okay, as long as she's home and safe.
Yeah, she told us that she would head down to the lane so she could see him. JJ finally snaps out of his trance and looks at Sam. It's actually pretty impressive. They only had a 120-minute break in there. He looks at his computer. That went on for an hour 30, including the break.
Sam, looking at JJ, will smirk, make a hole with her finger, her index finger, thumb, take her other index finger, put it through the hole. Carter!
Carter turns to look at Sam. You having fun, Samantha?
Yes, looking at Carter. Carter.
Carter, why you gotta do me like that?
Oh my god.
I don't think you should spear people with Murasame without telling him, Carter.
I think I shouldn't.
How far did he bend over to have his ass that much in the air?
I mean, so imagine like this, and he puts his arm at like a 90-degree angle. That's like a normal bend over. He was like this, and he switches it to like a 10-degree angle, so it's like basically against his hand is basically against his chest.
Well, I've always kind of wanted to know what happened in Beirut. She shrugs. It's all they talk about. So, your mother's favorite part about this is Clive linked his YouTube channel's revenue to the Rainfall Inc. bank account. So your mother's making money one way or another. Sam laughing.
Well, that's very good. Thank God she did that, or else most, if not all, of this would be quite useless.
So we're gonna keep it brief. Your dad's home, Ricky. But I'm gonna keep it as brief as I can. So, your dad went to a colony today with Krellin, Kaz, and your mother. On said colony, take a wild guess. Who had a submarine company? She'll pull up 5 pictures.
Tessenhacker.
Oh no.
Yes, a submersible company. We over 200 people dead. Got onto the sub. They took their money and ran.
How much money did they make, ma'am?
Ash said, your mother's going over all the paperwork to send out envoys and give death benefits, even though it's a frontier colony, but 40 million, something like that, I think Ash said. Ash missed him by 20 minutes.
Oh my
Sam,
god.
Jesus Christ, head back on JJ's shoulder.
20 minutes, that's it?
Laz speaks up.
Apparently, when the event itself happened, Krellin could sense, because they can read minds, he cued in on, like, this mass, hysteria and grief and sorrow and flew off. Apparently, Krellin can actually fly with those fucking wings. Man, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Looking
no.
at...
Did not know that at all.
So apparently Krellin took off, and fucking Kaz, Ash, and Saris were chasing him, but how fast can you chase somebody that can fly? And then Hecker was gone right as Krellin got there.
How many people, ma'am?
200 plus, but we'll never know the exact number probably, because your dad spent the whole afternoon fishing bodies out of the ocean with Krellin's kinesis. And then your dad helping, and then they all help bury them, but that planet is notorious for what we would call an invasive species of sharks. An animal slaver ring used to run out of there that would sell to Port Nowhere, and they had mako sharks, stuff like that. And a long time ago, your mom, not your mom, Ricky, Carter's mother sent me, Julius, and Nicole to go kill the animal poachers, the breeders there. So yeah. We'll never know for sure because most of the bodies ended up as lunch.
Oh my god, that is terrible. Carter looks at Sasha. So do we did they leave any clues as to where they might be going or anything like that, like a paper trail?
Ash, Kaz, Saris, Krellin tore the place apart. No. But they need money for something. I put out a bounty on him. Your mother made it a flat billion credits, so hopefully Ash's bounty hunter friend catches the guy.
I hope so, ma'am. I don't think they're smart enough to hide for too long, at least.
That being said, from that really gross, sticky hard drive, we found this. Holding up the picture. Is that a monk, Sasha? Yeah, more or less.
Carter tilts his head. How does he come into Hecker, ma'am?
Well, your Uncle Towns went through the interview, Carter, and Hecker mentioned every named member of the raid team. That is the Will guy. Every other member of his raid team is confirmed dead. Since Sterling, Adonis, blah 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 blah, except one, besides Will.
Well, what about the other one, ma'am? Could we find him?
Oz's biological brother. Oz, what the fuck?
Oh my god!
Laz looks at Sasha.
You're joking, right?
I wish I was. Looking at Laz, I really wish I was. If my brother's involved with that man, I'll kill him myself. No. Sasha puts her hands up. No. He's in a mental institution right now. Towns looked him up, did some digging, and then with a picture, Nicole was able to narrow it down. So he wasn't involved during this. He's in a mental institute. He got 5250. He tried to off himself. Going crazy. Something about a heart attack weapon from Nick. I think he drank the Tess and Kool-Aid for sure. He was probably with this Tessa Hecker guy in cahoots with him. From what we can tell from Nicole reading his very fragmented, fucked up mind, he was in cahoots with him probably up until around the time you stole the guy's bike and sent him into a downward spiral.
Oh god!
But in doing so, you prevented him from tagging along with the nonsense that killed 200 plus frontier colonists. A lot of them being children.
You guys saved his life.
Holy shit, we did!
Oh my god!
Laz looks at Oz.
Honey, we did a good thing for your brother.
I'm grateful. I was just doing it because I thought it was kind of funny looking at it. And you wanted the bike, so we were getting...
I thought it was absolutely hilarious what we were doing.
So the only lead left is this Will guy, who Towns is tracking down currently in a It's a big galaxy, it's a big universe, but we'll find him, and when we find him, you'll go question him.
Yes, sir. We'll go question him, ma'am.
What are we gonna do about Oz's brother?
Leave him where he is. Leave him in his treatment facility and let him get his treatment. He's not my concern. He didn't do any crime. If he was in the guild and wanted to kill... Apparently he got admitted to the hospital because he tried to kill himself because he was being targeted to the heart by a heart attack weapon created by Nick. So, again, I don't know if he drank the Hecker Kool-Aid, but he was clearly mentally unhinged to begin with. You add in somebody who can easily fanaticize people like Hecker, he was probably duped. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's staying in the hospital. If you want to go see him, I'll have Towns. I don't have the information on me. I'll have Towns and Nicole forward you the hospital information. Otherwise, leave the guy alone to have his treatment. And it's fine. He should stay there and get his fucking help.
Last nods. I am a bit curious though. Is he seemingly doing better than how he was beforehand, ma'am?
Well, Nicole is able to read parts of his mind, so he can't be that bad. It's not like Uncle Clive. This is how she put it, so take it with a grain of salt. I'm not a spellcaster. It's not like Uncle Clive. When she tries to read Clive's mind, it's just the gigantic Pikachu.
But Steve here does not have just the giant Pikachu. It is somewhat coherent thoughts.
Coherent thoughts mixed with a mostly fragmented jigsaw puzzle is how she explained it. Of a life. So.
You got some of the pieces put together, but the rest of it's still in the box.
So he's not in any trouble. But I don't know if Will is necessarily speaking in trouble, but you will go interrogate him. And if he threatens you, I guess Carter's just gonna decapitate the guy.
If he comes at me with some very convincing beam sword replicas, ma'am, I'm gonna have to.
So your Uncle Towns got the information from the sticky hard drive, which also had 9 billion gigabytes of porn on it. Marianne spits out her coffee.
9 million?
Billion. B-I-L-L. Billion.
Billion? Isn't that damn... That's gotta be damn near all porn in existence.
Most likely. I'm not going to look at it. It's beneath me. Maybe I'll make your aunt and your father look at it, Carter. Either way, from his hard drive, he had porn and SWOTOR. And that's it. That's all he had. Oh, and his internet browser program. That's all he had on the computer. So, from SWOTOR, your uncle got text logs. And from the text logs, he was able to determine Will... I guess when all this nonsense with Nick was going down, and in reality, Tessa and Hecker was like abusing this Nick person on their raid team, Will quit and wanted to turn to a life of Buddhism. Which, your Uncle Towns assures me, narrows it down. Because Buddhism isn't really practiced much nowadays, let alone on the frontier. It's more popular around Earth than anywhere on the frontier, and it's not very popular here. So hopefully Towns can find him and we'll send you guys.
Okay, that shouldn't take too long then. Then we can interrogate him and probably get where that asshole is and just take him out.
If you can't get where the asshole is, maybe you can get some information that leads Towns to find the asshole, and then you'll go kill the asshole.
Cardinals sounds good to me. Thank you for informing us, ma'am.
I mean, when you're not too busy piercing your godfather's anus, Carter.
Well, I think I could fit into my schedule, ma'am.
Killed my dad and my sister. Can't believe you, Carter.
Oh yeah, Edith Finch, that's a new one.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Apparently, I impregnated her and then killed her and her unborn child. So, goddamn, I'm just a great person all around, aren't I?
Carter didn't want the baby. Sasha scoffs. And with that, your father is waiting for you downstairs, Ricky. Time to go home for the weekend. And the rest of you, back to the lane, ASAP.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We're done for the day. She stands up. Good apple pie, though. Taking Benny's piece. Hey! And she walks out. Hey, there's French. Looking at Carter.
She starts to laugh. Edith Finch, I miss you, Edith. I really do.
Sam, laughing loudly, coming down to Rainfall Lane. Sitting outside. How was the stew, honey? Hunk over here.
She rubs her stomach.
Oh, it was so good. Thank you so much, Grandma and Grandpa.
Grandma makes a good stew. Blaze coming out. I am still impressed by the size of this thing. I'm actually quite excited for another family camping trip. It's been years looking around.
Oh, as am I. I'm quite looking forward to it, and it's just so big that we can, in fact, fit everyone in the family. They're in there with quite a bit more room to spare. I'm very proud of Istrum, darling.
As am I. Coming out with somehow, some way, he made Hale a milkshake, a vanilla one. Little punk.
He's holding her as I actually like to imagine she specifically requested 2 straws so they could share it together. He's princess carrying her, she's holding the milkshake, and they're both sucking out of the straw at the same time.
It's fucking cute.
He will carry her over and sit her down on the ground right in front of Hunk and Banksy and just kiss her on the top of the head and lay his head on his shoulder, on her shoulder.
Pequod's spot. She'll pat her chest.
He goes right to Pequod's spot.
God, it's ridiculous. I mean, in a good way. I just scratching the back of his head.
She puts a hand on her chest. He made her a milkshake, Mark.
Well, I like to think he spends a lot of time around me because Mom's working during the day. I like to think, just like JJ, pick it up from Granddad.
He's learning from the best, darling, the best.
I agree. Drinking her flask. Oh god, that was such a terrible video. The fucking Edith Finch, go fuck yourself. Oh, Colt, poor Suletta.
Soul blinking, covering Rebecca's ears. She looks over at Colt.
Approximately how much has she drinking today, my love?
I woke up with you this morning. You went off to work. I got to Grandma and Grandpa's house at 8 because they came to get me. She's been drinking since, I don't know how much, I just know she's been drinking since 8:13 a.m.
Oh my
Non-stop.
God. And it's all been out of that flask, which smells distinctly of tequila.
Yeah.
Right. So, she is plastered beyond all plastered, then.
Yes.
Oh, poor Suletta.
Edith Finch. Colt says.
Poor Edith Finch. I always wanted to protect her, but my brother got in the way. Called him my brother and your best friend.
I always wanted to kind of play that game your mom put out. Now I don't.
No, neither do I. I couldn't. I could not be bothered to even touch that game.
And here comes trouble as Jace finally sees the longing Samantha after all day being denied her presence.
Oh, finally, Samantha's here. Integra
Looks over at Jace. Oh my god, dude, can it? You're not gonna. She's with JJ right now. I'm sure she does not want to have to deal with you right now.
That's what you think, Integra. That is what you think.
Jace knows if he cries, he might be able to get her attention.
He acts like he stands up and walks a bit and then immediately trips and falls down and he starts to cry.
Oh, I'll take you. Picking drunk, Suletta. Come here, Gigolo.
Oh, wait, shit, no, this was not the plan.
Sam admiring all the stuff JJ bought him.
He looks over at Sam. Oh shit, this is not working. He starts to cry even harder.
Jace, what is wrong?
He looks at his father and he does a little sign of him falling down.
Do you need to go down for a nap, honey?
He shakes his head.
Come here. Putting her arms out to let her take him. Giving him to Sam.
He goes over to Sam and boom, immediately stops crying.
Wow, imagine that. In my arms, head in my chest, and he's just done crying. Talk about brat. He is. He is a fucking brat.
Laz rubbing her temples.
He is such a brat.
Well, how was everybody's work day? Long day? You look pretty beat up, Carter.
Yeah, no, it was
You got that 1,000-yard stare. Like, what the hell have you been doing? Oh, watching Beirut Declassified. Yeah, Soletta had it on her wrist computer, Edith, and I stopped listening sometime around the time of you fucking Scar up the ass. So did your grandma.
Yeah, thank you for that one. Thank you. I also decapitated a man today.
Oh shit! Getting down and dirty, Carter.
Yeah, no. The man came at me with replica beam sabers that looked extremely real. And I thought he was a threat, so I fought back.
And you were taught well, Carter. Pequod rubbing Carter's head.
Carter just starts to laugh as he rubs his face.
He was also trying to hook up with young girls, and he was 36. So, like Sasha said, Carter took a scumbag out of the world.
He also had so much. He looks down at the kids up at Hunk. Adults having adult time together on his hard drive that it took up like 90% of it. The other 10% was like Star Wars and his web browser.
And his baby mama tried to come at Carter and Ricky because she wanted them. She really liked Ricky's eyes, the purple eyes. Yeah, only Ash and him, in my time anyway, have I ever seen those. Exactly. So when she chased Ricky across the street, Granddad, I gave her this. The same thing you gave Uncle Clive, huh?
Yeah, no, he definitely did. He swung that bat and hit a fucking home run.
I'm pretty sure Ricky could have handled it. No, I had to step in. Polishing the bat, looking at Jay.
I actually...
Our job to protect the kid.
Yeah, no, I actually don't think either me or Ricky would have been, like, willing to hurt a woman like that. But, you know what? Oz certainly was, and he protected us.
No. Sam kissing Jace on the head. All done crying, baby.
He smiles up at her and will hug around her neck quite tightly just to hold her there. And then he'll lean back suddenly, give her a bit of a smirk, hand out, boom, right in front of his face.
He groans and kisses his head.
Laz looks over at just the wrong time and sees Jace doing that, and she just goes, "Oh God!"
It's time, Jace. Holding the bat up! Sam, whoa.
Jace sees the bat, and he puts his hands up and starts shaking his hands and shakes his head at...
It's okay, I don't mind. She'll kiss his hand again. Yeah, just careful with the bat. Okay, hitting Clive is one thing.
Sam can feel Jace's breathing has quickened like 5 times than his resting rate.
He'll point the bat at Jace. You let your mother see you doing that, and you're getting this no matter what age you are next time.
He nods at his dad and does like the little the cross thing, like cross my heart and hope to die.
I actually think discipline like that is quite necessary around here. If the hooligan had actually had a decent father figure, he never would have been as horrible as he was in his youth. Chugging more tequila.
Julius snaps and points towards Soletta.
That is very true.
I don't know if fucking somebody hitting you with a bat would have. As he polishes the bat, but he'll put it out of Jace's line of sight.
Well,
Julius looks at Pequod.
most likely no. No, hitting me with a bat wouldn't have done much, but necessary discipline. Necessary discipline is what I probably needed in my day.
Calling Laz for the final confrontation, with Laz insulting her and Oz.
Lashley, Oswald Lashley. You pieces of shit cowards. You stay on the ship while people like Ash's son,
Yes!
Ricky, go out and fight the good fight. Fighting alongside maybe not some great people, Carter is there, but my daughter, fighting alongside my daughter. You
Handing Laz the bat.
She'll take the bat. She hands him the phone.
He's out there fighting while you two are probably up there fucking or whatever you guys do. Oh, look at me, I have to press
Counting
a
your
button.
little dashes on your stupid fucking badges.
It's counting your little stupid fucking dashes. Useless, mate, useless as compared to what actual soldiers do. Actual people who fight for their lives and fight for the people they love and protect the people they love. Come here, you little shit!
Oh, put that down! Put that down, you pinko bitch!
She just swings right for Scar's nose.
Oh,
Oh, come here!
She Oz can see poison starting to come off of the baseball bat.
Oh, please, stop, please! No. Tink, 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 tink! Marianne,
T-pose on the floor as she will hang up the wrist computer.
Oh, it's becoming a common theme here. I mean,
Davey,
can you blame her? I see.
no, I certainly can't blame her, but oh my god, I didn't. She looks at Julius. She certainly has his anger, doesn't she?
Yes, she does, but in this case, it's a good thing. Pequod, I only wish Sasha was here to see that live. She'd be so proud of her.
Oh, she would 100% be extremely proud. Did anyone record that at all?
Yep, right here. Ricky's taught me a good trick with wrist computers. You just put this setting on and it will auto-record calls from anybody. You can pick who it records calls from in your phone book, and she, being her, has it set to record calls from Clyde.
Oh, thank God. Thank God for Ricky for telling you guys about that setting. Thank God for her for having that setting on.
Beautiful work. A masterpiece of art. Kissing her on the lip.
she kisses him back.
It was your Mona Lisa, I must say.
She sits down right onto his lap.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the performance, my love.
She starts to wipe the blood off of the aluminum bat. She looks back at us.
I thought the poison was a nice touch.
Mimi, you didn't even give him a chance.
No, I've heard that more times in my lifetime than I care to admit, Oz. I don't want to hear it again.
Well, once we found out they took your jet, we knew it was an inevitability.
Laz nods. She looks at Hunk and Davy.
Nobody takes the gift my husband got me.
Well, do you think they'll remember? Because they think Carter was the one that beat them up earlier today. I tried to tell them it was me. They just said Carter was mind controlling me to cover for him or some dumb shit.
Carter puts his hand up. They're gonna blame me for this one too. If any, I'm just gonna say this now. If any of you are accused of being mind controlled by me, you have my full permission to say something ridiculous about me just to get the unit off your backs.
Duly noted. Sam kissing Jace on the head.
Because if there's one thing I don't want to do is drag one of you down with me.
Well, Grandma made a large, and I mean large, pot of coney stew, so we can have some coney stew. However, check that baby out. Oh yes, a giant fucking expensive RV. Is that for us? No. Look at memory.
Carter, looking at the RV, looks at for the family, I'm guessing, then.
Yes, for the family. Yeah, we're gonna take you guys to our spot.
He tilts his head. You guys have a spot?
Before we had the lane, we had this little spot in the woods, this little beak neck area in Kentucky. And that's where we went before the lane. We went there twice. I proposed to your grandmother there. And then we went there after Epsilon Squad. So.
Julius nods. Very good memories of that place, and it's a nice camping area. It's a lot of fun can be had there. He smiles at all the kids.
It's actually where Mom and Dad had their honeymoon. Because
is.
so much shit was happening, they never got to have... Well, they eventually went and had a normal honeymoon, peak wide air quotes. But they basically told me to pound sand and went off to put up their own campsite and leave us in the dust for the night. Right, Nicole? See, good times.
And Julius starts to laugh. That is pretty much exactly what they did, yeah.
Yeah, and we saw your father and mother flying over us that night with Euros that they flew off to go get.
That sounds like Mom and Dad, yeah.
Even dropped 2 down on us. It was good aim on Julius's part.
And Julius nods.
I aim to please, what can I say?
Davine smiles, looks at Hunk.
Maybe we could do that again. Just, you and I set up our own campsite. away
Have
from
Patricia
everyone else.
pound some sand.
Yes, tell Patricia to pound sand.
I'm okay with pounding sand as long as nobody's having heart attacks and you two are just happy and having a good relationship.
And Davine smiles at Hunk.
Well, I think we are, aren't we, my love?
Only this time we can pull away in the Mustang and really leave him in the dust.
Oh my god, yes, that is a wonderful idea.
I see that RV does have a carport. God, that must have been expensive. I see very.
It also looks like it has land to water capabilities as well.
Yes, it does. Smiling at it. I prefer being on the lane, but that spot's special to all of us. The first rainfalls, I guess we are. She'll air quote. So you guys should get to go someday. You'll like it. Trust me. Julius draws there, or used to. Pequod plays guitar. And the only thing that'll keep you awake at night, it's so far away from the city, Carter. The only thing that'll potentially keep you awake at night is Mom screaming in ecstasy.
Oh, is that it?
Well, maybe we'll move our campsite a little farther away, dude.
Yes, no, I think maybe a couple more clicks down the way would be good.
Sam, looking at the RV sounds fun to me.
Well, yes, no, I would absolutely love to go camping with everyone. He looks at Sam and smiles. Maybe I can be shirtless and chop some firewood for you, love.
Stoking the fire shirtless.
He smirks at her and gives her a wink. I think that sounds like a pretty good idea.
Look at this. She'll make the circle with her finger. Oh no, not again. Not again. Looking at her from behind her. Putting her finger into the circle.
I like to think that Carter was like turned around saying something to Blaze, and then his head immediately dropped as soon as he heard the.
What are we missing here? Casey, I don't know. Looking at Samantha.
That's her impersonation of Scar being raped by me.
The Beirut Declassified. Nicole, Julius, Patricia. Well, we were having like the late lunch with Ash. We didn't watch that. You might want to watch it, honey. Looking at Pequod.
Yeah, no, they go real deep into all that I did. I'm a terrible person, Mom. What can I say?
And Thomas was in cahoots with Carter, the CEO of Shinra. Oh God, they did take my game and
name-
my writing.
Well, his name was Thomas Shinra. He was drawing the Mako out of the world around Beirut, and they apparently thought I was roofing the Mako, so it would then be reinserted back into the planet, and I could roofie everyone at once that I wanted to roofie.
Well, why is she doing that thing with her finger? Because he penetrated Scar's anus forcibly.
I made him bleed.
Never able to shit again.
Has to shit into a catheter.
Let me guess. Frederick is Cloud. No, she meant Clive is Cloud. No, actually.
No. Clive is Clivet. Barrett.
I'm done with this conversation. She walks inside. Yep, time for stew. Let's go, everybody. And no more talking about it.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna have to watch that, Julius. Looking at you.
We have to, and we have to force Nicole to watch it with us.
When we put Thomas and Hale down for bed tonight, the three of us are watching that
100% yes.
Flashing to the next Saturday. Here. Memory Ann. Yeah. Ricky pulled up on her, wrist computer. Carter has the burrito. Why are you wearing those on your day off, Ricky?
It's bright outside and they're the only pair I could find.
Oh, we just haven't seen you in them for so long.
Yeah, it's been a while since I was following Tommy around like a little goose, huh?
Yes, can you take them off?
Yeah, no problem. He'll take him off.
He takes them off. So, we're in agreement. We're gonna tail Soul next week.
Yeah, I'm down. I want to know what's going on.
Carter nods. I trust my sister, I really do, but I'm a bit suspicious of what's going on. I want to keep an eye on her.
Oh! Before we hang up and before we talk about it more or whatever, here, send him what Laz did to us. Or what Laz did to Uncle Clive and Scott.
Oh my god, it's crazy, man. He'll send Ricky what she did to those two.
Watch it as soon as it's done downloading. You won't regret it.
No, yeah, I will. Did she get him with the bat?
Multiple times.
I think getting him with the bat is an understatement, Ricky.
Apparently they woke up and none the wiser. They're on good relations with Laz and Oz. It's not working, like Mother said. Head trauma wouldn't work, but it was quite enjoyable.
Hey, man. Hey, there's one of the... Schadenfreude, that's the word. That's what you're feeling.
No, wait!
No, my place is not passed. No.
Did he beg for
And-
mercy again?
And T-Post.
And T-Post? Oh, you guys are gonna spoil us today.
Well, enjoy. We'll see you Monday morning, and we'll follow Miss Soul spellcaster things. We'll get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, give me a list of anything you need brought.
Copy that. She looks over her shoulder. We have to get back to the kid.
Yeah, I guess you do. Tell the little Rugrats I said hi.
Will do. Looking over her shoulder at Thomas with his camera, Hale with her drawing, Memory Ann hanging up. So, Jace is on the seesaw with Integra, Laz and Oz helping them out. Hunk's here, arm around JJ. Sam's off here on the swing with Rebecca. Hunk will put his arm around JJ, pull him in.
JJ gets pulled in. He lets out a breath and then slowly looks at Hunk.
You know, I didn't know your wife could make such good burritos. Homemade.
Oh yes, no, my wife, he leans in. I do quite enjoy her cooking, but she does not cook often. I'm the one that usually cooks for her, Dad.
Well, you know what she's doing over there on that swing?
What's that?
That is a woman who wants to have a child. Right there.
Oh, most definitely. And
She leans over so she's closer to both JJ and Hunk.
in fact, I believe she's doing something that your father used to do to me, and I used to do to your father quite a bit, called tempting you, darling. She's trying to get you going, I believe.
She wants a kid. You can see it in her eyes.
I want nothing more than a kid as well.
He opens his mouth and closes it.
But we both agreed that now wouldn't be the time to do so. It's too hectic. Not just because we're both in the military, but just what's going on in the world and universe right now. It's far too hectic for something like that.
You don't want to get her pregnant, and then she's off duty, stuck home, crying her eyes out, worrying about you. Yeah, I get it. But, man, the second it's over, son, you better put a plug in that.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to, well, let's just say this much. I'm going to have some fun with her, and we're going to be giving you to a grandchild.
And we look smiling at her, forward to it. Having fun? Yeah. Propping Rebecca up. Think she's looking for Aunt Nicole, but I'll make do for now.
And JJ stands up, gives Sam a kiss on the nose. I believe you. Would you mind if I take her for a moment?
Sure. She'll hand her over.
He'll take Rebecca, and a lot like how Hunk always used to do it, he just juts his hip out a little bit and lets Rebecca rest on his hip, and he looks at Sam. How do I look?
She'll twirl her hair around her finger and bite her lip, looking at JJ. There you go.
He will put his arm around her waist and pull her in close. As soon as we're out of the military, my love, I'm going to have one of my girls resting on my hip here, and my other girl resting in my arms like this. And he will give her a kiss.
She'll kiss him back. There would be nothing sexier. I want girls. Lots of girls. And I want to raise them all to be like me. Oh, Lord.
JJ nods. Okay, yes,
you're a lot of lucky boys out there. You have 10 girls, you're gonna have a lot of lucky boys out there in the future.
Davy nods. Oh yes, quite a few lucky gentlemen.
Jace has been trying to get Sam's attention, but she refuses. She even saw him cry and walked past him here.
God damn it! Something's going on, Integra. I'm telling you, he's doing something to her mind.
And Integra rolls her eyes. Basically, her entire body rolls along with her eyes, and she looks at Jace.
Could it be that he's messing with her mind because she's in love with him, and not you because you are a child? A child! Jeez.
You guys keep on making that point, but I just don't see it. I truthfully and honestly don't.
Rebecca is Colt's daughter, Colt her brother. Rebecca deserves time with her aunt too, nerd.
That is true.
I agree. Rebecca does deserve time with her as well.
But you know how it is. She's my girl. What can I say? I want to spend as much time as possible with her.
Jace isn't gonna stand for this. The seesaw goes down on his end and he's going to get some.
Watch this. The seesaw goes down and he quickly slips off of it and starts to run around his father, slides under the horse, and it runs right up behind Sam.
Ignoring him completely.
Oh, come on! Come on, I'm right here. What is this?
Hi, Jace, patting him on the head and then taking Rebecca back and doing the hip thing to JJ.
JJ sees it. He starts to smirk at her, leans back and nods slowly, watching her hold Rebecca. Oh, this is not fair. He points back at Thomas and Hale. I swear to God, Hale, there's something going on here. You have to admit it. Come on, you have to admit it.
Looks like JJ's got her in a trance, wrapping her arms around Thomas's neck.
God damn it, he does.
Using Rebecca against you. Yeah!
Yeehaw! And she takes off her hat and waves it up in the air. That's really fun to do.
And you're good at it, Soul looking over at Rebecca.
She smiles. Well, thank you kindly, young lady.
I was doing something here. What can I do for y'all? Zap coming. Hang on, I gotta refresh my page. Zap has come! Jace hears Zap's voice. I'm doing something here. What can I do for y'all?
Oh no. Oh God. He starts to look around quickly. He hides behind this horse right here, trying to hide away from Zap.
Well, Uncle, have you forgotten? You and Mama Lan are taking Jace for the weekend. We like to spread the love, let the children be with the whole family. It's good for them. Oh, that's done right. Hell yeah. Oh, I see you, little cowboy. What you doing? Picks him up.
Oh shit. No, please. Please, Dad. Dad, forgive me.
Oh, Mama Lan done gonna cook you some catfish and fried onions. Carry Jace off.
So slobbery.
No In-N-Out burgers for you this weekend. Just some good old-fashioned catfish.
Oh God.
Jace lets out one final plea for help.
Help me!
Oh, thank God it's over, Thomas. Resting her forehead on Thomas's.
He smiles at her as he leans back slightly, puts his eye up to the camera, and he just sort of freezes for a second. Yeah, hold on. He moves over slightly, like over to here. Holy shit.
Hmm?
He takes a picture, lowers the camera, his eyes sparkling. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Blushing. Thanks. Playing with her cat ears.
He walks up to her. It's no problem, honey. He looks at the camera and looks back up at her. I'm happy I could find someone who could be my muse that's as beautiful as you.
And I don't ignore you, like Aunt Samantha putting her arms out ignores Jace.
He goes into her arms and puts his head into the Pequod spot.
I will never, coming up on the stairs, quite get used to seeing that. It's not in a bad way, Carter. It's just striking.
It is very striking, isn't it? Like, he looks at Memorian. It took us quite a while to get to even that point, and he shrugs. I'm happy for the two of them. I really am. Just we have to keep a close eye on them, I think.
Her eyes never stop sparkling.
And his don't either.
And we get them this weekend.
Yes,
because you successfully removed a child predator from the world, Carter.
Carter starts to laugh. Yes, I did, didn't I? I'm a goddamn hero.
And the best part is, your mother's rules, we cannot expose them to crazy Father Clive and Scar, so no going over to Mother's this weekend.
Fair enough. We won't be bringing them over to your mother's house.
Brienne squatting down, petting them both on the head. Hey. Dun, 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 dun. Jesus Christ, not again, Clive. What the fuck you think?
Why are we doing this again, man?
It's a perfect moment to strike. Well, not right now, you understand, but he'll never see it coming. He'll think we're too stupid or too smart to do the same trick twice in a row. Well, he isn't a strategical genius like I am, thank you very much.
Clive, was Oz who beat you up with Bat, not Carter. Carter was our beheading child predator.
Stop lying. Stop lying, Krellin, okay? Carter, I'm starting to question which side you really are on, mate, honestly.
Me on side of wish it was Monday, go work with Ash.
You see, only someone on the side of Carter would say something like that, in that right, Scar?
Nah, he said go work with Ash, brother. He's living a delusion. He thinks Ash is still with us.
Alright. He puts a hand on his chest. Oh shit, I didn't. For a second there, I thought Ash was still alive. Oh my god, am I going crazy too?
I think that beating, Carter gave you a good beating in that restroom, brother, man. You were unconscious for 45 minutes.
I was. I was.
Wow, anybody remember Laz coming, beat you up with my... No!
Why would Lashley do something like that?
Brother, hitting Clive on the shoulder with his hand. We gotta set these two down and they gotta just... You guys gotta watch Beirut Declassified. It'll all come back to you, believe me.
Yeah,
Beirut Declassified.
I really don't want to watch that.
Wow, me have tits. See, he remembers some of it.
Yeah, no, you remember the surgery and how, like, stacked you were, mate?
Yeah, I always like big titty girl.
Exactly. Carter likes big titty women, that's right.
So what we doing here, Clive? Going to wait for Carter to go away from group and then shoot him again. Scurry off into bush line.
Exactly, yep. You're catching on, mate. We're just gonna wait here, wait for the perfect moment, and then when the perfect moment presents itself, we strike.
Wow, wait for perfect moment. Now Oz and Laz and Integra there. 3 children, 2 of which being golden children of most powerful woman on Lane, Pequod. Oh, and Time Deity daughter, who if we accidentally hurt, we all end up swirling in abyss of torment.
Well, as much as I would like to hurt Thomas, we won't be hurting the children today, but something's gonna happen. I just know it to make Carter move his way over yonder, and then Crowlin's quite simple. That's when we strike.
These are excellent burritos. Do you think she cooks for JJ? Oh, no! No! Rubbing Laz's shoulder.
Laz starts to laugh as well.
No, please.
We're over their house more than we're at our own house, and I assure you, Memory, and she is not like you. And cook, very homely, cooking these excellent meals. No, JJ does mostly all the cooking. I think today was just a special occasion. Because Laz beat the shit out of the unit with the bat.
Laz nods.
This does not happen normally, or pretty much at all, Memory Ann.
I mean, I've had many burritos in my time, store-bought and restaurant-bought. This is the best one I've ever had.
It is very delicious as he takes another bite of his burrito.
Oh, JJ's cooking's good, but shrugging. Poor guy.
Yeah, no, he has to do all the cooking.
Well, she handles the laundry and such, but no, she is not doing the cooking. I'm sorry.
No, hey, I respect it. I definitely respect it. She does the laundry and, some of the cleaning and stuff like that, and he cooks for her and does some other stuff. I completely respect it.
The wind blowing and the drawing getting knocked over here again. Hale starts crying.
Carter will look at the drawing, get blown away. He'll stand up. Can you hold my burrito for me?
Oh, yeah, I'll take it. It's just a copy, honey. We have the original back at your mother's house.
He tugs on Carter's pant leg and points to the drawing and starts blinking with a big old pout on his face. And Carter nods. I'll get it for you guys. He'll start walking up towards it, and right before he gets up towards it, he stops. And he turns his head over to this area. He stares at it for a couple seconds. What am I doing? This is insane. He'll just walk up to the drawing and try to pick it up.
That's it!
Charge!
And JJ instinctively covering Rebecca, Sam, Hunt covering Davine, Colt doing everything he can to cover Soul. Same thing up here. Memory and cover. It's the same thing. Wah! Pop, 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 pop. Come on, Carter! You want to fuck me up the ass?
Stand down! Stand down! Stand down! Retreat! Stand down!
I'm standing! I'm standing! It's personal! He'll come over and as Carter's bending over, kick him in the ass, sending him forward this way. Let's roll, Clive! We gotta roll, brother!
We gotta roll! Exfil! 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 Unit Exfil!
Oops! Shooting Carter in the butt once, and they run off! Really? Letting go of Davey? Really?
You have to be kidding me.
He's laughing so loud. It's the same thing, literally. Sam, what do you mean? Hey, that's exactly where they jumped him from last week, right here.
The same thing happened last week, yeah.
Oh, Carter. Remember that coming up?
Carter's just laid it face flat on the floor for a couple seconds as he starts to get up again.
Oz helping him up.
He hands Hale the drawing. There you go, sweetie.
She'll stop crying and smile and then go back. Put Thomas in the Pequod position.
So how bad's the damage?
Oh my god, Carter, they shot you right in the butt.
Yeah, they did. Felt that one. Felt I myself get kicked as well. Kicked in the ass.
Yeah, did you hear him scream, "You wanna fuck me in the ass, Carter?"
I did. I did hear him say that, yeah.
Well, I saw you pause them, mate, before going for the drawing. What was that about?
Same thing happened last week, like basically in the same exact position, but you know, I didn't think they would try and do the same exact thing again, so I just said, screw this, I'm being insane, I'm being paranoid, and I went over and tried to get the drawing.
Hunk finishing his burrito. Everybody's finishing them. Damn. I'll make more burritos if we can go to my house. JJ's house. Sounds good to me.
Yes, of course, darling. I wouldn't mind that at all.
Let's get out of here, because if they do that again, I'm gonna beat the shit out of them. Not because I don't think it's funny, but because that really scared me for a second.
Carter starts to laugh. Glad to hear you care, Sam.
And Jace is spending the weekend with Uncle Zap and Mama Landlove, smiling back at her.
Les smiles wide, and he is just gonna have a grand old time, isn't he?
He leans in to kiss her, as we'll close with the... For Edith, putting his hand up predator style.
For Edith.
They clasp hands together. Wow. Big fucking losers, by the way.
Very big losers. Oh my god, it's so stupid.
So gay.
Very gay. Why the fuck me up the ass, Carter?
Cut that.